Yes, General Li is right. Although the man had a lower military rank and was nominally under his command, Boss Bai did not dare to be cocky in front of the real trusted subordinate of Marquis Yongchun. He treated Li Yuanjun exactly the same way he treated Li Wuji. Rubbing his hands, he said humbly, "Please excuse me, General Li. This is my first time as a commander of, this National Protection Army. Besides, space pirates are all unrestrained and uncontrollable by nature. Now that they are having a great time at the party, it's not easy for me to stop them." Li Yuanjun sniffed in dissatisfaction, showing no respect to Boss Bai, the commander and his nominal superior. "Rest assured, General Li, I am certainly not an ignorant child," Boss Bai continued with a smile. "Although the Lord asked General Li to follow my command, how can I, a stealthy thief, possibly command General Li, a battle-tested general? I'll be completely at a loss in a real battlefield where thousands of starships are fighting magnificently, and I'll certainly have many questions on which I need your advice. When that day comes, I do hope that General Li will kindly enlighten me." "Of course," Li Yuanjun said unenthusiastically. "We are all loyal to our country. If there is any military issue, we certainly need to discuss it with each other. Nobody is enlightening anybody." "Exactly. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about," Boss Bai said. "In my opinion, let's not worry about the difference between the commander and the deputy commander. If there is any military issue, we'll just discuss General Li's opinions. After all, you are the out-and-out regular army. Also, when General Li meets the Lord in the future, it would be great if you could speak well of me." Of course, Li Yuanjun nodded, but his agreement seemed reserved. "As long as Boss Bai works diligently and proves your loyalty to the Lord and the four families, I will naturally report it truthfully to the Lord." "Then, I thank you in advance, General Li." Boss Bai crossed his claws and bowed. Then, glancing around, he leaned close and said in a conspiratorial tone, "General Li, why don't we let them party for a bit longer? There won't be any trouble if we call it a day in half an hour. Can we talk somewhere else, General Li? I found some unusual treasures in a secret warehouse at the Blue Sky Market, and I think they might be quite eye-opening for you as well." "I don't think it's necessary," Li Yuanjun replied, reading Boss Bai's intentions through his expression. However, as a noble, he had to maintain his dignity and couldn't agree too hastily. After a moment's thought, he added, almost disinterestedly, "The Li family has all the treasures in the universe. I doubt the small Blue Sky Market has anything that I haven't seen before. I have other military matters to attend to, so I don't think I'll be seeing them." Of course. Military issues are always the most important." Boss Bai rolled his eyes repeatedly, then leaned in closely, his pointy face hovering near, and whispered stealthily, "However, what I found in the secret warehouse of the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors might be a high-quality, heart-sinking stone, but I'm uncertain if it's authentic. I'm considering getting some extra help to determine its authenticity. It won't take much time." "A heart-sinking stone?" Li Yuanjun was momentarily taken aback. The unique characteristics and value of this ultimate treasure instantly sprung to his mind, and his eyes flickered with greed. "Yes. At the edge of the fourth quadrant lies a half-desolate world called the Mystic Tortoise Sector. The fourth planet in the sector is uninhabitable for humans due to its incomplete atmosphere and high density, so it has never been thoroughly developed. Only some primitive life forms struggle to survive there," Boss Bai explained casually. "But the planet holds a marvel known as the Unsinkable Ocean, which has an extremely high density and a high percentage of heavy metal elements. Despite its name suggesting an ocean, it's actually a cluster of lifeless, sourceless lakes, with a density so high it resembles molten metal. However, these lakes are paradoxical. When light objects, such as feathers or paper, are placed in them, they immediately sink. But when heavy objects, like metals or stones, are put on the surface, they are repelled by the lake water and float. This is why it's called the unsinkable ocean. Due to the peculiar nature of the ocean, its ecosystem is entirely different from that of ordinary oceans. There are tiny creatures at the bottom of the lake. For thousands of years, these bugs, feeding on the heavy metals in the lake, have been reproducing and dying. After their death, their bodies do not decay but turn into bones that resemble stones and wood. When the bones accumulate, they grow from the lake's bottom like bizarre-shaped trees. This mechanism is somewhat similar to the formation of corals in the ocean. The peculiar trees at the bottom of the lake, which have grown for more than 30,000 years, are known as unsinkable wood. When the bark is peeled, and the essence at the core is taken, it becomes the heart-sinking stone. Generally, you should know that the heart-sinking stone is the most tranquil and peaceful treasure. It can stabilize rune arrays and magnetic fields, soothe violent brainwaves, and help trainers overcome mental disturbances, making it the best material for trainers on the verge of breaking into higher levels or for curbing chaotic thoughts. In the auctions of the four families, even a piece of heart-sinking stone the size of a baby's finger can be sold for millions of coins. Larger, more effective pieces can be 10 times more expensive. Li Yuanjun could no longer contain his curiosity. How big exactly is the heart-sinking stone you've discovered? Boss Bai chuckled and gestured for him to follow. General Li will see for himself when you come and appreciate it in person. Li Yuanjun's eyes flickered, and his nose twitched. He looked at the few guards with him. The warriors with General Li can come with us, Boss Bai said with a smile. I certainly have a few more gifts for the warriors here. I like the tough and macho warriors more than anything else. Well, it won't hurt to take a look. Li Yuanjun finally softened his stance. Pointing at the disorganized celebration dinner and the drunken space pirates, he casually said, while we admire the magical equipment, have your men clean this up. It's not befitting of a regular army's conduct. Yes, we're on it. Boss Bai quickly escorted Li Yuanjun away from the celebration dinner to a small warehouse nearby. A few members of the Big Bai pirate gang stepped forward and led Li Yuanjun's guards to a nearby secret room for their gifts. The warehouse was not far from the garrison of Li Wuji's fleet. Li Yuanjun was a seasoned expert himself, yet the noble strode into the warehouse without any suspicion. The warehouse, having been looted by the space pirates, was in complete disarray, with tattered boxes and closets scattered everywhere. But since it was a private deal between the two, there was no third party present. Boss Bai carefully closed the door and guided Li Yuanjun to a fragrantly scented wooden box. Opening the box gently, he smiled and said, "Please take a look, General Li. This is the heart-sinking stone. Even if you never face an accident, absorbing the calming brilliance from it during daily training will still be of great benefit." As he spoke, he stepped to the side and stood straight. Li Yuanjun narrowed his eyes and looked, only to see a necklace made of gray metal floating and revolving slowly in midair, emitting a pure, moonlight-like brilliance that flowed gently from his eyes to his heart like a stream. "Is this the heart-sinking stone?" asked Li Yuanjun. He was not in a high position in the Li family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been just a secondary general under Li Wuji. Though he had heard of the incredible heart-sinking stone before, he had never seen one with his own eyes. He was immediately drawn to the beautiful and captivating light and moved closer to the box without realizing it. Just as the rumor suggested, when he was bathed in the silver radiance, his nerves and veins felt as if they were soaking in a warm spring, and he couldn't feel more comfortable and content. Even his soul seemed to stretch out. It was truly the best treasure for calming and soothing the mind, with the exact effects described in the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures. Li Yuanjun swallowed hard and couldn't help but retrieve the heart-sinking stone necklace from the anti-gravity rune arrays. Gently touching it in his palm, he sensed the smoothness and silkiness of the treasure while pretending to be angry. Such a remarkable treasure should have been offered to the Lord when he was here just now. Why didn't you bring it out? Commander Bai, you are not loyal enough. Aya. Boss Bai slapped his thigh and defended himself. The treasure was only discovered just now due to the turmoil. Besides, there are many rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures in the blue sky market. I naturally selected dozens of perfect gifts for the Lord. While this heart-sinking stone necklace is excellent, it has a minor flaw, and it seems inappropriate to offer it to our noble Lord. Therefore, I thought General Li could enjoy it for a while, or maybe I can ask General Li to help me find a skilled craftsman to repair it. After all, with all the connections General Li has with the four families, you certainly know many more excellent refiners than I do. If it could truly be repaired, we'll see how we will deal with it. How does that sound, General Li? Li Yuanjun was overjoyed at first, but he felt somewhat upset upon hearing that the necklace was flawed. On the other hand, the delicate and precious necklace would have been an unbearable gift for him if it were flawless. While admiring the necklace in fascination, Li Yuanjun asked, "Where is the flaw? Why haven't I noticed it?" "It's just a tiny flaw, which doesn't hurt at all," Boss Bai said with the most brilliant smile, rubbing his hands and leaning close. "Here, allow me to point out the flaw for General Li." Chapter 2452 Revealed. Standing next to Li Yuanjun, Boss Bai extended a finger and pointed it at the necklace of the heart-sinking stone. Li Yuanjun suddenly felt an extremely subtle sense of warning, as if his soul had just been stung by a mosquito. The light emanating from the heart-sinking stone necklace seemed too gentle and hypnotizing, with a soothing effect on the soul that felt more like paralysis. The longer he stared at the necklace, the more he sensed an immeasurable swirl within it, absorbing his soul and senses, dulling his nerve reactions to a minimum. Moreover, the necklace felt unnaturally sticky, as if a layer of something was attached to it. When he touched the necklace with his fingers, the sticky substance transformed into tiny worms that hurriedly crawled into his pores, racing up his arm as if their target was his heart. This is not the heart-sinking stone. It wasn't until the sticky sensation neared his heart that Li Yuanjun finally snapped out of his trance. The description of the heart-sinking stone in the Encyclopedia of Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures did not mention these peculiar characteristics. But it was too late. Overwhelmed by the dual assault of illusions and lethal poisons, he couldn't even constrict his pupils. All he could do was watch as Boss Bai extended his finger toward him with a smile. Li Yuanjun's heart tightened, and he instinctively tried to evade Boss Bai's finger. Observing Boss Bai's expression, he noticed that the space pirate leader had completely transformed. Not only were the rat-like traits entirely gone, but there was no sign of satisfaction now that his cunning plan had succeeded. All that could be seen on his wrinkled, pointy head was a look of peace and casualness, giving the impression that he was actually bored. Yes, bored. For Boss Bai, a noble descendant like Li Yuanjun did not even deserve to be his opponent or prey. He was simply yawning as he went about his uneventful, daily work with ease. His calm demeanor made Li Yuanjun feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He wanted to shout, loudly and desperately, so that all the soldiers outside would hear him. However, Boss Bai's finger, aimed at the heart-sinking stone, struck his throat in an unbelievable angle, like a dragon's tail. Crack! With a gentle touch, the force pierced through Li Yuanjun's neck like a helical drill, breaking the Adam's apple without effort. The bones and blood blocked his vocal cords, and his screams were stifled back into his chest. Lightning hardly began to describe the speed of his attack. Even if Li Yuanjun had not suffered the dual effects of the illusions and the venom, he wouldn't have been able to dodge the astounding finger at all. Li Yuanjun was in such pain that veins bulged on his forehead, and, driven by instinct, he tried to command his right fingers to retrieve powerful magical equipment from his cosmos rings. He realized that the boss Bao before him was no ordinary foe but a terrifying monster, far too overwhelming to face. Even if his magical equipment couldn't guarantee a kill, the noise it made would alert the soldiers outside that a shocking battle was taking place within the warehouse. But even this small hope was shattered in the excruciating pain. Boss Spy grabbed his right hand, where the cosmos rings were worn, and closed it unhurriedly. His right hand immediately turned from half-solid to a mess of fluid. All his bones and flesh were crushed, though they were still enveloped by a thin layer of skin. Li Yuanzhen's tears flowed out in pain. It was not entirely due to the pain but more of a physiological response to extreme fear. Even so, he gritted his teeth and prepared for the final counterattack. Folding his right leg like a saber, he kicked Boss Spy's lower abdomen forcefully. Bam! Caught off guard, Boss Spy was hit precisely. Li Yuanzhen was overjoyed and was about to launch a series of continuous counterattacks when he felt something odd. The impact of his knee didn't seem to have collided with flesh and shattered bones. Instead, it felt as though he had kicked into a highly attractive gel that dissipated all his spiritual energy. Ah! Li Yuanzhen was too shocked to react. Boss Spy, however, didn't give him even 0.01 seconds to recover. He sniffed and kicked the man back. Li Yuanzhen felt as though a full-speed starship had crashed into his groin, reducing his entire reproductive system to broken cells and ichor. It was a soul-stirring attack, literally, soul-stirring. Li Yuanzhen opened his mouth and a mouthful of plasma mixed with shattered bones was expelled like a weird spring before he completely dried and collapsed like a deflated balloon. With an expressionless, 30% bored, Boss Spy twisted Li Yuanzhen's neck by 180 degrees. Then, he stuck to the man's back and exerted his strength, giving the high and mighty noble a clear view of his own ass. How dare! Li Yuanzhen's eyes bulged violently, and the veins deeply buried in his face burst. He couldn't have looked more awful. The tough vitality of the immortal cultivators allowed him to speak after he vomited the broken bones and flesh in his throat, but before he could finish his sentence, Boss Spy had already spread his fingers and plunged them deeply into the man's face like burning iron rods, crushing his entire skull. Boom! Violent white flames erupted from Boss Spy's fingers and palms, piercing through Li Yuanzhen's shattered skull and destroying the brain tissue and the soul hidden within. Soon, the deputy leader of Li Wuji's fleet was reduced to ashes. Then, Boss Spy yawned so hard from boredom that his eyes almost watered. Whistling a strange tune of space pirates, he raised his wrist to check the time and the progress of other procedures. Next to Li Yuanzhen's ashes, he retrieved a human-shaped spiritual puppet from his cosmos ring. The puppet was similar in height and size to Li Yuanzhen. Boss Spy activated the spiritual puppet and quickly pointed at the operation menu on the puppet's breastplate. An incredible scene unfolded. Soft light streamed from the gaps of the spiritual puppet, completely enveloping it until it became a vivid, cubic skin that exactly resembled Li Yuanzhen's appearance. Under Boss Spy's remote control, the spiritual puppet, impersonating Li Yuanzhen, stood up and stepped forward, moving somewhat stiffly. This was a stand-in spiritual puppet, designed to enhance the sense of participation during remote meetings. If it were detected by spiritual energy or simply observed up close, it would be easily seen through. However, from a distance, it might fool others for at least 10 to 20 minutes. Right then, knocks echoed from outside. "Come in," Boss Spy said casually. The adulation, arrogance, and aggressiveness that had marked his face for days were now gone. Although still emaciated and hideous, his eyes shone like a clear mirror, absorbing all the stars in the universe, then washing them with his ambitions and reflecting them 10 times brighter. The contrast between his brilliant eyes and hideous face added to his captivating, idiosyncratic charisma. Even if he were a rat, he would be a superalloy rat capable of biting a hole through the three-dimensional universe. If Li Wuji and the many leaders of the space pirates had seen his current face earlier, they would have died before cooperating with such a Boss Spy. The warehouse door creaked open, and 2 members of the Big By pirate gang strode in. No, they weren't soldiers, they were the notorious pirates who had fought the Black Wind fleet alongside Boss Spy, leaping from the Federation to the Imperium to bring calamity to this land. Boss, the guards have been taken care of. All preparations are complete. The traps will close as soon as you give the command, one of them reported, his excitement barely contained. What's the rush? The prey is in the pot and isn't going anywhere, Boss Spy glanced at them and said casually. If a minor incident like this excites you, you'll have a heart attack when we plunder the royal palace of the Imperium of True Human Beings or the Supreme Emperor's mausoleum. There's no need to be anxious. Bring me my battle robe first. Taking a deep breath, one of the two space pirates from the Federation stepped forward, holding a tacky, colorful shirt and a pair of beach pants in both hands. He said respectfully, "Boss, here's the battle robe." "All right." Boss Spy took off his leather coat and messy clothes, putting on the fancy shirt and short pants. Then, he said, "And my boots." "Boss, here are your battle boots." The other space pirate brought over a pair of blue and white flip-flops, the kind commonly seen in public bathhouses. After Boss Spy put on his clothes, he wiped his mouth with a satisfied smile. "Boss, should we bring you a cup of tropical fruit and vegetable ice juice?" his two subordinates asked considerately. "No. Give me a cup of oolong tea. Make it strong." Boss Spy sniffed and said, "Dealing with those morons is too unchallenging. They're not even as good as the tough guys from the Black Wind Fleet." "How boring." "That's right." His subordinates grinned. He stepped out of the warehouse, the unpleasant sound of his shoes echoing continuously. Looking at the blue sky market ahead, where no one knew the god of death had arrived, he waved his hand and said, "There's nothing we can do now. Let's go teach the idiots at the center of the cosmos what real space pirates are." At this moment, the leaders of the other 28 pirate gangs, excluding the Big by Pirate gang, were partying together. Many of them were intoxicated, and even those who were not drunk were blushing and staggering, their basic wariness gone. They did not realize that the members of the Big by Pirate gang were dwindling. From the 100 docks and ports around the blue sky market, the starships of the Big by Pirate gang, which appeared to need maintenance after the intense battle, silently turned their turrets and aimed powerful cannons at the other pirate leaders and Li Wuji's fleet. Huh? Where are the members of the Big by Pirate gang? Despite their stupor, as the warriors of the Big by Pirate gang gradually vanished, leaving only the flag of a white mouse that was shaking its bottom, many space pirates began to sense that something was amiss. They looked at each other in confusion, feeling sharp, icy stings down their spines. The alcohol that had been in their systems turned to cold sweat, seeping out of their pores. Not good. Finally, some experienced pirates cried out in desperation, "We've been tricked. Scatter now." Unfortunately, just like Li Yuanjin earlier, it was too late when they realized they had been deceived. Beyond the artificial atmosphere above the blue sky market, in the depths of space, twisted waves spread as the starships engaged in fierce combat. In the blood-red expanse of space, Li Wuji's fleet suffered a critical blow from Fist King, Lei Zhonglia, and their first defensive firewall burst. In the central square of the blue sky market, devastating explosions also erupted among the vicious space pirates. The first explosions did not come from the giant cannons on the docks and ports, but from the wine buckets surrounding them. Most of the wine buckets had a hidden layer at the bottom where crystal bombs were concealed. Just now, when the soldiers of the Big by Pirate gang carried those powder kegs right before their eyes, nobody noticed anything amiss. Some of the larger buckets delivered in the last few rounds only had the deep red wine on the top layer, while the main body of the buckets was entirely filled with crystal bombs. After chugging 3 buckets of wine liquor with Boss Spy at the start, nobody was interested in the strong liquor anymore, and none of them ever tried to tear apart the wine buckets to see what was inside. The buckets were rolling around the party randomly. Some were even used by the space pirates as tables or chairs. Who could have thought those buckets were actually life-enders? At this moment, when all the wine buckets exploded simultaneously, it was as if 10,000 fireballs had crawled out of the ground, engulfing all the pirate heads. The first crystal bombs that detonated were mainly of two types. The first type was, of course, the explosive and incendiary bombs with high damage. However, the more sinister ones were the interferential bombs, which boasted incredibly powerful sabotaging abilities. Once detonated, they could generate an extremely violent, chaotic magnetic field in the nearby space, preventing most magical equipment, particularly space magical equipment, from functioning. To be more precise, they could temporarily block the release and retrieval of the Cosmos rings. Of course, many advanced Cosmos rings with powerful performance could still operate steadily without being affected. However, such advanced goods were clearly beyond the means of those pirates. Having come here for a celebratory dinner, the pirate leaders had no reason to be fully armed. They had hidden all their crystal suits and attack magic equipment in relatively common Cosmos rings. The batch of interference bombs that Boss Spy arranged paralyzed their Cosmos rings for 1 to 3 minutes. It was a fatal delay. In the first second, many pirate heads were blown apart, their limbs flying through the air and burning into ashes in the fierce flames. Most pirate heads were already sozzled, the circulation of spiritual energy moving extremely slowly. It was remarkable if they still retained half of their combat ability. How could they resist such overwhelming flames? Even more terrifying was the ominous thunder that echoed from the sky before they could extinguish the fire on them. The warships of the Big By pirate gang, docked at the periphery of the Blue Sky Market, aimed all their cannons at the central square of the Blue Sky Market, launching relentless and continuous bombardments. The common cannons on regular warships could easily have a caliber from 0.5 meter to 1 meter, and the advanced cannons were even more astonishing. When tens of thousands of tons of bombs rained down like a storm on the many space pirates, their power was unimaginable. It was an outright catastrophe. They might have been melted into debris even if they were wearing crystal suits, not to mention they had no chance to retrieve their suits and could only resist with their flesh and blood bodies and hastily condensed, unstable spiritual shields. It was simply unstoppable. Boom! 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 The Big By pirate gang unleashed a firepower fiercer than in any battle they had fought before. One couldn't help but worry that the entire Blue Sky Market would be destroyed by the barrages. After several rounds of bombardments, the ground of the central square was lowered by 0.5 meter. There were no traces of the past left, and the only things to be found were the overlapping craters. Ah! 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 Many things that did not look human at all were writhing in the fire among the craters, letting out screams that rose above the surging smoke. Walla! 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 From the depths of the smoke, the clattering sounds of crystal suits echoed, like the laughter of the god of death. With a smile of iron and blood, Boss Spy gradually emerged from the smoke. His left hand was on his back, and he held a cup of iced oolong tea in his right. He moved through the fire and smoke as if taking a leisurely stroll in a gentle breeze after a satisfying lunch. He could not have looked more at ease and comfortable. Boss Spy! Boss Spy! In the central square, which was nearly melted into a pool of magma, several space pirates in tattered clothes, their skin blackened and nerves shattered by the explosions, staggered toward Boss Spy like vengeful ghosts. Boss Spy did not even acknowledge them. Airwaves even more violent than the barraging cannon blasts surged from his body, as if an invisible god of slaughter were rising to the sky and striking down on his behalf. He did not move a finger as the few pitiful wretches were flattened into meat pies. Brothers! Boss Spy narrowed his eyes and took a deep breath of the scorching, foul air. Smiling, he declared, word by word, "Let's wash this place with blood." Beep! 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 Countless warriors of the Big By pirate gang, clad in heavy crystal suits and laden with 5 times the usual ammunition, leaped out of the smoke and split apart to Boss Bai's two sides like iron torrents. They charged into the smoke ferociously, reaping the lives of the few remaining survivors without mercy. The pirate leaders, having suffered through a series of traps and strikes, were already 90% dead. How could they have stood a chance against the federal space pirates, who were well prepared? To make matters worse, they faced Boss Bai, an expert in the divinity transformation stage, who advanced to slaughter anyone with the slightest hint of exuberant spiritual waves. How could any pirate leader escape him? Why, one of the pirate leaders, who had just been toasted by Boss Bai, waved his burning arms and screamed in confusion, "We have obviously surrendered to you and elected you as the commander of the National Protection Army. Why are you still killing all of us? Why? Hee. Are you obeying me sincerely, or are you just pushing me out as a shield and a scapegoat?" Boss Bai said with a smile. "It's true that I'm very interested in your starships and the experienced, skilled sailors and artillerymen on them, but their leaders are no use to me and only add to my troubles. Besides, the National Protection Army? F***K the National Protection Army. It's just cannon fodder for the four families. I would rather be **Ted on than be humiliated like that." Hardly had he finished speaking when he withdrew a scorched saber from a crater and slashed the burning pirate into two pieces. "Boss Bai, what is your cultivation?" Another fearsome-looking pirate charged over fearlessly and roared, "I don't buy it. Are you not in the nascent soul stage?" "I haven't been in the nascent soul stage for 300 years, Boss Bai replied. He cut through the man's heart in a single strike, then crumbled his hair from a distance. Sighing at the mist of blood, he spoke casually, "You've lost your mind, Boss Bai, you've truly lost your mind." The third pirate leader, realizing that Boss Bai had the strength to kill two of the most ferocious pirates as easily as squashing bugs, was too shocked to attack. He shouted to cover his fear, "You provoked the business alliance of 10,000 sectors by raiding the blue sky market for the four families. Now you're swallowing us right in front of Marquis Youngchun. You're inviting death, you'd better consider the consequences, you." "Captain Zhao, you're mistaken about one thing," Boss Bai said, as if it were no big deal. "I'm not just swallowing you in front of Marquis Youngchun, I plan to devour Marquis Youngchun's fleet as well. In fact, they are the main course, while you are just the appetizers. If my goal were to swallow small fries like you, it would have been too much trouble." "You?" The pirate leader was stunned by Boss Bai's audacity. "You want to swallow Marquis Youngchun's fleet? You've provoked two of the greatest forces in the Imperium of true human beings. There's no place for you in the entire universe now. Do you plan to fight everyone at once? We are space pirates. Space pirates are born to fight everyone, the entire world, and the universe." Boss Bai sighed with a mix of confusion and resignation. "You people aren't even ready to do that, and yet you're mimicking others to be space pirates? What do you want exactly?" Shuddering, the pirate asked, "What benefits would you gain by infuriating the reformists and the four families? What could you possibly get?" "Freedom." Boss Bai stepped forward, slashed him apart, and smiled. "Unparalleled freedom." In fact, the half-fleet that Li Wuji left in the blue sky market could have stopped Boss Bai from the massacre, with at least a 5% chance. However, they were too proud to join the space pirates' carnival. Naturally, they drank far less wine and remained vigilant and organized. If they had realized what was happening, they could have caused significant trouble for the Big Bai pirate gang, which was badly outnumbered. However, they were delayed by another group of ferocious lunatics, members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the captured reformists from the previous battle. The important captives, such as the deacons of the business alliance and Zhua Tianying, the market manager, were tied up and delivered to Li Wuji's starship, ready to be escorted to the four families' territory. For the general warriors and members of the business alliance and the reformists, it was neither necessary nor practical to bring all of them along. Resources are precious in space travel, and each additional person on board would increase fuel consumption during space jumps. Their daily needs would also add to the costs, even if they were in hibernation, as they would still require freezing drugs. Since the most significant culprits were taken away, the less important captives were simply locked in the blue sky market, where they would either be executed or sold to mines and farms as slaves. This way, they could generate more value and help offset the costs of capturing them. The captives were kept in cages not far from Li Wuji's half-fleet, which made it easier to watch over them. However, as the space pirates partied fervently and Li Wuji's soldiers grew tipsy and less vigilant, undercurrents of unrest rippled among the captives. "Let's fight them," I heard were the first rebels captured in the Imperium's peripheral worlds. "They'll surely execute us to set an example. Let's fight them. I heard that when the new emperor ascends, he'll tear us apart and use our blood to anoint his royal robe. No, we won't live to see the new emperor crowned. I heard we'll be executed as offerings to the flag before the coalition fleet of the four Kurfürsten attacks the Seven Seas Grand Market. It won't be long." The captives' anxious roars coalesced into a torrent of fury. Yet, even if they wished to fight, they were imprisoned and shackled with dozens of kilograms of manacles and chains that would release powerful electric arcs if pulled. The bars of their cage were also electrified, with blue sparks continuously arcing. Outside, tough space pirates and regular soldiers guarded the area, ready to summon Li Wuji's fleet at the first sign of trouble. Theoretically, the defense was flawless, which was why the pirates and soldiers were relaxed and celebrating. But even the strongest fortress can be breached from within, especially when sleazy rats had infiltrated during its construction. Just as the captives were overwhelmed with panic and helplessness, an astonishing change suddenly occurred. The few pirates from the Big By pirate gang who were watching over them outside the prison floated to the back of the regular soldiers like white ghosts. They covered the soldiers' mouths, cut their throats, and stabbed poison daggers into their chests. A group of people with unknown identities entered, carrying dozens of cosmos rings and a few boxes of magical equipment. Opening the doors of the prison cells, they threw the keys to the manacles and shackles to the captives. "Fellow cultivators, don't panic. We are all spies that General Deacon Jin Yuyan sent to the Big By pirate gang, fearing the by-surnamed scoundrel would betray us. Indeed, he has proven treacherous. After receiving so many benefits from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, he has quickly sold us to the enemy. Right now, Boss Spy likely has the list of the spies. We have nowhere to run. So, let's make a grand stand with the brothers here before we die. Brothers of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and reformists, we are all in a hopeless situation. Any hesitation could lead to a fate worse than death. What's there to think about? Let's do it. If you kill one person, it will be worth your life. If you kill two, you'll be making a profit. Walla. 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 The captives were freed, and chains words, vibration sabers, and storm bolters were distributed to the hands that were trembling in fury. To be honest, the mysterious person's claim that they were Jin Yuyan spies sent to Boss Spy had obvious flaws. However, these flaws could only be noticed in a calm environment with enough time to think. But right now, the captives were surely dead and had nothing to lose. With leaders like Zhou Tianying taken away by Li Wuji, the remaining captives were mostly middle and low-level members who lacked sufficient information and wisdom. Facing imminent death, someone offered them a last chance. How could they remain calm to think? Let's go. Kill them all. The captives, led by a few spies, gathered into a violent wave and leapt out of their prison cells, charging towards the nearest garrison of Li Wuji's fleet. Just 10 seconds ago, cannonballs from the starships in the port had flown past their heads and landed on the regular army's garrison with ear-splitting shrieks, a near-perfect coordination of soldiers and cannons that Boss Spy had practiced for hundreds of years. Although Li Yuanjun was not well known in the Imperium's army and had been killed by Boss Bai in one attack, he was indeed an experienced general. Even his temporary garrison had been constructed among several underground fortresses and firing points in the Blue Sky Market, with defense arrays and watchtowers deployed. Thus, the first round of barrages from the Big Bai pirate gang inflicted limited damage on the regular army's garrison. Unlike the space pirates in the central square, the regular army who had retreated into the underground fortresses in time retained most of their combat capability. The captives' unarmored attack could only cause minor disruptions. However, due to the lack of leadership following Li Yuanjun's death, these minor disruptions might escalate into chaos lasting half to 1 hour. For Boss Bai, 1 hour of turmoil was enough. While Li Wuji's fleet was detained by the captives, Boss Bai eliminated every pirate leader who attended the celebration dinner. Without time to clean the bloodstains from his crystal suit, he pointed his saber at the middle and lower-level sailors of the 28 pirate gangs, which were 10 times larger than the Big Bai pirate gang. Everyone, listen up. By the Lord's command, General Li Yuanjun and I will reorganize the National Protection Army. Boss Bai waved his saber ferociously and walked with the spiritual puppet disguised as Li Yuanjun, speaking to the bewildered and panicked space pirates. The Lord and I have treated you fairly and sincerely, intending to recruit you into the glorious army of the Imperium. However, a few greedy and treacherous men dared to maintain ties with the rebels, inciting the captives to revolt, hoping to oust me. These shameless scoundrels have been subdued by General Li and me. Here are their heads. If you are loyal to the country, lay down your magical equipment and weapons, squat where you are, and raise your hands. I know this is not your doing, and you will not be punished. After reorganization, your positions and ranks will be no less than they are now. There will also be great rewards tomorrow morning. Whoever resists will join those dead pirates in hell. Boss Bai's cries, along with the bloodied, disfigured heads, terrified the space pirates. Their bones felt weak. No one had expected a celebration dinner to end like this. Why were the two sides fighting each other so savagely? However, it was far from unusual for the regular army to perform a bloody regrouping through iron and blood after they suppressed the bandits and rebels. Boss Bai said that it was Li Wuji's intention, which wasn't entirely impossible. Even the bloodiest regrouping, or to put it more bluntly, factional fight, often only involved the pirate gang leadership. For the sailors, artillerymen, and other workers at the bottom, they wouldn't be greatly affected. After all, the starships needed to be manned, and they were the ones who actually did the work during the killing and looting outside. If they were all killed, the pirate gangs would be mere shells, and Boss Bai would be a commander of no one. Why bother with a factional fight at all? What Boss Bai said resonated with the tradition of space pirates. Many of them were 30% convinced on the spot. As space pirates, they had long discarded their loyalty and devotion, always following whoever had the biggest fists. It didn't matter if their bosses were slain by others, they could always find a new, stronger boss. What's the big deal? Besides, it was chaos now. Their starships were waiting in the docks for maintenance, unorganized. The space pirates around them were mostly from elsewhere, and they had only met half a day ago. Most were half-drunk and could hardly grasp their sabers. Even if they wanted to avenge their bosses, how could they manage it? Charging forward to slay Boss Bai first and then Li Wuji later? That was certainly a joke. Clang! Clang! Many veterans who had been space pirates for decades, having been through dozens of factional fights and changed multiple bosses, immediately tossed their chainswords and storm bolters far away. Holding their wine containers, they squatted and smiled at the less experienced rookie space pirates. It's all right, it's all right. The bosses are fighting, which is none of our business. Everything will be fine as long as you squat and don't do anything. Naturally, not all the space pirates were as smart. Some, either fearless or brainless, went on a rampage and resisted. However, under the thunderous might of Boss Bai's divinity transformation stage, their resistance was obliterated without the slightest resistance. Half an hour later, all the space pirates were disarmed, and the key locations of the Blue Sky Market fell into the hands of the Big Bai pirate gang. Li Wuji's half-fleet was the only resistance left, fighting from hidden fortresses and firing points. Compared to the space pirates who quickly switched sides, they were much more determined and had a higher combat ability. Completely destroying them would greatly test the Big Bai pirate gang's limited forces. Boss Bai did not intend to annihilate these people. The well-trained, experienced soldiers in the regular army had more honor and discipline than the space pirates. They were too valuable to kill easily. Then, waving the blood off his saber, Boss Bai stared at the trembling stars deep in the burning sky. The next battlefield will be space. Thousands of tides of power spurted from the rune arrays of his crystal suit, and Boss Bai transformed into a streak of white light, dashing toward the space battlefield. The intense battle in space continued. Eternal Spring, the flagship of Li Wuji's fleet, was surrounded by over 10 rapid cultivator warships, like a buffalo besieged by hyenas. It charged in all directions, but failed to break free from the enemy's fire net. Meanwhile, the enemy poured relentless firepower into the starship through the ruptures in its hull. The spiritual shield and defense rune arrays of the Eternal Spring were completely overwhelmed. Every round of barrage would trigger an astonishing explosion. Tremendous debris, and even the limbs of immortal cultivators, were absorbed into the vacuum, spurting out like the blood of a behemoth. Suddenly, a cluster of dazzling brilliance burst from the head of Eternal Spring, and a colossus as pure as jade leaped out. The honeycomb-type cannons on its shoulders blossomed like lotus flowers, releasing hundreds of streaks of brilliance spectacularly. Dozens of space shuttles and even a rapid warship on the cultivator's side were blown up in succession, significantly easing the pressure on Eternal Spring. The Colossus was none other than the Lotus Buddha, personally piloted by Li Wuji. The arrival of the Colossus momentarily paused the intense battle, as everyone was deeply astounded by the flames of spiritual energy he unleashed. However, Li Wuji's mood did not improve at all due to this pause. As far as his eyes could see, the space battlefield was a scene of chaos and gore. He felt dizzy and almost wanted to vomit blood and cry out. The fleet he had built over decades with all his and his allies' resources was now doomed. Most of the starships had been crushed or thrown back the moment they entered the fourth dimension. They had either become icy metal coffins, where all crew members were killed by the space ripple shards, or they had transformed into gigantic, twisted baguettes, with serial explosions breaking out non-stop, and crew members darting out from the damaged ships like miserable sparks. The main starships, like Eternal Spring, which boasted a sturdier structure and superior defense, might have survived the four-dimensional storm's devastation. However, when they channeled their extreme computational power to activate defense rune arrays and damage control systems, the backdoors were left wide open, allowing the cultivators' viruses to infiltrate relentlessly. The accursed Fist King Lei Zhonglia, exploiting the pre-implanted backdoors, infiltrated their battle network, thoroughly paralyzing their command and coordination systems. Modern warfare is a systematic endeavor, where a single starship or colossus is insufficient to determine victory. Command and communication are paramount. While the cultivator's ragtag fleet, cobbled together through recent pillaging, could not match Li Wuji's fleet in overall strength, they struck at the perfect moment, crippling his command and communication systems. This isolated the surviving immortal cultivator starships, giving the cultivators a decisive edge in numbers, firepower, and maneuverability on the battlefield, thus turning the tide against all odds. For the cultivators, this miraculous turn was the immortal cultivator's worst nightmare. Witnessing his fleet being obliterated by the cultivators, causing widespread chain reactions, Li Wuji felt his heart might rupture. Damn it! I'll show no mercy. Not a single one. With bloodshot eyes and disheveled hair, Li Wuji roared inside the spiritual abode of his colossus. Soon, he locked onto the largest warship of the cultivators, which emitted the most intense spiritual waves, and charged toward it in his colossus. It must be the flagship of the cultivators. Taking down their flagship with the unparalleled combat power of the colossus, as a clean decapitation strategy, was perhaps his only chance to alter the battle's outcome. Accelerating to its highest speed, the Lotus Buddha covered the thousands of kilometers in an instant. The insignia of the crowned fist on the enemy's flagship were visible. Suddenly, the gate beneath the cultivator's flagship slowly opened, and a cluster of objects resembling iron stars was released. With dazzling helical flames trailing behind, they charged straight at Li Wuji without dodging. How dare you! The invisible mystic rays from the Lotus Buddha penetrated the iron stars swiftly but detected no intense spiritual waves. Realizing the target was not a colossus, Li Wuji couldn't help but sneer. Just a pile of trash daring to stand in my colossus path? How will you stop me? 10 seconds? 20? A whole minute? As he spoke, the iron stars had reached Li Wuji and began to stretch out in space, forming an iron giant hundreds of meters tall. Despite its size, it looked just as Li Wuji described. Cables, gears, and tubes were exposed to the vacuum, suggesting a haphazard assembly of scrap metal. It was essentially a human-shaped mountain of garbage and seemed to lack any combat ability. Are you Fist King Lei Zhonglia? Li Wuji sneered. Ripples of spiritual energy in the shape of lotus flowers spread from the arms of his colossus as he punched at the chest of the iron giant, which was hundreds of meters tall. Big but worthless. Boom! The waves of spiritual energy raised by the Lotus Buddha left lotus-shaped marks on the chest of the iron giant, piercing through its stomach unstoppably. Even the loosely connected limbs seemed about to break apart. It seemed truly as worthless as Li Wuji declared. However, before Li Wuji could let out a mocking smile, the iron giant, hundreds of meters tall, exploded on its own. The deeply buried crystal bombs in its chest detonated, releasing a highly unstable magnetic field that swallowed Li Wuji's Lotus Buddha like a bloody mouth. The Colossus scanning and Li Wuji's senses were greatly disturbed, leaving him temporarily blind and deaf for a second. 1 second later, the remnants of the iron giant, now transformed into vipers, tied up the limbs of the Lotus Buddha. Dozens of small spiritual puppets, which had been lurking inside the iron giant, now spread after the explosion, crawling on the colossus and searching for the tiniest gaps while the Lotus Buddha was overwhelmed. Z. 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 The fingers of these tiny spiritual puppets could transform into delicate tools. The moment they found a gap on the colossus, they immediately began cutting and digging, trying to break into the colossus and block the tubes of spiritual energy and fuel, or even to enter the spiritual residence and capture Li Wuji directly. Li Wuji had planned to perform the decapitation strategy on the cultivators. Little did he expect that Fist King Lei Zhonglia, who had an incredible life form, was also trying to crawl into his spiritual residence to perform the decapitation strategy on him. Hardly had he recovered from the serial explosions when he found dozens of annoying bugs on his colossus. Li Wuji was both exasperated and scared, realizing he had been tricked by Fist King Lei Zhonglia. The iron giant, hundreds of meters tall, was not the Fist King's real body at all but just an exaggerated disguise. One of those small spiritual puppets was his actual self. Damn it! It's truly as expected of the shameless cultivators. Li Wuji bellowed, as tides of spiritual energy were unleashed from the Lotus Buddha, trying to blow away or burn up the spiritual puppets that had crawled onto his body. He was partly successful. A couple of spiritual puppets were indeed burnt up and blown far away. However, some other puppets were made of unknown materials. Even temperatures of thousands of degrees were not enough to disable them. After tearing apart tiny cracks on the colossus, they extended sharp thorns from their mouths and stabbed in. Astronomical amounts of information immediately flooded the Lotus Buddha's mainframe crystal processor, attacking the firewall and fighting with Li Wuji for control of the Colossus. It was almost as if the Fist King intended to occupy Li Wuji's Colossus for himself. Caught unprepared by the enemy's bizarre tactics, Li Wuji was at a loss for what to do. However, it took him only half a second to realize what was happening. After a shriek, he controlled the crystal processor frantically, establishing new, temporary, and dynamic firewalls to block the Fist King's self-awareness, soul, or aggressive program. Li Wuji's resistance was successful, for now. The main crystal processor of a Colossus was too advanced for the Fist King to hack quickly. However, this resistance drained all of the Colossus' computational power, to the point that Li Wuji didn't notice another Colossus that had silently appeared behind him. It was a bright gray, inconspicuous, and even somewhat Weasley Colossus, like a super-large iron mouse over 20 meters tall. But no, the Colossus with arc-shaped blades on its elbows and toes was more ferocious and aggressive than a mouse. It resembled a velociraptor, agile, swift, and highly combative from the prehistoric age. This Colossus was none other than Boss Bai's mount, the Kleptomaniac. The Kleptomaniac was a Colossus that epitomized agility, swiftness, stealth, and assassination, and could almost be called the sleaziest Colossus in the entire universe. Its sleaziness was vastly different from Li Yao's battle style. Regardless of his daily behavior or his cautious approach to strategic choices, Li Yao's style was always open and straightforward in head-on clashes. In contrast, the Kleptomaniac seemed like an invisible whirl of air, stealing something from the target whenever it passed by. The first time it encountered the Lotus Buddha, the Kleptomaniac stole a piece of the breastplate. The second time, it stole a power unit from the left rear of the enemy's torso. The third time, it even stole the entire left shank of the Lotus Buddha. In terms of combat ability, Boss Bai Xingjian, who had broken into the divinity transformation stage decades ago in the Star Glory Federation and had the battle experiences of 2 lives after the fusion of Pirate Potentate Bai Xinghe and Supreme Pirate Yan Xinjian, was far stronger than Li Wuji. Even in a one-on-one duel, Li Wuji wouldn't have been a match for him. However, in a battle between 2 experts in the divinity transformation stage, Li Wuji could always flee if he couldn't defeat Boss Bai. However, there was still the Fist King to consider. The Fist King was not human, fundamentally, it was a permanent battle puppet with auto-thinking and auto-fighting abilities. While it was not entirely the same as information lives like Xiaoming and Wenwen, it was still quite similar. The First King's true form was not any of the spiritual puppets clinging to the Lotus Buddha. Instead, he was the aggregation of all the spiritual puppets. He had even infiltrated the Lotus Buddha's database and operating system through the spiritual puppets, significantly disrupting the Lotus Buddha's battle. It was a form of possession of one machine by another. When the terrifying Boss Bai and the peculiar First King attacked Li Wuji together, the Marquis of the Imperium had nowhere to run. For a moment, he was battered by waves of spiritual energy, while the world spun around him. Blood spurted from every pore on his body, staining the pristine spiritual abode into a mess. The operation menu on the virtual light beam inside the Colossus spread out fuzzy ripples, mincing all the data and instructions. His control over the Colossus was rapidly slipping, as if a sharp blade had stabbed into the nerves connecting him to the Colossus, brutally severing his soul from the Colossus. Voila! Under the relentless attacks of the 2 experts, Li Wuji's defenses completely crumbled. The Lotus Buddha's limbs flailed wildly as it convulsed. The Kleptomaniac took the opportunity to crouch into a giant iron ball and crashed into its chest, both breaking through the bridge of eternal spring with a trail of sparks and lightning. The collision of the 2 colossi produced an explosion like 1,000 crystal bombs detonating simultaneously. The bridge of eternal spring seemed to have just endured a tornado, leaving it completely paralyzed. Schwa! Schwa! The blades on the kleptomaniac's elbows crossed and pierced into the Lotus Buddha's spiritual abode, narrowly missing Li Wuji's body. The sharp edge stimulated every nerve inside Li Wuji's body like a dark wind from hell. Parts of the superalloy spiritual puppets that made up the Fist King's body also crawled into the spiritual residence through the wide-open breastplate of the Lotus Buddha. Various blades and guns emerged from their bodies, aimed at Li Wuji's temples and chest, making a silent threat. Dizzy from the blast, Li Wuji realized too late that he had lost all chances to fight back. He felt angry, anxious, and ashamed. His head was blank for a long time, and he finally vomited loudly. On the ground of the Blue Sky Market, Li Wuji's half-fleet continued to resist. The Big By pirate gang controlled the firing points to prevent their escape, but showed no intention of attacking further. With the Big By pirate gang holding back, the remaining troops, who had just been bombarded by heavy cannons and lost contact with their leader Li Yuanjun, stayed put. They hoped that if they held on, Li Wuji would notice the situation and send reinforcements with the intact fleet. However, their hope was shattered by a grim reality. While they faced the Big By pirate gang in the hidden fortresses and firing points, a twisted, broken colossus flew in from the artificial atmosphere and hovered above them. It was Li Wuji's colossus, the Lotus Buddha. The soldiers recognized their master's colossus and were about to cheer and counterattack, but then they noticed something was wrong. The colossus was blackened and torn, as if it had just been savaged. Was it nearly as clean and stain-free as Li Wuji usually kept it? What happened? How did our Lord's colossus fall into such a sorry state? The soldiers of the troop looked at each other in bewilderment, all feeling uneasy. Surrender now. The remaining half of the breastplate was kicked away from inside, and Boss Bai and the Fist King leaped out of the spiritual residence, standing magnificently above everyone. Between them was the swollen, tied, and bleeding Li Wuji, who looked terrible. In a daze, Li Wuji was too devastated to face his soldiers, but the blades in Boss Bai and the Fist King's hands were crossed on his neck, forcing him to raise his head so the soldiers could see his face clearly. Surrender now. Boss Bai shouted again, your master has been captured alive. This man lacks the resolve of an immortal cultivator. He did not dare to kill himself when given the chance. Will you serve and even die for such a man? I am unwilling to kill you because you are all the finest specialists in maneuvering starships. If I wanted to, I could surround this place and call all the starships here to bombard you for 5 hours. Who among you could survive, or even keep their body intact? Surrender now. This is your third and final warning. You will either surrender or die. As he finished speaking, swirls spread through the artificial atmosphere, and formidable starships barged in, adding weight to Boss Bai's ultimatum. Pulled by a few smaller starships was the crippled, Eternal Spring, having lost its basic mobility. The flagship was disabled, the commander captured alive, their direct superior missing, and the enemy surrounding them. With the battle reaching this point, it was not dishonorable for any troop to choose to surrender. Even if it were a troop of cultivators, they would have to surrender now. The regular army of the 4 Kurfürst families, especially the young officers, ordinary soldiers, and hominoid slaves, was already unsteady due to the turmoil caused by the reformists. The only reason they resisted without retreating was that their enemies were lowly space pirates. They were driven by a sense of honor. But now, seeing Li Wuji's most humiliating state, what were they fighting for exactly? Clang. Clang, with complex size, the soldiers dropped their weapons, stained with sweat and blood, and surrendered to Boss Bai and the Fist King. It wasn't until this moment that the regular space pirates in the other 28 pirate gangs, who had the numerical advantage, began to realize something was amiss. This can't be right. Didn't they say Boss Bai had joined forces with Marquis Yongchun to reorganize us? Why is Boss Bai fighting Marquis Yongchun's troops? The space pirates looked at each other in confusion, unsure what was happening. Being absorbed by Marquis Yongchun, who represented the four Kurfürst families, was one thing, but being taken over by Boss Bai and forced to face the combined wrath of the reformists and the four families was too absurd. Boss Bai. The treacherous, shameless, and insane Boss Bai. Many space pirates finally understood what was happening. They wanted to pick up their weapons again, but it was too late. The magical equipment and crystal suits had already been seized by the soldiers of the Big Bai pirate gang. They had also been asked to move to the lower areas that lacked any cover. Their enemies watched them coldly from the commanding heights and firing points, with obvious contempt. Additionally, more and more starships were tearing through the man-made atmosphere and breaking the gravity sphere of the blue sky market from above. They hovered above like iron beasts. Many space pirates with keen eyes recognized the emblem of the crowned fist on those starships. Realizing that it was the fleet of cultivators, who had been unpredictably active in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium in recent years, they couldn't help but feel greatly shocked. Boss Bai is joining forces with the cultivators and the terrifying Fist King Lei Zhonglia. This realization crushed the last resolve of the space pirates, who intended to resist, like a 1,000-kilogram hammer. The starships of the cultivators' fleet were mostly stolen from the Imperium's army or even from space pirates. Some were modified from armed mining starships or merchant starships. They were ragged, with below-average tonnage and firepower. But starships were still starships, more than enough to deal with the ants scattered on the ground. One wrong move, and they would lose the entire game. Realizing they had fallen into the most vicious trap from the start, the space pirates could only sigh and accept the rule of Boss Bai and the Fist King with their eyes closed. In less than 24 hours, the Blue Sky Market, a comprehensive business and trade center with abundant resources and the most advanced maintenance facilities, changed hands 3 times. Initially, it belonged to the Business Alliance of 10,000 sectors. Then, it was taken over by the space pirates and the nobles' armies. Eventually, it fell into the hands of the federal space pirates and the cultivators. Hooray! 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 When the Big Bai pirate gang and the Starlight cultivators fleet successfully joined, and the White Mouse twisting its tail, the Starlight, and the Crowned Fist flags fluttered in the burning sky of the Blue Sky Market, all the space pirates from the Star Glory Federation and the Starlight cultivators cheered from the bottom of their hearts. Not to mention the central members of the Big Bai pirate gang, who, despite being nearly invincible in hundreds of fierce battles since their jump to the Imperium from the Federation under Boss Bai's leadership and always returning with trophies, had never conquered a resource-rich and resilient city like the Blue Sky Market or crushed an entire regular army fleet before. This unprecedented victory was not only the pride of the space pirates but also of the Federation on the cosmic frontier. Though they might be humbled space pirates who could face decades in prison in the Federation, it was still their homeland, where their families and friends remained. Their bond with the Federation could never be severed. The bumpkins, from the cosmic fringe, now rampaging through the opulent worlds at the Cosmo Center, were having the time of their lives and shaking things up. Hee hee. While the wealthy regions at the Cosmos Heart boasted superior technology and civilization, when it came to savagery and resilience, the fierce folk from the rugged lands were undeniably more formidable. One day, the brutality of the federal space pirates would be known by everyone at the center of the cosmos. The very first flash that illuminated their name would be today's battle, where the Blue Sky Market was conquered, 28 pirate gangs were defeated, and Li Wuji's entire fleet was crushed. Boss Bai did not lie to them at all. They had a good chance to become the freest people ever and the greatest space pirates in the universe. As for the cultivators from the Imperium, for hundreds of years, they had been struggling on the brink of destruction, and making their voices heard in rage was their best achievement. Even the grand uprisings in the mines and farms often died as abruptly as they started, easily crushed when the Imperium's regular army came to suppress them. They had never dreamed of conquering a massive business and trade hub or shattering an elite fleet of the regular army with their barrages. Even a Marquis of the Imperium had been captured alive by them. More importantly, after occupying the blue sky market, they had gained sufficient assets. The training resources among the trophies would be enough to help many of them break into new levels, significantly boosting their combat ability. The captured starships of the space pirates and the regular army could be maintained and upgraded with the facilities in the blue sky market, comprehensively transforming their currently ragged fleet. In this way, the suppressed fire of the cultivators, which had smoldered for 1,000 years, had the hope of being reignited and spreading once again. How could they not be rejoicing in euphoria? The entire blue sky market had turned into an ocean of joy. The federal space pirates and the cultivators of the Imperium, this odd alliance, sang and danced merrily. Naturally, given what happened to the space pirates and the Imperium's regular army, alcohol was certainly not an option. The victors could only wave their flags vigorously to express their excitement and ecstasy. Beneath the colorful flags, two long-separated partners met again. They were Han Te and Lu Li, the young man and the girl from the Martial Meritocrat sector. The two energetic teenagers embraced each other tightly. The whole world seemed to have disappeared, and they were all that mattered. Han Te. Lu Li. Their eyes, filled with tears, locked onto each other. Reflecting on their extraordinary experiences over the past half-year, it felt almost like a dream. When Li Yao rescued Han Te, Lu Li, Fist King, Lei Zhonglia, and Gao Dashan, the experienced captain from Starlight, from the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector, the area was still under the control of the immortal cultivators. With no other choice, Li Yao sacrificed himself to distract the immortal cultivators, allowing the remnants of Starlight to flee to the edge of the Imperium's fourth quadrant to find Boss Bai. Despite Li Yao's confident declaration, Han Te and Lu Li had little faith in Boss Bai, the leader of the space pirates. They had heard stories about space pirates and knew they were ruthless men with no integrity. Moreover, even the strongest space pirates couldn't match the regular army of the immortal cultivators. Boss Bai didn't know them at all. How could he have accepted such a beaten-down team of cultivators, who would only be a burden to him? However, they had no choice back then and could only turn to the last resort. Through all the difficulties, thanks to the leadership and protection of the Fist King, they finally reached the periphery of the Imperium and, by chance, got in touch with Boss Bai. To their surprise, after observing their small team for a long time, Boss Bai did not turn them down and even offered some surprising advice. You, the cultivators, are too eye-catching. If you stay in the Big Bai pirate gang, the immortal cultivators are likely to notice you, which would be troublesome for both of us. However, since you are cultivators, I won't stand by and watch you die. Here's a solution for you. My Big Bai pirate gang has sailed and raged in the peripheral worlds of the Imperium, developing to what it is today because of our speed and professionalism. We train the best soldiers and use the latest warships with the highest speed, fiercest firepower, and best equipment. However, we often capture a lot of outdated, heavy starships when we loot the immortal cultivators' ports or attack other pirate gangs. I wouldn't take on those burdens, but it seems a shame to just abandon them. By chance, I've just completed a few big jobs and have a lot of such old and cumbersome starships, as well as weapons that are no better than garbage. If you don't despise them, I can offer those supplies to you to help you develop your cultivator fleet. Additionally, I can send a batch of tutors to you. They are seasoned space pirates with extensive battle experience. They will teach you how to establish and command a real fleet. What I'm suggesting is that the Big Bai pirate gang and the cultivator fleet can play complementary roles in our cooperation, with one operating in the open and the other in secrecy. Specifically, I have a lot of intelligence on the pirate gangs currently on the job. However, if I loot them too frequently, I might be shunned by my peers. It would be better if you attack them after they've had a successful raid, when their arsenals are depleted and their warehouses brimming. Alternatively, it wouldn't matter if I intercepted their goods myself as long as you took the blame afterward. We will simply adhere to our agreement. I will have the latest warships, while the other starships will be yours. The remaining assets will be split evenly. Consider this a favor from me to support the development of cultivators in the Imperium. Additionally, the vast resource planets, mines, and farms at the Imperium's periphery harbor immense intelligence and human resources. I aim to work on these aspects, establish a few bases, and turn most of the Imperium's edge dwellers into my supporters or at least willing trading partners. However, it wouldn't be fitting for me to do this. A successful space pirate raising support from the masses would raise suspicion. But your Starlight is well suited for this task, as you have been doing this from the start. Most ordinary people have heard of you and trust you. In summary, while our two factions can appear at odds or even engage in conflict, there is significant potential for cooperation and mutual benefit. If we play our roles well, even if the Imperium's regime doesn't change, we can at least significantly expand our living space. How about it? Are you willing to do that? Given Boss Bai's words, what else could the desperate survivors of Starlight say? Of course they would do it. What followed was exactly as Boss Bai predicted. Initially, he provided Starlight with a batch of outdated but still usable starships. He then sent experienced space pirates to train Starlight soldiers, teaching them almost step by step how to ambush, move, and loot when others were in trouble. Together, they took down several notorious pirate gangs, allowing Starlight to upgrade their gear and develop rapidly. With the high computational mainframe crystal processors, Fist King lay Zhonglia's combat and commanding abilities soared, even surpassing Boss Bai in hacking and cyber warfare. The two parties truly became inseparable. Today, they had conquered the blue sky market together and had taken down 28 pirate gangs and one regular fleet, despite being terribly outnumbered. They announced themselves as a force on the edge of the Imperium not to be underestimated. Everything. It was all truly like a dream. Luli, snap me on the forehead and see if we're dreaming. I don't want to wake up later and find myself suffering on the land of sins. Hante said to Luli with a smile. Luli curled her finger and snapped it at Hante's forehead so hard that he jumped to his feet, then bent over while covering his head, nearly in tears. As he wiped his tears, he burst into laughter. That hurts. This is not a dream. We've truly won. If we can conquer the blue sky market today, it won't be long before we return to the Martial Meritocrat sector with an overwhelming fleet and smash the land of sins into pieces. The young man from the land of sins couldn't forget his devastated homeland. What he couldn't forget even more was the little sister who had escaped from the land of sins with him. The two partners, who had been born and grown up together on the land of sins, went their separate ways after arriving in the boundless space. Ambition and restlessness flowed in Hante's veins. He was fascinated by the unpredictable, unrestrained, and somewhat mysterious and romantic life of space pirates. When he learned that the cultivator's fleet needed a liaison officer in the Big Bai pirate gang to coordinate the collaboration, he volunteered for the challenging and complex role. Upon joining the Big Bai pirate gang, Hante excelled in his position and gradually took on many other roles, eventually finding his calling as an artilleryman. The role of artilleryman involved more than just operating the heavy cannons on starships for attacks. As a fire control officer, a higher rank in the hierarchy, one was responsible for managing the firepower distribution and attack rhythm of a starship or entire fleet. Even a standard mass-produced attack starship boasted nearly 100 cannons of various sizes. In a coalition fleet of hundreds of starships, the combined firepower could be immense. Deciding how to allocate firepower, adjust shooting angles, and modify attack rhythms, whether to attack fiercely or methodically, focus on a single point, or cover a broad area, were critical tasks often left to the fire control officer. In most deep space fleets, the fire control officer ranked second or third, just below the highest commander, and held a position equivalent to the fleet's chief of staff. Moreover, if the fleet commander was killed or incapacitated, it was usually the fire control officer who assumed command, not the chief of staff. The chief of staff provided assistance, but the fire control officer made the final decision. Being an excellent fire control officer required not only abundant experience, calmness, and steadiness, but also talent. Knowing when to unleash all the cannons, when to cancel attacks, when to bombard regardless of spiritual energy consumption, and whether to drop all spiritual shields and focus energy on the turrets for a daring gamble in unfavorable circumstances, these decisions could not be found in books or crystal processors, but had to be made by the fire control officer's momentary spark of talent. Fleet commanders commonly believed that an excellent fire control officer could enhance a fleet's firepower by at least 20% alone. Another widely accepted belief was that the best fire control officers, like distinguished artists, could not be trained but only discovered. Currently, Han Te was still far from being an excellent fire control officer, even if he was considered qualified. However, his calm control of the cannons and distribution of firepower, along with his balanced frenzy and composure during bold gambles, caught Boss Bai's keen eye, revealing his talent and determination to train him. Han Te's character appealed to Boss Bai. Born in the land of sins, a brutal hunting ground and arena where everyone was both predator and prey, Han Te thrived in the Big Bai pirate gang, getting along well with Boss Bai. Despite being accepted as a disciple by Lu Li's father back home, Boss Bai was more than a sufficient mentor. Additionally, he learned a lot from the jade chips Li Yao left behind and from Boss Bai. His progress in half a year surpassed what others achieved in 10 years. Just now, the Big Bai pirate gang's starships discreetly redirected their turrets to bombard the space pirates and the garrison in the Blue Sky Market. Han Te played a crucial role in the precise aiming and the nearly flawless coordination between the infantry and the cannons. He found great joy in it and harbored the ambitious goal of following and surpassing Boss Bai one day. Even after the Big Bai pirate gang successfully joined the Cultivator's fleet, he did not plan to return to their side. Meanwhile, Lu Li remained with the Cultivator's fleet, specifically next to Fist King Lei Zhonglia. The Fist King was a highly advanced spiritual puppet capable of upgrading and eternal survival. His training methods were unique, requiring constant enhancement or replacement of his iron body with newer, sturdier shells. This level of modification and maintenance needed assistance, which he could not manage alone. When Li Yao left the Martial Meritocrat sector, he imparted some of his maintenance knowledge and secret arts to Lu Li through jade chips. The Land of Sins was akin to a planetary-scale magical equipment graveyard, where most devices required self-maintenance and assembly. Children born there often possessed exceptional skills in magical equipment maintenance. Lu Li already had a foundational understanding of magical equipment maintenance, and with her natural adeptness, guided by Li Yao's jade chips and the Fist King's personal tutelage, she managed to keep pace with the Fist King. Now, she has become an indispensable personal maintainer and upgrader for the Fist King. Her sole field of research was maintaining the Fist King's body and making him the strongest being in the universe. Such ancillary work was too dull for the ambitious Han Te, but Lu Li found joy in it. She preferred peace to action, and the lonely journey in space could be quite scary. What could she complain about if she could stay next to an expert like the Fist King and be protected by him all the time? Han Te could be a superhero or a great thief if he wanted to, but Lu Li had her own small dream. It wouldn't be bad if she could grow a tiny land of gold barley. The drastic changes in their lives over the past half-year had made the young man and the 20-year-old girl grow rapidly. The newly grown stubble on the young man's lips was harder than before, and the girl had become much plumper. When they hugged each other today, they felt like the most familiar strangers to each other. After hugging for a long time, they finally saw their own reflections from a long time ago in each other's eyes. 1 year ago, when we were still struggling in the Land of Sins, we never expected so many changes would happen to us, Han Te mumbled, looking at his hands. Or that life would be so amazing and incredible. Indeed. Ever since Grandpa Yao came to our world, our lives seem to be pushed by him into a turbulent vortex, Luli replied with a crisp smile. I wish Grandpa Yao could see us now. I wonder where he is exactly. I truly miss him, but there is no telling when we can see him again. We certainly will, Han Te said. According to Boss Bai, a super tough man named Vulture Li Yao rose in the capital recently. It was probably Grandpa Yao. Master Fist King also said that, but I found it hard to believe, Luli said, taking a deep breath. A cultivator rising in the capital of the Imperium of true human beings? Grandpa is truly perplexing. I can't agree more, Han Te grinned. The two people I admire most in my life are Boss Bai and Grandpa Yao. You don't need to be surprised at whatever miracles they bring about. Don't forget there's still Master Fist King, Luli said, not entirely convinced. You worship Boss Bai, but I think our Master Fist King is more awesome. Hurry, let's meet Master Fist King. You are our liaison officer in the Big Bai pirate gang, after all. Of course, I need to visit him, Han Te said, suddenly embarrassed. Scratching his head, he added, however, can we visit him this afternoon? Or maybe you can wait for me for 2 hours. Just 2 hours? Huh. As Luli was surprised, female chuckles suddenly echoed behind Han Te, and quite a few girls who were plump, petite, or pleasant-looking rushed towards him. Han Te, what are you doing here? You are a minor contributor to the conquest of the Blue Sky Market too. Hurry and celebrate with us. Exactly. We've been waiting for you for a long time, and you snuck out without telling us. We are so sad. Huh, who is this little miss? You look rather strange. Luli looked at the girls who were bigger than her, bigger, in every aspect, and at Han Te in disbelief. They are. Oh, allow me to introduce you. These are the big sisters I've met in the Big Bai pirate gang, Han Te said, clearing his throat without changing his expression. This sister is from the bridge, this one is from the fire control room and is also my senior, this one is from the engine compartment, and this one is an awesome attacker in the space shuttle team. Luli was stunned for so long that her eyes seemed frozen. Eventually, she stammered, They are all your big sisters, then what about me? You? Han Te, unaware of the situation, blurted out, You are my dearest, dearest little sister, of course. I've always treated you like a biological sister, no, a twin sister. You are my most important family. Are you worried that I might have changed after the journey in space? Ha ha ha, you're overthinking, Luli. Let me tell you, whatever I become in the future, even if I am completely deformed, I will always protect you as my twin little sister. Forever. Luli finally couldn't hold it back anymore. The ice was broken, and her tears of anger flowed freely. Huh? Han Te scratched his head. You don't have to be so touched by what I said, do you? Even though we haven't met for a long time, there's no need to be so emotional. How about you go back and tell Master Fist King that I'll find you after I'm done with the big sisters here. It will be at most 2 hours, alright? Alright, alright. Luli's face had contorted into an ugly, crumpled mess. She tried to contain herself, but she still burst out in fury, alright my ass. Just go celebrate with your big sisters, Han Te. I'll never talk to you again. There was often a silver lining, even in the greatest catastrophe. Desperation and hope were two sides of the same coin. What mattered was who picked the coin and from which angle they viewed it. An ancient joke among sailors illustrated this perfectly. When a ship sank after hitting an iceberg, all the passengers on board were killed. For the fish in the kitchen, waiting to be cooked, it was undoubtedly divine salvation. The joke described what Swatian was feeling. After his spiritual energy was locked, his shoulder blade was pierced, and 3 layers of electromagnetic shackles were imposed on him, he had lost all hope. The deacon of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the manager of the Blue Sky Market had been escorted to Eternal Spring, ready to face excruciating tortures and execution. He never expected that Eternal Spring would suffer an ambush during the space jump. Because his prison cell was particularly solid, he survived the intense battles unscathed. He was brought back by the soldiers of the Big By pirate gang to the Blue Sky Market in one piece. Although only half a day had passed, seeing the flags of the White Mouse with a twisted tail and the crowned fist, Zhuotianying felt it was a different life. He couldn't decide whether to cry or laugh. The soldiers of the Big By pirate gang did not seal his senses, and on his way, he saw the devastated regular army and the other space pirates who had been taken captive. He also saw the deformed, blackened bodies of the many pirate gangs, as well as the hills of debris from crystal suits and starships, which almost looked like splendors, demonstrating the victor's power. From the excited soldiers of the Big By pirate gang and what he had seen on his way, Zhuotianying had figured out what had happened in the past half-day and who the new owner of the Blue Sky Market was. Li Wuji, ha ha ha, you didn't see this coming, did you? Boss Bai is truly an extraordinary man, and an out-and-out lunatic. However, Zhuotianying was not too bothered, as his outcome couldn't be worse than being escorted to the territory of the Four Kurfürsten. Soon, he was escorted by a group of the Big By pirate gang to Dock No. 1, where a few main force warships were anchored. With the warships, majestic as mountains, as a backdrop, Boss Bai was chatting with another formidable expert. Zhuotianying was first surprised by Boss Bai's fancy vacation attire before focusing on the bronze mechanical puppet or artificial body on the opposite side. It must be Fist King Lei Zhonglia, a major star in the Imperium's peripheral worlds in the past half-year, and perhaps even scarier than Boss Bai. He did not expect Boss Bai and the Fist King to team up and set such a massive trap for him. It was not the fault of him or Li Wuji that they fell into it without noticing anything wrong. Deacon Zhua is back. After talking with the Fist King for a while, Boss Bai finally noticed Zhuotianying's embarrassment. He raised his eyebrows and said sternly, "Why is he still tied up? Do you not know that Deacon Zhua is an honorable guest of the Blue Sky Market? We have to consult Deacon Zhua on many things, such as the operation and defense of the Blue Sky Market, and the features of the docks for maintenance and upgrades. How can you be so rude? Hurry and untie Deacon Zhua and treat his wounds." Zhuotianying warmed up his wrists, which had become rigid and strengthless after being tied for too long. He grimaced and moaned, cursing Boss Bai in his heart. Such a shameless announcement of being an honorable guest of the Blue Sky Market was something only Boss Bai could say. The reason he was tied up for so long was precisely because of Boss Bai's doing. Why was he pretending to be the good guy? A real man knows when to admit defeat. With 30% fury, Zhuotianying held his head high and said, "Boss Bai, stop being pretentious. Now that I've fallen into your hands, you can execute me however you see fit." "What are you talking about, Deacon Zhua?" Boss Bai looked as confused and innocent as a child who didn't know what mistake he had made. He stepped forward and personally applied ointments to Zhuotianying, speaking in the gentlest and most sincere voice, "It's all a misunderstanding." Misunderstanding. Zhuotianying's head spun as he looked at the Blue Sky Market, where thick black smoke was still rising, and felt like vomiting blood on Boss Bai's face. Innocence radiated from Boss Bai's small eyes. Deacon Zhua may have been greatly offended earlier, but it was simply a trick that had to be played. Without the sacrifices of Deacon Zhua and others, how could we have won the trust of the 28 pirate gangs and Marquis Yongchun, and ensnared them all? Now, even though the Blue Sky Market is destroyed, the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's advanced warships, along with the elite warriors trained over decades, have all fallen into our hands. What a formidable force it is. It can certainly shift the tide of the upcoming Battle of Seven Seas, can't it? Isn't it worth trading the Blue Sky Market for such an advantage? Furthermore, even if I had done nothing, the other 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet would still have overrun the blue sky market. Your downfall was inevitable. With the destruction, did I not gain the greatest benefit for you? Of course, I should have informed Deacon Zhuo beforehand and sought your approval, but that might have tipped off Li Wuji, causing the plan to fail. I chose to risk being blamed by Deacon Zhuo, misunderstood by the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance, and hated by the reformists, and took action without asking for permission. Can you not see my rationale, Deacon Zhuo? Zhuo Tianying, a deacon of the 10,000 Sectors Business Alliance, had traveled extensively and met the most unscrupulous merchants. However, Boss Bai's words today and his guiltless expression still broadens Zhuo Tianying's understanding of unscrupulousness. Suppressing the urge to vomit blood, he panted, his face pale. Boss Bai, we have no grudges. Even if you plan to occupy the blue sky market, you could have just killed me. Why must you humiliate me like this? Humiliate you? I don't know what you are talking about. Blinking his eyes, Boss Bai said sincerely, I meant every word I said. Why is it humiliating? I was thinking of asking Deacon Zhuo to be an intermediary for my cooperation with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors and the reformists. Why would I humiliate you? Cooperation? Zhuo Tianying found it hard to believe and exclaimed, with everything coming to this point, you still hope to cooperate with us? Why not? Boss Bai curled his lips. Peace is the most precious thing for those of us who make a living in the same universe. I am a man who likes to cooperate and make deals the best. Then, Zhuo Tianying was both confused and angry. One day ago, I invited you to cooperate with the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, but you viciously stole my blue sky market and slaughtered many of my members. Now, the smoke has not yet cleared and the blood has not yet dried, and you hope to cooperate with us as if nothing had happened? What? What do you want exactly? Cooperation. From the beginning to the end, I only want cooperation. Boss Bai grew solemn, his face covered in frost. Staring at Zhuo Tianying, he said, Deacon Zhuo, tell me the truth. Was the so-called cooperation yesterday between equals? No, you were just trying to hire the big Bai pirate gang with a high reward to be your cannon fodder, even your dog. Listen up, Boss Bai can cooperate with anyone, however infamous and brutal they are, as long as there are sufficient returns. But if anyone wants me to be their dog, even if they are a god that masters the stars and promises me the entire universe, I won't be interested at all. One day ago, we were not equal, and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors did not respect me at all, so our cooperation couldn't work out. But now, I've proven my sincerity for cooperation through my strength. Perhaps the calmer and more rational members of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors understand the importance of letting bygones be bygones, don't they? Zhuo Tianying lowered his head in silence, his eyes darting rapidly like a frozen blade of grass reviving, as he reconsidered every possibility. We can talk about the details later. Observing him, Boss Bai smiled and said, Deacon Zhuo, you can rest now and think over my proposal carefully. Boss Bai waved his hand, and Zhuo Tianying was taken away in devastation. Another devastated man was brought over. As they passed each other, the two men glared, their eyes bulging. The second person was Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji. Compared to the barely injured Zhuo Tianying, Li Wuji looked much worse off. His head was swollen like a pig's from the explosion set off by the Kleptomaniac and the Fist King, and his face and body were smeared with blood, stains, and vomit, making him writhe and moan weakly. Boss Bai, Lei Zhonglia. When Li Wuji was pushed to Boss Bai's feet, he struggled harder, his eyes almost bursting like hammers. He roared wildly, You're doomed. You won't live much longer. You have nowhere to run. The four families will annihilate each and every one of you and slap you like flies. My lord, Boss Bai sighed and squatted next to Li Wuji. He then said unhurriedly, Save your strength. I truly don't understand why you want us to die so badly. Haven't you noticed that we are now an indestructible team of shared interests, and your position in the Lee family is solely dependent on the future of the Big By pirate gang and the Cultivators fleet? What are you talking about? Li Wuji blushed and shouted hoarsely and desperately, my position and future in my family have been completely ruined by you two damned prisoners. What shared interests are you talking about? My lord, it seems that you haven't quite grasped the situation, Boss Bai said with a smile. Once the news that the National Protection Army rebelled and caused the annihilation of your fleet reaches the territory of the four Kurfürst families, while we will certainly be dead, you will also lose your reputation and never have a chance to make a comeback as the person directly responsible for the failure. You will become a laughingstock and a disgrace, like Li Lingfeng or Li Linghai, won't you? However, listen carefully. What if the news of your failure never reaches your family or even leaves this space zone? Li Wuji was on the verge of collapse, his soul seeming to shrivel as his ambitions dried up. But Boss Bai's words illuminated his mind like sunlight breaking through the clouds. Like a revived snake, Li Wuji tried to sit up straight. Think about it. Right now, the billions of kilometers around the blue sky market are under our control. Not a single starship has escaped. You never had a chance to request reinforcements from your family. Even if you did, the signals would have been disrupted by us, Boss Bai explained. So, as long as we don't reveal the truth, who will ever know what happened in the blue sky market over the past day? Look, the National Protection Army remains organized and is even more cohesive now that the treacherous elements have been removed. As for your fleet, it has suffered heavy losses, but attacking the blue sky market also comes at a cost. As long as the docks hurry to maintain the starships, it won't be impossible to cover it up. Consider this possibility, my lord. The National Protection Army is still under your command in name, and the message you send to your family is not a cry for help but a report of victory, stating that you have conquered the blue sky market, albeit with heavier losses than expected. In this way, is it possible to preserve your honor and position in the four families for now, my lord? Li Wuji was deep in thought for a long time before he shook his head and said, you can't cover fire with paper. The lies will be seen through eventually. I doubt it, Boss Bai chuckled, his sincerity and resolve daunting. Very soon, the coalition fleet of the four families will attack the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors together. The battle will be 10 times bigger than the one in the blue sky market today. Countless fleets will be caught in the chaos, and we will have ample opportunities to take advantage. As long as we continue to expand the National Protection Army by swallowing more fleets in the Seven Seas battle, no one will be able to destroy us. By then, who will care about my lord's little lie today? As long as you are powerful enough, you can call a deer a horse, and no one will argue. Isn't that the rule of the game? Li Wuji's face tensed, as if he did not recognize the space pirate squatting before him. He said in disbelief, You are too crazy. I am an honorable Marquis of the Imperium. You are trying to switch our roles and make me your accomplice and a disguise for the National Protection Army. Wrong. Boss Bai said gently and extended his hand, intending to pat Li Wuji's cheek. But he then realized his hand was too dirty. Embarrassed, he wiped it on his stained and blood-splattered clothes, only making it dirtier with dust and oil. Finally, he patted Li Wuji's face, neither too hard nor too soft. My lord, you're not qualified to be my accomplice. What I need is just an obedient dog. Li Wuji was stunned at first, then burst into fury and tried to strike back. Just cut the hypocrisy. Boss Bai suddenly sped up, slapping Li Wuji's face twice as fast as lightning. Do you know that there are only two kinds of people in the world? No, not the cultivators and immortal cultivators, not the people of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, and not the good guys and the bad guys, but those who are unwilling to be dogs and those who are willing. It has nothing to do with strength, position, honor, power, or any other grand notions, it's just a choice of the heart. I belong to the former and am not willing to be a dog, but deep down, my lord, you are the latter. Don't pretend to be tough and deceive yourself when you can't fool anyone. I can see through it easily. Even if I can't, I can still smell the stink of a dog from your bones, my lord. Therefore, I have high hopes for you, and I believe you will certainly do an excellent job in your new post. Shoal. How dare you insult a Marquis of the Imperium like this? Blushing with fury, Li Wuji struggled to stand straight and tried to bite Boss Bai's neck, but he was immobilized by Boss Bai and couldn't move at all. He could only gnash his teeth and say, "In your dreams. I will die before I cooperate with you and betray my family and the entire Imperium. You despicable bandit, go to hell." Then, "What a shame," Boss Bai said, unmoved. He drew a handkerchief from Li Wuji's pocket and wiped his dirty hands, as well as the greasy sweat on his forehead and the back of his neck, before tossing it back into Li Wuji's face. Right, he suddenly changed the topic. "I wonder, does someone as erudite as my lord know how the waste from crew members is processed in a fully enclosed starship? Oh, if my lord is unaware, I can explain it in great detail. We have a facility called a septic tank, where certain microorganisms can transform human waste into the basic elements needed for the ecological cycle. Seeing is believing. I'm afraid my description isn't very vivid. Why don't I invite my lord to visit it in person? One of my starships was hit in the battle, and the recycling cabin on the bottom level where the septic tank is located is damaged. TSK, TSK, TSK. That scene, that smell, that touch. It's all simply too wonderful." Li Wuji's expression changed completely, and he shrieked like a rooster whose neck had been grabbed. "What are you doing, Boss Bai? What are you doing exactly? I will not spare you even if I become a ghost." "Nothing," Boss Bai replied. "I'm just inviting you to a peaceful and quiet place where you can consider things calmly without being disturbed," Boss Bai said with a smile. "If you do become a ghost there, you will certainly be a well-fed one." No, no, no. Every hair on Li Wuji's body was standing on end and trembling, and he was on the verge of collapsing. Boss Bai ignored his cries, summoned his subordinates, and commanded, "Escort my lord to the recycling cabin at the bottom of the Thunder Snake for a brief rest. Hang him 1 meter above the septic tank and let him drop a little each minute. Once my lord is full and calm, bring him back to me. My lord, this way, please. Make yourself at home. Come on." Boss Bai bowed deeply to Li Wuji and escorted him away with impeccable manners. "Boss Bai! Boss Bai! Boss Bai!" Li Wuji screamed like an undying ghost seeking revenge. Even a pig about to be slaughtered couldn't have struggled harder. His cries were still audible even when he was dragged kilometers away. After dealing with the 2 key figures from the reformist side and the 4 families, and watching Li Wuji's miserable form being dragged away against his will, Boss Bai couldn't help but chuckle. He turned to the Fist King beside him and said, "Let's continue our earlier conversation. Shall we take a walk while we talk?" The 2 experts strolled aimlessly into the depths of the port, where maintenance and upgrades were in progress, and the confiscation and loading of all sorts of assets were underway. The Big Bai pirate gang and the fleet of cultivators were like 2 ravenous bugs lying on a big apple, that apple being the blue sky market, and they were determined to suck up all the juice inside. After the battle of the blue sky market, both Boss Bai, who had swallowed 28 pirate gangs within the market, and the Fist King, who had boldly ambushed Li Wuji's fleet in space, had become gods in the eyes of the soldiers. Wherever they went, everyone cheered and applauded for them. The 2 of them talked and laughed as they walked to a forsaken port. It was not until they were alone that Boss Bai finally said, "This time, the allocation will be the same as before. I don't want to keep any of the cunning and vicious members from the 28 pirate gangs. Just kill all of them. As for those who don't owe much blood debt and can still be reformed, the ambitious and obedient ones will come to me, and the docile ones who are just here to make a living will go to you. Regarding the starships, based on my assessment, only 20% are fast enough to keep up with my big pirate gang. However, I'll need to dismantle the power units and fuel cabins of some starships to modify mine and make them faster. Considering everything, about half of the starships will be at your disposal, which will double the size of your fleet. How about it? Can you handle it? That's not a problem for me, the Fist King replied. In contrast to the talkative boss Bai, the Fist King was taciturn and solemn. He calculated carefully for a while before he said cautiously, "When I was in the land of sins, I was sort of the head of bandits. However, I didn't truly understand what a head of bandits should be like until I came to space and witnessed Boss Bai's methods. We wouldn't have stood any chance of winning without Boss Bai's planning and forethought. I truly admire you, Boss Bai." "You do? That's highly unnecessary. Everything I do is still within the understanding of most people." With a weird smile, Boss Bai suddenly said, "What you have achieved since coming to space, Fist King, is truly remarkable. It makes people not only admire you but also fear you. Even I have been shocked so many times that I can't help but wonder, are you even human, Fist King?" Chapter 2461, The Gaoists, Alien Humans. The Fist King's crystal processor clattered, and a faint smoke rose from the joints of his metal skull. He said casually, "I don't understand what you are talking about, Boss Bai." With his hands behind his back, Boss Bai gazed at the gantry cranes in the port, which seemed like the debris of a giant, and remarked, "When you first came to me with the crushed cultivators, you were just an inconspicuous spectral cultivator, with combat abilities at best in the nascent soul stage, and you knew nothing about starship battles. However, as resources, especially crystal processors, were continuously provided to you, you absorbed all the knowledge like a hungry sponge, growing into a qualified fleet commander at an astonishing speed. Moreover, after crafting a few new artificial bodies, your combat ability leaped from the nascent soul stage to a strange level comparable to the divinity transformation stage, something even the monster Li Yao couldn't achieve. Today, the starships you can command simultaneously outnumber even what I can handle. You're confident enough to take over the starships of the 28 pirate gangs that are in disarray. Not to mention your peculiar skills in cyber warfare. You've truly become a different person in just the past half year. Others who don't know you well might think you've always been this way, but I've observed you closely enough to see that all your changes occurred within half a year. This shocking rate of advancement reminds me of the thorns in the deserts of dry planets. In a drought, they are just a cluster of dry, rigid whiskers, but after one heavy rain, they quickly split apart and cover the entire planet once they have absorbed enough water. The ambush on Li Wuji's fleet was just the same. Your calmness and perfect control of the timing were remarkable. Even I couldn't have done a better job. It makes me wonder, if I were to lead a fleet and start a space battle with you, Fist King, who would be the victor?" While talking, Boss Bai stopped and turned around, staring thoughtfully at the Fist King. By now, they had reached the deepest part of the Forsaken Port, far from the hustle and bustle of the docks. They were surrounded by rusted debris and gargantuan, abandoned loading and unloading equipment. No one was in sight but the two of them. After Boss Bai's words, the world seemed to fall silent, as if an invisible barrier had descended, enveloping them both. The derelict port was poised to become a hellish battlefield. Boss Bai and the Fist King, two enigmatic and powerful figures, faced each other amidst the mountains of scrap metal. The jovial atmosphere from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a palpable fighting spirit. What was bound to happen had finally come to pass. "Finally, it's our turn now?" The Fist King's voice, steady as a machine, did not waver. He spoke calmly, "Boss Bai, you first broke the strong defenses of the Blue Sky Market with Li Wuji and the 28 pirate gangs, then devoured Li Wuji and the pirate gangs with the help of the cultivators' fleet. Now, you're turning on the cultivators and eating them too?" Fist King, you're overthinking it, said Boss Spy, circling the Fist King like a velociraptor hunting for the prey's weakness. Whether you believe me or not, I have no ill intentions toward the cultivators. Besides, swallowing the cultivators' fleet recklessly would only bloat the Big by pirate gang and undermine my combat ability. I am already suffering from indigestion, and eating more would kill me from overconsumption. Rest assured, I have never intended to give the cultivators a hard time. However, the crucial question is, Fist King, are you truly a cultivator? The pointed question pierced deeply into Fist King, casting the permanent battle puppet with auto-learning and auto-upgrading abilities into a long silence. If you are not a cultivator, then who are you? Boss Spy's eyes grew sharper, and his voice more ominous. Or, to be more precise, what are you? Does it matter? Fist King replied. Perhaps, perhaps not. I'm just curious, Boss Spy chuckled, opening his hands. Space pirates are meant to explore uncharted territories, unravel all the mysteries of the universe, and gather all the peculiar and interesting items to our homes for collection. How can I let such a significant mystery as you linger by my side and ignore it? Isn't that right, old Gao? This time, the Fist King was truly taken aback. What did you call me? Everyone knows my surname is Lei. Even if Lei Zhonglia isn't my real name, why would you think my surname is Gao? Maybe it's not a surname, but the name of a clan or a very unique title, Boss Spy observed, his suspicion evident in his voice. Do you have no memory of the name Gaoists? Gaoists? A very unique clan with the surname Gao. The Fist King was even more confused, and activating all his computational abilities did not help. He shook his head. Boss Spy, if you insist on fighting me, I'll have nothing to say, and we'll just see which of us is stronger. But I truly have no clue about these Gaoists. Boss Spy narrowed his eyes and observed the Fist King for a long time, sensing the changes in the super tiny chips inside the Fist King's shell. Not detecting any sign of disguise, he thought for a long time and finally retrieved an item the size of a fingernail from his Cosmos ring. He tossed it over and said, "Take a look at this." "This is..." The Fist King picked it up. Brilliant rays shot out of the 9 crystal cameras on his metal mask as he scanned it quickly. What Boss Spy had thrown him was a crystal chip, or more precisely, a crystal chip that had been almost entirely melted and destroyed by high temperatures. Despite nearly 100% of its surface being melted, it was still obvious that the chip's style differed from the traditions of the cultivators. The twisted stripes on it resembled a complicated and tedious language, organized and expressed very differently from the runes of the cultivators. It naturally carried a certain strange rhythm. The Fist King searched his entire database but found no information on the words, which was quite unusual. The words did not belong to Pangu, Nuwa, or any other primordial species. The Fist King touched the words on the chip with his metal finger, feeling that he had heard a distant, familiar yet strange voice from the almost melted and incomplete chip. "I've never seen anything like this before," said the Fist King, holding the chip in his hands and studying it for a long time. The structure that compresses 100 layers of metal, the strange language etched on the surface, and the mechanism that allows energy to travel between worlds and metals are all vastly different from the training techniques I know. It doesn't even seem like it's from our world. Boss Spy, where did you find this? What's the connection between this peculiar chip and the so-called Gaoists, or me? Why were you sure I would recognize this item, and why did you consider me one of the Gaoists? It seems you truly know nothing. This makes everything even more intriguing. Boss Spy observed the Fist King's reactions all along. He raised an eyebrow, grinned, and said, "You're right about one thing. This strange chip indeed isn't from this world. More precisely, it's not even from within the 3,000 sectors, the territory of human civilization created by Pangu. It probably comes from another world of humans far, far away, or perhaps even on the other side of the general universe." "What do you mean?" The Fist King could cancel his act of surprise at any moment, so he remained extremely calm even after hearing such startling news. He promptly activated the cooling rune arrays in his main crystal processor to maintain high computational capacity. Another world of human beings, what is that? Since you truly know nothing, perhaps I can start from the beginning. After a long pause, Boss Bai said, you may not know this, but before the Big Bai pirate gang rose to prominence in the Imperium's peripheral worlds, we made a jump to the Martial Meritocrats sector. It was our first stop on our journey to distinguish ourselves. However, we didn't go to the land of sins where you were, like Li Yao did later, because we were too numerous and too conspicuous. It would have been impossible for us to sneak onto the main planet of the Martial Meritocrats sector under the noses of Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng. Instead, we wandered in the peripheral space zones of the Martial Meritocrats sector, hoping to gather intelligence and resources and see if we could ambush a few Imperium carriers. As it turned out, we were quite lucky. Soon after we roamed the edge of the Martial Meritocrats sector, we stumbled upon what appeared to be a starship remnant, due to a coincidental outbreak of a space storm. The Fist King asked, what do you mean by a remnant of what appeared to be a starship? Even with your keen eyes, couldn't you tell what it belonged to, Boss Bai? Boss Bai smiled and said, if it were from a starship of the cultivation civilizations, no matter how bizarre it might have looked, all starships share similar structures and mechanisms. I would have recognized it even if it had been burnt to ashes. However, this remnant likely drifted or was teleported from a place on the other side of the grand universe, beyond the 3,000 sectors. It was so seriously damaged during the journey that it was not only twisted but also extremely fragile, as if it would turn to powder at the slightest touch. Even if it were some kind of starship, it bore no resemblance to anything we were familiar with in terms of structure and mechanism. It took a long time before I finally speculated, based on the incomplete tomography, that it was probably a starship from an alien human civilization. Chapter 2462, New Civilization, a Loyal Dog of the Four-Dimensional Lives. Wait. The Fist King said, on humanity's journey to explore the Sea of Stars, they have encountered many alien species, some of which boasted advanced technologies long ago. Some were even capable of building starships and roaming through space. While the remnants of these alien starships are rare, they don't seem to deserve such attention. Why are you so cautious about this particular remnant and refer to them as alien humans instead of alien species, Boss Bai? What is the difference between alien species and alien humans? Because the guests from the other side of the grand universe are too similar to us, Boss Bai replied. I didn't find their corpses, but before the remnants of their starship were destroyed, I managed to catch a glimpse of their appearance through some mottled light and shadow. The individuals of this extraterrestrial civilization had heights and body sizes similar to our own, if not identical. The primary difference was that their skin was relatively fair and rough. Half of them had blonde hair and blue eyes, while the other half exhibited a variety of hair and eye colors. The color differences in skin, hair, and eyes are genetically insignificant. Ignoring these minor disparities, they are almost like our duplicates, our mirror version from the other side of the grand universe. Is that so? The Fist King responded. Both the Pangu civilization and human civilization have yearned to escape the swamp of the 3,000 sectors and explore the unknown on the other side of the grand universe. However, the exploration teams found nothing after traveling billions of light-years beyond the 3,000 sectors. It was determined that there was a desolate area beyond the 3,000 sectors, where resources were highly insufficient, and even the stars had died out. It's like a thick, overwhelming black wall that caged Pangu, mankind, and all the civilizations to come. But Boss Bai, you've claimed that a starship of alien humans crossed the ceaseless black wall from the other side of the grand universe and reached our world, with an appearance very similar to the humans here? Exactly. Looking into the distance, Boss Bai sighed. I've kept it a secret for a long time, but the suffocating blast still returns when I recall it today. Even if those extraterrestrial guests were mud monsters with tentacles all over their bodies and the ability to transform freely, I wouldn't have been as surprised. But they were humans almost identical to us, except their skin was white, and their hair was blonde. Boss Bai, have you heard of habitable zones and standard planets? At that moment, Fist King interrupted and said, the biologists and cosmologists of the Imperium of True Human Beings have concluded, after studying the 100 stellar systems in the 3,000 sectors, that life, at least carbon-based life, has strict requirements for its environment to arise. Carbon-based life can only arise on medium-sized, structurally stable planets. These planets cannot be too close to or too far from their stars, and the stars must be on a relatively peaceful trajectory within the larger system to minimize radiation from the system's center and protect against space storms, while still absorbing constant energy from the system's center. Although the universe is vast, planets suitable for the birth of carbon-based life are few. The areas and trajectories that planets occupy are known as habitable zones. According to the biophysical characteristics of humans, Pangu, and Nuwa, scholars of the Imperium have proposed the concept of a standard planet. A standard planet is not a real planet but an idealized one with a theoretically perfect environment in terms of temperature, atmosphere, gravity, air composition, light, and the distribution of mountains and oceans. All conditions are optimal for the exponential growth of carbon-based life and the rapid development of civilizations. Scholars have established tens of thousands of parameters to evaluate real planets and classify different sectors. Planets that more closely match the conditions of a standard planet are rated higher, making it easier for advanced carbon-based civilizations to emerge. The main planets of the 3,000 sectors are largely similar to the standard planet, with a parameter match rate of over 90%. This is why civilizations like Pangu, Nuwa, and humanity were able to develop. While the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations are over 10 meters tall and have unique features such as multiple heads and arms, they are fundamentally similar to humans on a cosmic scale. In fact, 95% of their genes are identical. This is why the Pangu civilization is considered a father to human civilization. Environments that differ significantly from the standard planet, such as pure gas or liquid planets, or distant asteroid belts, may still give rise to carbon-based life or even civilizations. However, these civilizations often have significant flaws and are far inferior to standard civilizations that develop in environments similar to the standard planet. Then, after the standard civilizations such as Pangu and mankind arose, other carbon-based lives and civilizations tended to be conquered and destroyed. In the end, only one victorious carbon-based civilization remained, which is exactly what mankind looks like now. I've talked so much about habitable zones and standard planets because I want to tell Boss Bai that if there were indeed powerful civilizations capable of crossing the sea of stars on the other side of the grand universe, they would probably resemble human beings, as long as they are carbon-based. This is not a coincidence but a necessity for survival. So, there's no need to be too concerned about that, Boss Bai. Boss Bai nodded and said, exactly. I studied the concepts of habitable zones, standard planets, and also standard civilizations that derived from standard planets, and I felt somewhat relieved. As they say, winners are all the same, whereas losers come in many forms. But at that time, I was truly shocked by the blonde-haired, blue-eyed alien human civilization, because not only did they look like us, the Pangu humans, but our languages and cultures seemed to share many similarities. The crystal chip I gave you earlier must have been inscribed with their language. This is a very unique language system that incorporates musical rhythms. Once you master a simple rule, you can pronounce a word the moment you see it, and even draw energy from the void based on the pronunciation. Unlike us, who must memorize the pronunciations of words, as even a slight change in intonation can alter the meaning. Isn't it amazing? The Fist King's man-made eyes were glittering as he remarked, then, has Boss By understood the language of these blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans, or even their cultural and social system? Not exactly, Boss By shook his head with a bitter smile. As I said before, I only found a tiny bit of debris, which quickly decayed into nothing after it fell into my hands. Apart from the information I managed to scan in time, nothing was left at all. I even suspected it wasn't normal weathering but a security measure. The defense mechanism of those blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans might have erased their traces upon detecting our existence. In the end, this nearly melted chip was all that remained. Oh. The Fist King's eyes sparkled with interest. But Boss By did find something. Otherwise, you wouldn't know the name Gaoists. Indeed, there were discoveries, Boss By said cautiously. But they were mostly my speculations. I can even say that I only found 1% of the facts and had to infer the remaining 99% like a blind person feeling an elephant. Even that 1% might be unreliable and could be my misinterpretation. It doesn't matter, the Fist King said. Why don't you tell me where those alien humans came from, why they came to our world, and how they are related to me, according to your random deduction? Then I'll just say it. Just consider it a meaningless story, Boss By pondered for a long time before continuing. Though they look almost exactly like us, those blonde-haired and blue-eyed humans are entirely different from us, the Pangu humans, in terms of social form and energy utilization. For those of us who live in the world of cultivation, including humanity today in the civilizations of the primeval age, we are all three-dimensional carbon-based beings. We absorb energy from the universe to survive and develop based on our own strength. It is safe to say that we rely solely on ourselves. The Fist King nodded and said, exactly. Mankind and Pangu are of the same lineage. They are even in different phases of the same civilization. They train and evolve using their own strength, the strength of three-dimensional carbon-based life. Boss By said, however, the humans from the other side of the universe are different. Though they are a three-dimensional carbon-based civilization, they coexist peacefully with beings from the fourth dimension or even higher in a symbiotic relationship. What? The Fist King remarked, truly, four-dimensional beings exist? Three-dimensional and four-dimensional beings can communicate and even form a symbiotic relationship? The vast universe is indeed full of infinite mysteries. This is just my speculation. As I said, it's far from the truth. Just consider it a story. Boss By paused for a moment and said somewhat disdainfully, their symbiosis seems more like slavery and tyranny to me. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed humans appear to worship the four-dimensional beings greatly because they have granted them many methods to harness energy and guided their civilization's evolution. So, they venerate the four-dimensional beings as archmagi. These beings were their masters. Their civilization is built on the will of the gods. They must abide by the laws of the gods in all social activities, even the fiercest wars, to utilize powerful forces. They have even defined the propulsion of their starships as a form of wizardry. I have given a name to the loyal dog of the four-dimensional beings. They will be called Wizardless Civilization. Wizardless Civilization? The Fist King mused over the name for a moment. A civilization born from bending to the will of the archmagi in the fourth dimension and utilizing the energy of the three-dimensional universe through the power of the four-dimensional gods? That does sound like an apt name. Then, why did the guests of the wizardless civilization travel so far to reach the 3,000 sectors, where the cultivation civilization is located? Were they planning to invade and conquer this place? Not exactly. Despite the aid of the four-dimensional beings, I don't think their civilization is advanced enough to conquer a powerful cultivation civilization billions of light-years away. They came here as refugees, Boss By explained. I inferred from the few words they left behind at their homeland, an unstable universe where three-dimensional creatures and four-dimensional gods could freely communicate, was hit by an unprecedented disaster that swept across the entire universe. Their homeland was consumed by the disaster, and the entire wizardless civilization was destroyed. The survivors had to flee in countless starships, searching for a slim chance of survival in the far reaches of the universe. This is a common scenario in our universe as well. Many planetary civilizations have had to shift to starships after their homelands were destroyed, becoming nomadic, starship civilizations. Furthermore, I suspect that the disaster that struck the wizardless civilization in the opposite universe may not have been limited to their civilization. It could have been happening to countless others across the entire opposite side of the universe. Too many civilizations were consumed by the disaster and struggled in the vortex of destruction. The runners encountered the fleeing starships of the wizardless civilization, leading to talks, fights, and slaughters. Naturally, those civilizations did not leave any information behind. I don't know what they were called. The Fist King's eyes grew brighter and brighter. With a heated tone, he said, "A catastrophe that swept across half the universe, destroying countless civilizations? That is truly splendid." "It is indeed a splendid, calamitous view," Boss Bai said, mixed feelings in his voice. "Imagine this, an overwhelming flood raises a 100-meter surge, sweeping through the entire dark forest. The forest was once home to many creatures, from insignificant ants to cute bunnies, and dangerous hunters who sharpened their weapons in wait for prey. However, under the roaring flood, the ants, bunnies, and hunters could offer no resistance. They could only gather and flee, but no matter how swiftly they escaped, they could not outrun the devouring flood. In the end, most of the prey and predators in the dark forest were drowned, and only a few lucky survivors lived through the disaster. That is likely what happened on the other side of the universe a long time ago." Listening quietly, the Fist King raised a new question. "Boss Bai, didn't you just say that the people of the wizardless civilization worship and submit to the four-dimensional beings, regarding them as their gods? Why didn't they ask these four-dimensional beings to help them survive the disaster with infinite magic?" "That is something I do not know," Boss Bai said, opening his hands. "Perhaps beyond the four-dimensional beings, there were even more powerful five-dimensional, six-dimensional, or seven-dimensional beings, and the catastrophe was a punishment from these higher dimensions. The four-dimensional beings, despite being worshipped as gods, could barely protect themselves. Or maybe there were different factions, classes, and races among the four-dimensional beings, and the ones the wizardless civilization I discovered worshipped were just a few inferior individuals among them. Furthermore, the four-dimensional beings consider the wizardless civilization in the three-dimensional universe as nothing more than a pet or even a parasite on their bodies. Some parasites live on our skin or among our hair, feeding on the grease we secrete. As long as we do not feel pain or itching, we probably wouldn't bother to deal with them. Do we really care about the life and death of those bugs? By the same logic, why would the Archmagi of the four-dimensional universe care about the survival or destruction of a few bugs in the three-dimensional universe? There is another possibility. Soon after the wizardless civilization in the three-dimensional universe began, the civilization of the four-dimensional beings was, in fact, destroyed. The wizardless civilization developed by feeding off the remains of the four-dimensional beings. The gods they worshipped were merely bodies that had withered billions of years ago. Such dead bodies might provide certain powers under normal circumstances, but what could they do when a catastrophe struck? In the end, the catastrophe destroyed everything on the other side of the universe. Only a few starships from different civilizations managed to escape. On their unknown and potentially endless path of exile, due to insufficient resources, they attacked and destroyed each other. To avoid dying together, they had to disperse in all directions of the universe. Some of these starships moved toward our direction. Eventually, the starship that crossed the almost infinite black wall to reach the world of cultivation was either one or half a starship of the wizardless civilization. Crossing the black wall consumed too much of their energy and resources, and the fate of the survivors was inevitable. After all the trouble, they went extinct after fleeing to the center of our cosmos, near the Martial Meritocrat sector. The Fist King sighed and said, knowing the destruction of their civilization was inevitable, they still came a long way but failed to escape their fate. It is truly regretful. Right, what about the Gaoists? Are they the leaders of this wizardless civilization on the starship? Strangeness and uncertainties appeared on Boss Bai's face as he slightly shook his head and said, I'm not sure what Gaoists are exactly. In fact, the original term was simply Gaoist. It was a frequently mentioned word in the debris of the wizardless civilization. It is a transliteration and has nothing to do with the surname Gao. The term was the most frequently mentioned in the information left by the wizardless civilization, even more so than godly power. Gaoists seem to be some kind of specters or phantoms. However, they are not ordinary phantoms but were trained by the sages of the wizardless civilization, or even a certain man-made phantom with the special ability to communicate with four-dimensional beings. Those capable of using Gaoists freely, or who are Gaoists themselves, could probably be called wizards, which is somewhat akin to cultivators. As the wizardless civilization continued to evolve and develop, they also built starships large enough to accommodate a small civilization, capable of roaming the universe and exploring the unknown. The core of these starships was the Gaoist, which had been further strengthened and upgraded. To put it another way, a powerful Gaoist was like the soul of a starship or fleet. For the wizardless civilization, a newly crafted starship was a lifeless object, no different from metals and stones. Only when a Gaoist was infused into the starship did it gain its own soul and life, performing at 300% efficiency. Moreover, it is precisely because of the Gaoist that the wizardless civilization starship could traverse the vast expanse of stars and the barren black wall to reach our world. I understand now, the Fist King said. You suspected I was a Gaoist due to my rapid improvement in piloting starships and my terrifying control over a vast fleet. Not just any Gaoist, but a highly impressive, super Gaoist, qualified to be the mastermind of a fleet, Boss Bai grinned. This term is quite challenging to comprehend, but it essentially means that different paths can lead to the same destiny. The cultivation civilization has concepts similar to Gaoist. I knew a specialist named Professor Mo Xian, who argued that in a highly advanced civilization, the soul and the body could be freely separated, enabling someone to inhabit different shells or even use a starship as their body. Following Professor Mo Xian's theory, it would not be incorrect to translate Gaoist as men in the shell. Fist King, though we haven't known each other for long, you are one of the few friends, or enemies, I am truly interested in making at the edge of the Imperium. Let's be honest with each other. Are you one of the Gaoists, men in the shell? The Fist King was amused. Why would you think that, Boss Bai? Just because I learned how to command a major fleet in battle in only half a year, and I come from the Martial Meritocrat sector where the starship of the wizardless civilization was destroyed? It was probably just a coincidence. Yes, it could have been a coincidence. After all, the universe is too vast. Even something with the odds of 1 in a billion is bound to happen one day. Boss Bai said. However, you met Li Yao, became friends with him, and were introduced to my place by him. So, it can't be a coincidence at all. I'm afraid you don't know Li Yao very well, but anyone involved with him and anything that happens around him is not a coincidence, but part of a grand scheme and trouble. The Fist King was at a loss for words. Is that so? Exactly. He's like a catalyst that can increase the troublesomeness and danger of anything by 10-fold, if not 100-fold. Boss Bai sighed. So, since you were introduced to my place by that asshole, you can't be a random person, which is why I've been investigating you. Investigating me? The Fist King said calmly, even I don't know exactly who I am. What have you found, Boss Bai? You are in the game, while I'm an observer. How can we be the same? Boss Bai smiled and said unhurriedly, first of all, I know that the starship of the wizardless civilization attempted to launch a few escape capsules before its destruction, but they were all obliterated in a fierce space storm. However, even though the escape capsules were destroyed, pieces containing important information drifted aimlessly in space until they floated to the main planet of the Martial Meritocrat sector or even dropped on it. Isn't that a reasonable deduction? The Fist King nodded. If the starship of the wizardless civilization was truly about to be destroyed, it's reasonable to speculate that all the escape capsules and information would have been launched to fight for even the slightest chance of survival. Secondly, the Martial Meritocrat sector has been an important testing ground for magical equipment in the Imperium of true human beings for hundreds of years. All kinds of bizarre and innovative devices and techniques have been invented here and spread throughout the Imperium after extensive research and experimentation. Naturally, for a very long time, the most distinguished and innovative, or in other words, the most insane and unorthodox scholars, were gathered in the Martial Meritocrat sector. Boss By continued unhurriedly. Let's make another bold assumption. If a genius scholar, who was ambitious and insane, discovered a mysterious crystal chip completely incompatible with the current training system, or a piece of information that had no physical form, by accident during his work in the Martial Meritocrat sector several hundred years ago, what would he have done? Report the issue to his superior and submit his discovery to the country? You must be kidding. This was the Imperium, and he was an immortal cultivator. He had no reason to reveal it to the public, did he? Instead of publicizing the shocking secret and handing over the extraterrestrial treasures to the country, it seemed better to conduct his own studies, using the discovery as a core to absorb new techniques and the most powerful strength from it, right? The Fist King considered this for a while before nodding again. That's right. If he was a classic research-type immortal cultivator, he certainly wouldn't tell anyone else but would research it in secret. He wouldn't publish his findings until he had achieved something significant. Otherwise, it was very likely he would be killed, and his trophies and research would be stolen. Great minds think alike. Next, it would be your origins, Fist King, said Boss By, looking at the Fist King with a laugh. The tutors I sent to the fleet of the cultivators got along quite well with those cultivators and the sinners on the land of sins. Occasionally, they would talk about the culture and history of the land of sins. I also chatted with Han Te about your past and how he met you and Li Yao. Gradually, I figured out your background. Fist King, Han Te is too naive and couldn't stop me from learning what I wanted to know. You wouldn't blame him, would you? The Fist King shook his head. No. My past is not exactly a secret. Everyone from the land of sins knows it. Even if Han Te didn't tell you, other sinners from the land of sins could have still told you. I would have told you myself if you had come to ask me. What's the big deal? Precisely. The background and experience of Lei Zhonglia are certainly not a big deal and can be revealed to the public. Boss By stared at the Fist King like a rat staring at chopped meat. But the more I studied your eyes, the stranger it appeared. I had a strong feeling that you were not Lei Zhonglia. The real Lei Zhonglia, even if dead and given abundant training techniques by spectral cultivators, wouldn't be someone like you. The strange feeling grew stronger after you miraculously rose half a year after arriving in space and grew from a continental bandit on the land of sins into an excellent fleet commander. It became so intense that I was almost certain of it. A tough bandit from the continent has turned into a starship commander so quickly and improved so much in strength. Oh, and you also became a specialist in cyber warfare. Isn't that too unbelievable, Master Fist King? The Fist King was silent for a long time before saying with a bitter smile, "That's true. According to my calculations, such a pace of learning and advancement is truly compelling, especially for someone like Boss By. If possible, I should have kept a lower profile. But it couldn't be helped. I promised Li Yao to protect Miss Lu Li, as well as Han Te, the sinners from the land of sins, and the cultivators of starlight. Li Yao saved my life before, and he is crucial for my future development. So, the promise ranks high in my priority. I have to absorb resources every second to make myself stronger, regardless of the cost. How could I possibly keep a low profile? It does make sense. Besides, even if you intended to keep a low profile, it would have been useless. With a casual smile, Boss Bai said, someone as unique and strong as you is like a supernova in a dead universe. Your brilliance can be felt from tens of billions of light years away. No matter how you disguise yourself, you cannot stay hidden. The Fist King said, maybe. Then, if I am not the real Lei Zhonglia, who do you think I am, Boss Bai? Who? Boss Bai countered, it seems you hope to be a person, but I don't think you are one, at least not an ordinary person. You are a Gaoist, man in the shell. I am not. There was a vague sadness and confusion in the Fist King's calm voice. I don't know what I am exactly, but I'm certainly not a man in the shell from a wizardless civilization. I have no memory data to suggest otherwise. Memories are not very reliable. They can be altered or even erased. What truly matters is your heart, your abilities, and how you define yourself in this moment. With his hands behind his back, Boss Bai spoke casually against the artificial wind, his loose shirt and shorts fluttering. I am a man who enjoys random thoughts, a bad habit I picked up while facing life and death decisions every second in the sunless, terrifying caves. Just a moment ago, I imagined the social structure and backstory of the wizardless civilization. Now, let's set aside our biases and infer the Fist King's past unknown to others and perhaps even to yourself, shall we? With the ability to control many artificial bodies, if you are not a spectral cultivator with extremely high mental power, you are almost like an advanced battle-type spiritual puppet or a control system for a group of battle puppets. Don't be surprised. Anyone with a little analytical ability and imagination would reach the same conclusion, right? Assuming you are indeed an advanced spiritual puppet capable of vividly simulating human activities, is there any direct or indirect proof to support this assumption? I reviewed the laboratories in the Martial Meritocrat sector and found indirect evidence. About 300 years ago, it was the peak of intelligent battle puppet development in the Imperium of true human beings. Hundreds of battle puppets with auto-upgrading and auto-thinking capabilities were created. This was the last golden age of the Martial Meritocrat sector before Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng took over. In other words, 200 to 300 years ago, at least dozens of different types of self-upgrading and thinking spiritual puppets were created simultaneously. After a brief silence, the First King said, the Imperium has never successfully developed a self-upgrading spiritual puppet capable of what I can do. Exactly. Ordinary spiritual puppets are not capable enough, but what if it's a spiritual puppet with a chip from a wizardless civilization? Or perhaps it's not a physical chip, but a series of data, a complex mark, or a new energy release model from the wizardless civilization? Boss Bai added, do you remember what we discussed earlier? An ambitious. Note, the last sentence in the original text was in Chinese. Here it is translated to English. Do you remember what we discussed earlier? An ambitious, mad scholar found a chip incompatible with the current world and decided to keep it for secret study. However, studies consume a lot of resources and cannot be entirely kept secret. On the land of sins, 200 to 300 years ago, at least hundreds of scholars and specialists were working simultaneously. They were all the smartest and most sophisticated people. How could the scholar have conducted his experiments in secret without being discovered? I tried to see things from the crazy scholar's perspective and thought hard for a long time. Then, it suddenly occurred to me that I had been too foolish. There was absolutely no need to start a new, independent research project. All he needed to do was embed the ultimate treasure from an alien civilization into the public research being conducted at the time. That way, he could keep it secret and use official resources, couldn't he? For example, if the scholar who found the alien chip was a specialist in artificial intelligence and auto-upgrading spiritual puppets, and was conducting research in that area in the Martial Meritocrat sector, he could secretly embed the chip into the crystal processor of a spiritual puppet to be tested, import certain data into it, or stamp something on the crystal processor through other methods, before projecting the seemingly ordinary spiritual puppet to the land of sins for survival. Experiments. Wouldn't that be convenient, easy, and unobtrusive? Despite the lack of evidence, Boss Bai's deduction does make sense, the Fist King said calmly. The only problem is, what happened later? If a crazy scholar found a fragment of the wizardless civilization, embedded it into a spiritual puppet to be tested, and projected it to the land of sins, there was no reason for him to forget it, was there? Where did he go afterward? Why did he never examine his experiment subject again? Chapter 2465, A Lose-Lose Battle. It's not strange, Boss Bai deduced with a smile. First of all, for the researchers in the laboratories on the land of sins, the odds of accidents or death were extremely high. What they created and tested were highly unstable new techniques, new magical equipment, and new drugs. The laboratories were exploding all the time. The news might get out of control. The experiment subjects, when tested with new drugs, might go on a killing spree. Moreover, the conspiracies among the researchers were not uncommon. What's the big deal to kill a few people when they were fighting for research funding? Many academic leaders died under mysterious circumstances just before they were about to make significant achievements. So, the crazy scholar we talked about might have had an accident and been killed a long time ago. Soon after that, the studies on the spiritual puppets with auto-learning and auto-upgrading abilities suffered major setbacks. The laboratories on the land of sins suffered heavy losses and could not continue. They were not revived until Wu Yinglan came to clean up the mess much later. To put it another way, the whole thing was buried with the death of the crazy scholar. Even Wu Yinglan and Li Lingfeng did not know anything about it. It's a very plausible possibility. The Fist King hesitated before asking, but it was such a major discovery. Even though he was dead, did he not leave any last words or traces? Wrong. We know about the existence of the starship from the wizardless civilization in advance, which is why the fragment is so important to us, Boss Bai shook his head and said. But for that crazy scholar, it was possible that he did not crack the secrets of the fragment and was unaware of the wizardless civilization. He might have just wanted to perform a random test on the slightly peculiar fragment he discovered. For him, the thing was very important, but not so crucial that he was still thinking about the fragment when he was about to die. The immortal cultivators are all selfish and do not care about the life and death of others. Did the fragment still matter when he was about to die? The Fist King still shook his head. Everything is just your hypothesis. If I had really gained a certain gift from the wizardless civilization, I wouldn't have struggled to survive for so long on the land of sins. I would have united the land of sins, marched to Manjasaka, the city in the sky, hacked the crystal processors and the spiritual nexus there, established my own fleet, and roamed the sea of stars. Why wait until now? If that were true, the Big Bai pirate gang wouldn't even have a role to play. Ha ha ha. As expected of the ambitious Fist King. That's precisely what I'm puzzled about. Your performance in the past half-year is far from what it used to be. If you were even 1/10 as capable as you are now, turning the Martial Meritocrat sector upside down wouldn't have been a problem. So, were you keeping a low profile while preparing yourself due to the surveillance from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, or is there more to the story? Boss Bai stepped forward and said, I thought you were playing it meek to avoid attention, which is why I decided to have an honest conversation with you. However, judging from your reaction, if your acting skills aren't 100 times better than mine, you really don't know anything about it, do you? In that case, perhaps something inside your brain has been hibernating, sealed, or growing for the past 100 years, and it was only recently unlocked by chance. Hey, Fist King, have you encountered anything or anyone unusual in the past year? Well, you don't need to tell me. You indeed encountered an incredible monster, Li Yao, who also saved you. He didn't just save me, he gave me a new life. The Fist King's dull voice gradually became clearer. When the gigantic body, Great Iron City, which I had used for a long time, was completely destroyed, it was Li Yao who rescued the core units of my mainframe crystal processor and got me a new body. As for what he did to my brain, I have no idea at all. Ha! Boss Bai's small eyes were glowing like fireworks. In that case, everything makes sense now. I am Gaoist, man in the shell. The Fist King stared at his hands, where metal colors were reflected, and mumbled, I don't know. I truly don't know. It doesn't matter. Boss Bai's fancy short pants were waving crazily in the air, but his casual voice was clearly audible above the tidal roars. I'll help you find the answer. He walked toward the Fist King step by step. With each step, the hills of garbage in the Forsaken port behind him would slightly escape the artificial gravity and drift into the air. The Fist King's artificial eyes gleamed, and the ground beneath him cracked in thousands of places. He spoke faster, Boss Bai, do we have to fight? Even if I am associated with Gaoist, man in the shell, it's just some broken data. I don't know the first thing about the wizardless civilization. Besides, didn't you say the wizardless civilization was destroyed a long time ago? Then, why do we have to fight? Feelings can be gradually developed, and reasons can be found as we fight, as long as you want to. Licking his lips, Boss Bai looked at the Fist King with passion, tapping his temples with his finger. Then, he said, I've got a perfect reason. Kill to keep the mouth shut. Kill to keep the mouth shut? The Fist King said, I don't know anything at all. Why do you need to kill me to keep my mouth shut? I am not the one doing the killing, but you are, because I have revealed such a great secret. Boss Bai grinned, baring his shark-like teeth. To protect myself and avoid being killed by you, I can only attack you first. Isn't that a plausible reason for us to fight? The Fist King was lost for words, not knowing how to respond after searching his entire database. Besides, do you really know nothing? Boss Bai's eyes suddenly grew sharp and gloomy. My dear Fist King, with your computational ability and having been in touch with so many tutors from the Big Bai pirate gang, even visiting my flagship in person, you would be a disappointment if you still couldn't figure out who we are. The Fist King was silent for a moment before he replied, I have guessed your identity, but it is not my business. After all, I'm not on the immortal cultivator's side. Your identity is none of my concerns. Oh? Boss Bai smiled warmly. Why don't you tell me about it? You and Li Yao obviously have known each other for a long time, and both of you are in the divinity transformation stage. Even a regular expert in the divinity transformation stage can only be raised by a widely renowned, formidable force, let alone two, each with a colossus. It's impossible that such a force has never been heard of. The Fist King remarked, your flagship may deceive ordinary starship specialists with its modifications and disguises, but it cannot fool me. The style is clearly the opposite of the Imperium's mainstream. Furthermore, as a fierce space pirate, you took in the cultivators of Starlight without hesitation, risking becoming the enemy of all immortal cultivators in the Imperium. That was utterly unreasonable, or at least not just for friendship and compassion. In conclusion, you must be from a powerful force outside the Imperium, certainly not the alliance of the Holy Covenant, but a vigorous nation of cultivators. As for why you came to the Imperium, it's because you're here as a spy, special agent, or vanguard, aren't you? What a good guess, Boss Bai laughed. Look, don't we have even more reasons to fight each other to the death to protect our secrets? Wait. The Fist King hastily interjected. I don't care who you are. All I want to do is carry out my survival and strengthening policies. I never intended to inform the Imperium's authorities. Why do we have to fight at such a crucial moment? Don't you know that a life-and-death battle will significantly lower our chances of survival, and we might both die? Isn't survival the most important thing? You sure are talkative, Boss Spy said, extending his little finger to pick his ear. Fist King, if you truly want to be human, let me tell you one thing, for a human, survival is never the most important thing. Never. Hardly had he finished speaking when Boss Spy burst into wild laughter, waving his hands to hurl debris from starships, each weighing dozens of tons, at Fist King with overwhelming force. Boom! 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 The debris struck the ground where Fist King stood like burning meteors, but he was quick enough to leap into the sky, stepping on the remnants before landing on Boss Spy's back. Boss Spy, you've lost your mind. Fist King's logical judgments could not grasp or infer what Boss Spy was thinking at all. Wow! Boss Spy's eyes nearly popped out. It's a fact that Zhou Tianying and Li Wuji discovered long ago. You didn't know it just now, did you? He swung his hand, and as spiritual energy surged, countless tiny pieces attached to Boss Spy's arm, forming an extendable, sharp blade over 10 meters long. As it spun and split apart, it covered all the critical parts of Fist King's body. Fist King moved through the storm of blades with the agility of a swallow dodging raindrops, even managing to activate his cosmos rings calmly to retrieve nearly 30 spiritual puppets. When the storm of blades subsided, 30 identical spiritual puppets stood before Boss Spy. There was no telling which one was the real Fist King. Perhaps they were all Fist King. Such a meaningless battle will only result in a lose-lose situation. I do not want to fight at all, said the 30 spiritual puppets surrounding Boss Spy, their voices indifferent and rational, though the rationality was beginning to fade. But if you insist on a life-and-death battle, I have no choice but to satisfy you. At the very least, I will lose, but you will die, Boss Spy. Hardly had he concluded his sentence when 30 spiritual puppets attacked Boss Spy simultaneously. Some of the spiritual puppets had sharp blades ejecting from their arms, others condensed solid shields in front of their companions, while the thoroughly protected puppets opened their shoulders, breastplates, and abdomens, revealing the densest launch systems that glowed brightly. The waves of attacks, in perfect rhythm, were like the scourge of infinite tides. The tornado of destruction reached its maximum intensity the moment it was born, consuming Boss Spy completely. However, Boss Spy's wild laughter grew louder in the metal torrents. Yes, that's it. It's been such a long time since I last enjoyed the ecstasy on the brink of death. Boom! A few spiritual puppets near Boss Spy were blasted away by his violent spiritual energy. One puppet was even seized by Boss Spy, who grabbed it by the head. As the most powerful electric arcs penetrated its iron skull through the gaps, it convulsed violently before all the chips and rune arrays inside its body overloaded and burned out, turning it into a twisted shell emitting black smoke and white flames. Is this the best you can do? Boss Spy tossed the burning, forsaken puppet away and walked toward the remaining 29 spiritual puppets, his baggy eyes and rising lips almost touching. You are insulting me and raising my fury, Fist King. The Fist King was silent for a moment. Then, the 29 spiritual puppets suddenly transformed into 29 metal hurricanes. The blurred shadows they left behind condensed immense spiritual waves, almost surrounding Boss Spy like a vast army of spiritual puppets. This is more like it. Boss Spy clenched his fingers and unleashed thousands of electric arcs, cutting through the puppet army randomly. Weirdly, although he did not aim at the Fist King's body and only slashed at the air between the spiritual puppets, countless puppets began to squeak and slow down. "Ha, this is your weakness," Boss Spy smiled. "I don't know what life form you are, but beings like you seem to value the transmission of information more than the physical shells. Attacking one of the shells in your vast army is meaningless, but as long as your network is disrupted and the information transmission among your different units is cut off, your vigor and combat ability will be greatly reduced. You may even be destroyed. The moment he said destroyed, 4 powerful waves, invisible to the naked eye, suddenly spread out in the Forsaken port. In every corner of the port, a massive piece of magical equipment was activated. These were huge, crystal-powered magnets originally designed to attract and transport large metal containers. After Boss Bai's modifications, they had turned into metal swamp traps. The 29 spiritual puppets that made up the Fist King's body were more than 90% metal. Despite being demagnetized, the special port magnets were still too powerful, exerting a high attraction force, and the Fist King was greatly affected. For a moment, many of the spiritual puppets convulsed as if drunk due to the magnetic interference. The other puppets continued to act normally but also began to slow down. Boss Bai took the opportunity to attack, destroying more than 10 spiritual puppets in quick succession. Boom! 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 The Fist King finally determined the coordinates of the 4 giant magnetic units. The 4 crystal cannons fired non-stop, wrecking all of them in a single second. But the moment the magnetic fields disappeared, Boss Bai retrieved a new set of magical equipment and armor from his Cosmos Ring. It was not a crystal suit controlled by a crystal processor, but the ancient, crude magical equipment and armor from the Ancient Sages sector, solely controlled by the human brain. Fist King, do you know why I insist on fighting you? After donning the ancient armor, with dozens of vintage flying swords hovering around him, Boss Bai looked like a reincarnation of an ancient god of war. He pierced the spiritual puppets opposite him, leaving thousands of holes like a storm's fury. I've been in the Imperium for a long time, and what I encountered in the peripheral worlds were all guys like Zhua Tianying or Li Wuji. Damn it, they were utterly unqualified to be my opponents. It's been a long time since I found an opponent worth fighting with all my strength. I am very hungry. Insatiably hungry. Do you know the feeling? Have you ever tasted it? If you have, stop holding back and feed the real you to my mouth. While roaring, Boss Bai chopped the other spiritual puppets to pieces as if they were harmless vegetables, using the ancient sabers and swords unstoppably. Since Boss Bai went on a rampage, the Fist King remained silent. He did not speak even when the last spiritual puppet was twisted and torn into pieces by Boss Bai, almost as if he had vanished. However, while Boss Bai ravaged the helpless spiritual puppets, 100 invisible ripples spread out in the sky. When the last spiritual puppet on the ground was destroyed, these ripples transformed into 100 heavy battle puppets, even more advanced and aggressive, appeared. Scorching crystal cannons rested on their shoulders, and their 200 iron hands, aimed straight at Boss Bai, had dazzling balls of light condensing. Your brain has been overloaded. The Fist King's cold voice came out from the broadcast arrays of the 100 heavy battle puppets at the same time. You probably need a reboot. Boom. 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 The 100 battle puppets unleashed a firepower nearly equal to a heavy arsenal warship. Hundreds of tiny pillars of light congregated into a waterfall of destruction, falling from the sky, drowning, swallowing, and pressing Boss Bai to the ground. The pillars of light dug into the ground over 10 meters, almost pushing Boss Bai through the entire port. More incredible was the Fist King's delicate control over the dispersion of spiritual energy. The shocking destruction within the Forsaken port was barely felt hundreds of meters away. Even if some sound and visual effects spread out, it would only resemble a regular practice between 2 experts. The glowing pillars of light lasted a full minute. The ground at the spaceport was melted, leaving a giant hole about 5 meters in diameter and immeasurably deep, a result of the Fist King's attempt to control his damage. The edges and insides of the hole scorched dark red, with melted iron dripping like mud. Boss Bai's spiritual waves and life information could no longer be detected. However, the Fist King was not easily deterred. He still powered all the heavy battle puppets to lock onto the hole on the ground tightly, descending inch by inch. Soon, chuckles echoed from below the hole. A colorful, ragged silky shirt, stuck to a cable tube, was raised out of the hole and waved like a white flag. I surrender. So incredible and awesome. I surrender. Boss Bai laughed crazily inside the cave. I've finally warmed up my old bones and enjoyed myself today. Let's stop fighting. If we continue, our subordinates will notice what's happening here, and it will truly be a lose-lose situation. The Fist King was stunned. The 100 spirit puppets hummed simultaneously. Boss Bai, what exactly are you up to? You are concealing your traces so well that even I can barely detect you. In the high-temperature attack just now, you were capable of protecting your clothes from being burnt to ashes. Your clothes are made of the most common silk that is easiest to burn, aren't they? Yet, they remain unburnt, implying you didn't suffer any fatal injuries. You started the battle, and now you're the one surrendering. What do you want exactly? Don't be angry, and don't be hasty. Speaking of which, a being like you should be incapable of anger or rash actions, and you should maintain absolute rationality all the time, right? Like a blackened mouse, Boss Bai crawled out of the hole with a temperature of tens of thousands of degrees. He lay on the ground, stretched out his limbs. Watching the slowly descending heavy puppets in the sky, he spurted out a mouthful of smoke and grinned. As I said just now, it's been a long time since I found an opponent worthy of fighting with all my might. People like Zhou Tianying or Li Wuji are not nearly as satisfying. I was practically going mad from holding back for so long, and I thought you were the only one I could spar with. Besides, I think you are a good man. Really. Fist King, you are truly a good man. I sincerely hope to get along with you, to be not just friends but also brothers. Since we are to be brothers, we naturally need to know each other better. For people like you and me, is there a better way to increase our understanding of each other than through a gratifying battle? Controlling the 100 spiritual puppets to thud heavily on the ground, the Fist King said coldly, so, you didn't want to kill me but only meant to practice with me? I'm a space pirate. A space pirate never does anything that promises no returns. As you said, it would be lose-lose if we fought a life-and-death battle. Why would I kill you? Lying comfortably on the ground, Boss Bai looked at the man with a smile. Besides, am I capable of killing you? Are those 100 heavy battle puppets your real body? Can I kill you by destroying them? Or perhaps, is your true self hiding inside a certain starship in the Cultivator's fleet, not necessarily the flagship but maybe an unattractive rapid warship? If I truly revealed the kind of malice you couldn't resist, you could transform into a starship in the blink of an eye, break out of the siege, and run away immediately. Am I right? The Fist King pondered for a moment, and the heavy puppets bowed to Boss Bai simultaneously. He then controlled one of the puppets to help Boss Bai back to his feet. There was a hint of admiration in the Fist King's cold voice. I thought someone like Li Yao already deserved to be called a monster. I didn't realize until today that Boss Bai is the real monster. When Li Yao is compared to you, well, although he saved my life before, I can't lie, it's like the difference between an earthworm and a boa. What is craziness? Boss Bai chuckled and said, without being modest, are you indirectly complimenting yourself? Even a monster like me is not confident enough to completely destroy you and has to surrender to you and regard you as a bro. The Fist King hesitated and said, aren't you scared of me, Boss Bai? Boss Bai sniffed. Do I need to be scared of you? Not exactly scared, but highly vigilant. The Fist King thought for a moment and said, according to my calculations, if my real identity is exposed, Many people will be highly wary and scared of me, and will try their best to eliminate me. It's difficult for normal people to accept beings like me, but Boss Bai doesn't seem to care at all and still talks to me lightheartedly. Why? Only the weak are scared of the unknown, the strong will open their arms to it, either embracing it or conquering it. Staring at the Fist King, Boss Bai said, there are bound to be all kinds of strange life forms in the vast universe, and cooperation, competition, symbiosis, and destruction among them are natural. Faced with such a cruel and dangerous universe, the most sensible choice is to strengthen oneself through all possibilities, rather than trying to eliminate every threat out of fear. There are simply too many threats. How can you eliminate them all? Ultimately, the real cause of destruction can only be your weakness, not the power of your enemy. That's what I've believed since I embarked on the journey of a space pirate. Besides, it's possible that a terrible flood on the other side of the universe has destroyed countless civilizations, including the wizardless civilization. Who knows whether or not the torrent of destruction will attack the world of cultivation one day. In that case, it will be the doom of our world. When the doom comes, we will all be animals fleeing from the dark forest in panic. Isn't it hilarious if we are still hostile and scared of each other? The Fist King was in deep thought. That does make sense. Sparks of hope shone in Boss Bai's eyes as he extended his hand to the Fist King. Then, would you like to cooperate with me? The Fist King said, we have been cooperating to resist the Imperium. The Imperium? Ha 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 ha, the Imperium. Boss Bai's laughter was even crazier. Do you think that a tiny Imperium, or the tiny 3,000 sectors, can trap Boss Bai and be my ultimate prey? The Fist King was stunned. The 3,000 sectors are the maximum of the known universe. Even the vast universe is not enough to be Boss Bai's battlefield? No, far from enough. The sparks in Boss Bai's eyes gradually burned into the most glamorous fire. Opening his thin arms to the artificial sky, which seemed to be bleeding because of the starships hovering there, he moaned hungrily, did you know, Fist King, that I was rather disappointed when I just came to the center of the cosmos, even though I was faced with terrifying enemies such as the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. At that time, I thought that I had seen through the entire cosmos, and there was nothing worth plundering and conquering apart from the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance. The best I could do was to explore the mysteries of the primeval age afterward. There was a while when I was confused and lethargic about everything. My ambition was to become the greatest space pirate in history, but even the greatest space pirate couldn't have done a grander deed than stealing a country, which countless men, like Blackstar the Great, had already accomplished. If I were to do the same, it would be like gnawing on bones that had been chewed 100 times by my predecessors. Would there be any fun in that? And would I be remembered by this civilization or this universe billions of years later? Looting the royal palace of the Imperium of true human beings, robbing the Covenant Alliance of their ultimate treasures, and exploring the mausoleums of the Supreme Emperor, even those of Pangu and Nuwa. They sounded impressive, but at their core, were the items in the royal palace and mausoleums truly the wealth of our world's creatures to begin with? The wealth was always here. Even if it fell into my hands, it would merely change ownership, adding nothing new. Showing off in one's own world and looting everything, wouldn't that be no different from a wastrel who steals and squanders their parents' savings? Is that what the greatest space pirate should aspire to? The Fist King sounded somewhat surprised. Then, what does the greatest space pirate mean to Boss Bai? Only worthless wastrels lord over their own home and steal their ancestors' savings. The truly capable should naturally venture out and steal from other families. Boss Bai smiled. The wizardless civilization's existence was like a brilliant axe that split my head open, allowing me to see a new world. Wandering through the 3,000 sectors and looting cultivators and immortal cultivators is just child's play. The true great space pirates should pilot thousands of warships, break through the barriers of void and desolation, and attack worlds where wizardless civilizations and other alien civilizations thrive. Well, although the wizardless civilization I discovered was likely long destroyed, who knows if other wizardly or even more bizarre civilizations exist on the other side of the infinite universe? Commanding the warships of our world, leading millions of warriors, and launching billions of flying swords, we will arrive before the wizards, magicians, and envoys of gods. We will destroy their altars, burn their temples, seduce their saintesses, slay their beasts, and bring the treasures of the wizardly world back to the cultivation world. That is what space pirates from the cultivation world should do, isn't it? Even with the 100 crystal processors of the Fist King calculating simultaneously, he still couldn't grasp Boss Bai's ambition. Yes. No. Even that is not enough. Not nearly enough. Boss Bai picked up the white flag that had been stuck to the cable tube a moment ago and draped it over his body again, but left it unbuttoned. The hot steam rose, causing the tattered shirt to flutter backward, revealing his skinny chest and back as straight as a spear. He extended his fingers toward the sky, as if piercing through the boundary of the three-dimensional universe and plundering the infinite treasures in four-dimensional space. With a dreamy expression, he roared wildly, "Even if we devour the wizardless civilization, we will still be confined to the swamp of the three-dimensional universe. Since I am the greatest space pirate, is robbing three-dimensional carbon-based life forms really enough? Who knows if we can find a way to break into the four-dimensional universe and plunder those four-dimensional beings? Gods from the four-dimensional space, the supreme existences that dominate the progress of human civilization. Damn it, I feel like throwing up every time I hear that. One day, I will make those scumbags who call themselves gods realize that the people in the cultivation world are different, and that nothing can crawl over our heads and blatantly manipulate our fate. Nothing. 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 Slam, one of the spiritual puppets that formed the Fist King's body couldn't handle the complex calculation that exceeded its maximum capacity and collapsed. Have you really lost your mind, Boss Bai? The Fist King's remaining puppets exclaimed at the same time, the advancement and formidable nature of high-dimensional beings are beyond the imagination of low-dimensional beings. You cannot threaten high-dimensional beings at all. Don't underestimate ourselves, Fist King. Life is too amazing. Formidability and weakness, advanced and primitive, cannot be measured by the same standards. Boss Bai laughed, both crazily and solemnly. Viruses are primitive and weak compared to humans, aren't they? But even as our civilization has advanced, humans have not eradicated all viruses. Even in the most prosperous days of the Pangu civilization, countless individuals still died miserably from viruses without a cure. They are almost like rats. Rats seem weak, but throughout the 100,000 years of human history, too many creatures on too many planets have been destroyed by pestilence and its variations. Viruses can kill human beings. Why can't human beings, insignificant viruses, ants, and creatures from the three-dimensional universe kill the seemingly more advanced and stronger beings in higher-dimensional universes? My ultimate dream is to be such a universal mouse that gnaws at the barrier between different universes and crawls into infinite worlds through the holes. The beings in the four-dimensional universe, the tyrants in the five-dimensional universe, the experts in the six-dimensional universe, or the fiends in the seven-dimensional universe. As long as they exist, I will rob them and steal everything they have, making them shudder in fear the moment they hear the name of the tiny rats and viruses from the three-dimensional universe and cry for help whenever they see the flag of the Big Bai pirate gang. It doesn't matter exactly how my dream is going to be fulfilled. All in all, no matter which dimension you come from, I'll just roll up my sleeves and fight you. That's what the greatest space pirate in the universe should do. Pa! Pa! Another two of the Fist King's clones were burnt up. Your body is obviously too skinny for the job, Boss Bai sniffed. If you want to work with me, you'll have to practice more. Me? All of the Fist King's clones pointed at their iron noses at the same time. I'm going to roll up my sleeves and fight with you? Yes, The greatest reason I am still lingering in the Imperium is to establish a fleet large enough to launch an expedition to the other side of the Grand Universe or even to the four-dimensional universe, Boss Bai said. That's why I was willing to tell you my secrets and check if you were a Gaoist, man in the shell. If you are, and you join my cross-universe army of raiders, it will be possible for us to break the initial obstacle, the infinite black wall that lies beyond the 3,000 sectors. Believe me, we will certainly find the wizardless civilization and other three-dimensional carbon-based lives, or even the scumbags from the four-dimensional and other higher dimensions. Then, we will rob all of them. Chapter 2468, It Sounds Flawless. Boss Bai's body was so small, yet the dominance radiating from him and the ambitions powerful enough to melt the sun were so fierce that even the Fist King's 99 iron clones were forced to step back because of the scorching air from Boss Bai. Boss Bai, I have sensed that your brainwaves are in an extremely unstable state, the Fist King said. It's almost as if you are suffering from mental derangement every second, but you somehow keep the derangement under control, or rather, you are accustomed to it. Could this be the source of your strength and the reason you are significantly above the regular divinity transformation stage? It's truly incredible and insane. Perhaps. Maybe I've been deranged for a long time, and I will continue to be deranged in the future. Boss Bai took a deep breath and embraced his madness. If I weren't insane, I could have stayed at home, living a comfortable life surrounded by my family and even the adoration of the people. But for a true space pirate, would there be any difference between such a tedious life and death? Now that I've taken the step and come to the center of the cosmos, it's only natural that I would pursue the craziest dream and face the most invincible enemy. I will explore places that no one else would dare to or could explore, both billions of years ago and billions of years from now. Fist King, join me. I hear your goal is to be the strongest in the universe, but there are universes beyond the universe. Even if you become the dominator of the 3,000 sectors, you would still have to flee in panic from the destructive force of doom. Could that truly be called the strongest? Come with me and conquer the higher dimensions, reduce those scumbags to nothingness. That will be the real, strongest in the universe. Beep. 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 The 99 iron clones of the Fist King were all engaged in intense contemplation, with noises and smoke erupting non-stop. After thinking for a long time, he finally said in a daze, "Your proposal sounds fair enough," but Li Yao said. "Forget whatever Li Yao said. That cowardly, indecisive, short-sighted elementary school student knows nothing. Whoever teams up with him will only be killed because of him." Boss Bai interrupted the Fist King and stepped forward. Hugging one of the Fist King's iron clones warmly, he said, "You have a much brighter future hanging around with Boss Bai. Just look at the blue market and all the starships we've just earned. Don't you agree?" The Fist King was taken aback by Boss Bai's sudden embrace. After carefully thinking for a long time, he still hesitated and asked, "Are you really not bothered that I'm not human?" "Human? Ha ha ha, you're not human, but who really is?" Boss Bai laughed and hugged the Fist King's iron body even tighter. Ever since cultivators awakened their spiritual roots and accelerated their evolution, they have been developing from humans into superhumans or even non-humans. The more they train, the further they drift from the narrow concept of human. Is someone human if they can blow up a mountain? Is someone human if they can unleash electricity from their pores or resist the heat of thousands of degrees with a flesh and blood body? Is someone human if their soul can leave their body and travel thousands of kilometers away in an instant? Since we're brothers, it doesn't hurt to tell you another little secret. Say, after a cultivator died, his soul split into 500 mice. These mice killed and swallowed each other, but they also mated and reproduced. Over 100 years of branching and merging, the remaining souls eventually fused with the soul of another cultivator, giving birth to an entirely new human. So, is this entity a human, a ghost possessing a body, or a rat that has gained wisdom? Ha ha ha. Who can say for sure? The first king was deeply perplexed. He realized that his computational ability was nothing compared to Boss Spy's. A human transformed from 500 mice, well, so, I don't care if anyone is human, nor do I care about others' opinions and definitions of right and wrong. Who is qualified to decide these matters for you and me? With a gaze that pierced the first king, Boss Spy remarked, your background is not important. What others think of you, their comments and definitions, are all bullshit. Whether or not you are human, and who you are, it all depends on what you do right now and in every second to come. You define yourself with everything you do throughout your life, and you will find the real answer when you face death and destruction. Only then can you reach a conclusion. After a moment of silence, the first king replied, I think I understand now. No, you don't, I don't either. Releasing the first king and standing with his hands behind his back, Boss Spy casually noted against the sea breeze. What a human is, and who I am going to become. These questions can never be answered in a few words. Every time we think we understand them, we are only stepping into the greater unknown, facing even more confusion and choices. Maybe only by training, fighting, and questioning continuously, and by examining what we have done in the past, can we know whether we are real humans and what kind of people we are. Perhaps that is the significance of cultivation. Fist King, come and join hands with me. Let's find our outcome, embrace survival or destruction, and define whether or not you are a human with your iron fists. I seem to have been convinced by you. The Fist King's previously indifferent voice was now mixed with emotional waves. Ha ha ha. I knew you would be the perfect comrade for me. Boss Spy laughed wildly. With a fleet commanded by the two of us, what world can't we conquer, what treasures can't we loot, and what enemy can't we defeat? But that's all for the future, the Fist King said. You are perhaps a passionate dreamer, but I am a doer who pays more attention to the details and the actual work. The wizardly world and the four-dimensional universe are too far away. If we set our midterm goal to be establishing the strongest fleet in the cultivation world and crossing the black wall beyond the 3,000 sectors, then our minor goal in the short term should be to crush the fleets of the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance to win their super warships, tremendous resources, and, of course, the most distinguished and ambitious talents. If we dissect the minor goal, the chaotic situation in the Imperium is a problem we must address immediately. Despite our commanding ability, our force is too weak and underdeveloped right now. Neither the Reformists nor the Four Families are enemies that can be dealt with easily. We need to make thorough plans, he said. That's not a big deal, Boss Spy replied, immediately shifting from a frantic dreamer to a ruthless schemer. He sneered, Li Wuji is a spineless dog and will surely bend to our will. Then, we can wear the skin of the National Protection Army for a while longer. When the Reformists and the Four Families fight each other in the Battle of the Seven Seas, we will take advantage of the chaos. Even if the war between the Reformists and the Four Families ends soon, it won't matter much. I don't think the Covenant Alliance has vanished so easily. There's bound to be a war between the Covenant Alliance and the Imperium. Then, we will do the same and swallow more crushed fleets to build ourselves up. We can discuss the details later. What matters most right now is to combine the resources in the blue sky market. We are truly suffering from indigestion after devouring 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's entire fleet. All the starships are damaged and won't regain their combat abilities without 1 to 2 months of maintenance. It's safe to say that this is our weakest moment, like a boa that has just swallowed an elephant. We can barely move right now. But it doesn't matter. With Li Wuji in our hands, as long as he sends a report of victory back to his family, we'll simply stay and rest under the name of the National Protection Army. Nobody will know the truth, and no one will disturb us. We'll be back to ourselves in 1 month and 10 times stronger than before. I've taken all the details into consideration. Every procedure is seamless and flawless. There can't be anything wrong. Fist King, don't you agree? Yes, the Fist King replied. I've also conducted a meticulous analysis with my most powerful array of crystal processors. The four families have entrusted the Battle of the Blue Sky Market to Li Wuji, and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is busy defending the Seven Seas Grand Market, their stronghold. So, as long as Li Wuji holds firm, there will be absolutely no problem. Nobody will come to disturb our digestion and upgrade. That's good to know. Having been approved by the Fist King, Boss Bai nodded confidently and laughed again. At that moment, his wrist crystal processor buzzed lightly. He checked it and discovered that one of his subordinates was calling him in a panic. Didn't I tell you that I was meeting with the Fist King and that we were not to be disturbed no matter what you might hear? Boss Bai frowned. Looking at his subordinate's distressed face, he asked suspiciously, "What's wrong? Did the captives cause a riot?" "No. Not exactly," his subordinate shrieked. "We just received a distress call from the edge of the Blue Sky Space Zone. It's quite strange." "A strange distress call?" Boss Bai and the Fist King were slightly stunned and looked at each other in confusion. After a moment, Boss Bai said, "Forward it to my portable crystal processor." "What could possibly scare you like this?" His subordinate swallowed hard and immediately forwarded the signal. Half a second later, a voice, twisted like an earthworm and shrill like a hen with its feathers on fire, echoed from Boss Bai's portal crystal processor. "Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help!" Chapter 2469, He's Coming Straight at Us. Boss Bai's heart had been unshaken during the soul-stirring conquest of the Blue Sky Market, even when he was terribly outnumbered. He did not doubt himself, even in the most perilous moments. But now, a bottomless crack seemed to have opened in his heart, causing it to tremble violently. It was as if he had just swallowed 10 kilograms of rat poison. Boss Bai's face suddenly turned pale. He was not even this flabbergasted when the Fist King unleashed a fierce attack with 100 iron clones a moment ago. His head tilted, every wrinkle on Boss Bai's face crinkled nervously as he listened to the signal with disbelief. His eyes emanating. "Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help!" The signal grew increasingly high-pitched. The person seemed to be frantically rushing towards him, pursued by something. "Pa!" Boss Bai quickly turned off the signal. After a slight cough, he glanced at the Fist King and then at his subordinate on the light beam. "Calmly, don't panic. It's just cosmic noise." "Cosmic noise?" His subordinate was rather suspicious. "Boss." "Exactly, cosmic noise." Taking a deep breath, Boss Bai said, "The high-energy celestial bodies in space release radiations and spiritual waves every second. When these radiations, high-energy particles, and spiritual tides hit our communication magical equipment, they can form strange cosmic noises. Occasionally, coincidentally, these noises may sound like human voices. It's nothing to be surprised about. So, it's just meaningless noise from space. Ignore it and filter it out of our scanning spectrum." His subordinate scratched his head. "Boss, that doesn't sound right." "Yes, Boss Bai, I don't think it's noise either. It sounds somewhat familiar. Let me compare it to the data in my voiceprint library." After a brief silence, the Fist King said, "Found it. It seems to be Li Yao's voice." "Li Yao?" Boss Bai blinked quickly in confusion. "Which Li Yao?" "The Fist King. The Li Yao who introduced me to your place, and whom we just talked about. You said he was like an earthworm and an elementary school student." "Did I?" Boss Bai turned on the distress call and listened carefully again before finally reaching the conclusion. "So, it does sound a lot like Li Yao's voice. Then, it's all the more reason why we can't respond. Listen, start radio silence immediately, and let the blue sky market enter the highest defensive state. Meanwhile, speed up the transference of captives and assets. Make sure we can get out of this place immediately under the worst circumstances. It doesn't matter if we leave abundant assets behind. Speed. Speed is all that matters. As for the distress call, don't answer it. Don't answer it. Don't answer it. Well. The Fist King and his subordinate were both confused. Why? Is Li Yao's distress call so dreadful? Of course it is, because it's probably not Li Yao, Boss Bai said with solemnity. It may be a scheme by the immortal cultivators to deceive us with Li Yao's voice. If we really respond, the immortal cultivators might notice the anomaly and catch all of us. So, don't answer it. Don't answer it at all. Just pretend we have never received the distress call and that we are not even in the blue sky market. But that won't help, his subordinate frowned and stammered, Boss, after receiving the distress call, we remotely scanned the edge of the blue sky space zone where the signal came from and detected a rather massive fleet. The fleet was fervently chasing a few unarmed, ragged carriers. The distress calls were sent from the carriers directly to the blue sky market, and the carriers are fleeing toward the blue sky market as well. They show no sign of changing their course at all. It's almost like they are certain that Boss is here and are determined to find you. We have analyzed the speed of the hunters and the runners, as well as the distance between them. Even if we do not reply to the distress call, the runners are highly likely to reach the blue sky market before entering the firing range of the hunters, which will probably happen in 12 hours. In other words, in 12 hours at most, a whole fleet of hunters will arrive at the blue sky market. Whether or not they will have destroyed the carriers of the runners, their starships will certainly need maintenance and supplies after such a long pursuit. In the several light years around, the blue sky market is the best port for supplies. They will certainly anchor here. That will be terrible. Hearing what his subordinate said, Boss Bai took a deep, deep breath. Well, in a trance, he said, just assuming, that we abandon everything in the blue sky market and the starships we have just captured, would it be possible for us to escape before the mysterious fleet and the damn carriers arrive? It's barely possible, boss, his subordinate cried. In order to capture the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet, our starships suffered heavy losses and are in dire need of a good rest before they can take off again. If we embark on a long journey right now, we will surely be dead without reliable supplies and maintenance ports. Also, we've been planning for such a long time and fought fiercely to achieve what we have. How can we abandon all of it? Yes, it's truly impossible. Boss Bai held himself back, but he finally couldn't contain his anger anymore. His face changed from pale to blue, and then from blue to red before he stomped on the ground so hard that almost the entire Forsaken port was razed. Li Yao, I'll kill you. I'll certainly kill you. He rushed to the command center in fury and, having no choice, asked his subordinate to send out the alarm for the highest battle preparation. The Fist King also asked the cultivators' fleet to prepare for a new round of battle remotely. The whole blue sky market was immediately thrown into chaos. The warriors of the Big Bai pirate gang were human, and their nerves were not made of iron. Every human had weaknesses and needed to rest. Having just secured a shocking triumph, both the space pirates from the Federation and the cultivators of the Imperium were both excited and exhausted. Who could have thought that a new enemy would come at such a critical moment? Woo, 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 the ear-splitting alarms, echoing above the sea of joy, poured down like a bucket of cold water. What's going on? A new enemy? A new enemy. Lu Li's eyes were swollen from crying. She was wiping her tears and looking for the Fist King to accuse Han Te when she suddenly heard the alarms. Shocked, she stood frozen, overwhelmed by the panic in the port for a moment. But very soon, she regained her composure and hurried to the command center. Master Fist King. Master Fist King. Shoal. What's going on? Deep inside the blue sky market, at the end of an alley lit with red lights, Han Te screamed, running out of the house with his clothes in disarray. Several buttons were missing, and his pants were only half-zipped. His face bore the marks of multiple lipsticks in different shades. The fury that burned through the sky surrounded the young man, determined to be the best banger in the universe. His bloodshot eyes glinted with a brilliance almost equal to the main cannons of a starship. Who has lived long enough to disrupt Master Han's business? Let me give you a taste of Master Han's giant cannons. He raced to his starship in a frenzied rush. Countless other space pirates and cultivators, like Lu Li and Han Te, were returning to their battle stations. The blue sky market, which had fallen quiet, was alive with activity once more. The captives of the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet were seething, gradually slipping out of control. On their way back to the command center, Boss Bai and the Fist King learned more about the Hunters, information that was far from optimistic. The Hunters were the regular army of the Imperium. They were the 47th fleet in the regular army sequence, commonly known as the Flying Rainbow Fleet, a coalition of elite units from various sectors. Of course, the Flying Rainbow Fleet was not among the top-tier fleets of the four Kurfürst families, nor was it a seasoned frontline expeditionary force like Lei Chenghu's astounding Thunder Fleet. It was a regional defensive force composed of the weaker, more barren sectors on the Imperium's fringe. Typically, such coalition forces were intermediate in strength, ranking between the garrisons and the deep sky fleets. They lacked the capacity for extended operations across space zones and were not a particularly cunning adversary. Their primary opposition was space pirates, with whom they often engaged in a game of cat and mouse. Although numerically superior to the pirates, their complex command structure and low combat morale often led to unsatisfactory performance, allowing the pirates to raid and flee with impunity. The pirates frequently derided them as the slow and stupid soldiers. However, the situation had changed. The four families and the reformists were now fiercely contesting for dominance at the Imperium's edge, even recruiting space pirates at great expense. Naturally, the local forces of the peripheral worlds became a target for both factions. Initially, the Flying Rainbow Fleet leaned toward the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, as most of the Imperium's fringe worlds had strong ties to the alliance. However, the four families proved to be more powerful and wealthy. There was no telling what promises they had made, but a few worlds behind the Flying Rainbow Fleet had taken their side and publicly announced their support for the four families and the old Council of Elders. Naturally, the Flying Rainbow Fleet's equipment had also been upgraded, enhancing their combat capabilities. They were no longer the slow and clumsy force they used to be. Chapter 2470, The Disgraced Lord. That said, the most important factor in a war was still people, not magical equipment. The four families could offer second-hand warships that had been outdated in their own fleets to local armed forces like the Flying Rainbow Fleet, but it was impossible for them to create well-trained soldiers out of nothing and help the Flying Rainbow Fleet complete its transformation. Therefore, despite the support of the four families, the Flying Rainbow Fleet remained a random, undistinguished, undetermined, and unintegrated second-rate troop that was better at exploiting the weak than defeating strong enemies. In the past, the Big Bad pirate gang wouldn't have been scared when they encountered the Flying Rainbow Fleet. They could always escape, even if they couldn't defeat the enemy. But today, having just swallowed a whole blue sky market, the Big Bad pirate gang found itself in a difficult situation due to the Flying Rainbow Fleet's unexpected arrival. The situation was almost like a boa that couldn't move after just devouring an elephant, when a fat, strong, and stupid boar suddenly appeared on its path. The Flying Rainbow Fleet naturally knew that the coordinates they were jumping to belonged to the edge of the blue sky space zone, which was the territory of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. They were now hostile to the Blue Sky Market since they had joined the Four Families. However, they seemed to have received intel that Li Wuji of the Four Families was about to conquer the Blue Sky Market. Li Wuji's rank in the Four Families was surely much higher than that of the commander of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, who had only recently joined. Therefore, the commander dared not trespass and sent a communication request to the Blue Sky Market, hoping to determine whether the occupant was an ally or an enemy. Boss Bai had arrived at the command center, but he was still in the dark about the Flying Rainbow Fleet's mission. Despite the mother port of the Flying Rainbow Fleet being not far from the Blue Sky Space Zone, there had been little interaction between the two sides in the past. These secondary forces always prioritized preserving their strength and wouldn't move out to a heavily guarded area like the Blue Sky Market without strong incentive. Meanwhile, the capture of the Blue Sky Market was Li Wuji's duty. Boss Bai didn't think the Flying Rainbow Fleet, a force bought by the Four Families, had the nerve to fight against their masters over provisions. After a moment's thought, he instructed his subordinates, "Is Marquis Yongchun full now? If so, invite him here for a meeting. And see to it that he is cleaned thoroughly with high-pressure water jets and disinfected with fire before bringing him in." When Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, was brought in, he did indeed appear quite full. He had been gagging since he first appeared before Boss Bai and the Fist King, and he hadn't stopped for the first 5 minutes. His eyes were bloodshot, his cheeks deeply hollowed, as if there were 2 cavities in his face. His lips and hands twitched nervously. Despite the short time he had been gone, he looked as though he had been locked away in a dungeon for over a decade. His dignity was in shambles, worse than the agony of being physically abused by his own gender for 10 days and 10 nights. His spirit was utterly crushed, and he didn't dare to meet Boss Bai's gaze. "Unlock his restraints," Boss Bai said to his subordinate. "Boss, about that," the subordinates were all taken aback. Even though Li Wuji had been severely wounded, he still possessed the cultivation of the divinity transformation stage and was merely restrained by the barriers on his forehead, the back of his head, and his spine. If the barriers were unlocked, what if Li Wuji suddenly burst forth and decided to die with his enemy? "It's all right. Just unlock my lord's barriers, and you may leave," Boss Bai smiled and said, "I can tell that my lord has thought it through and will not harm himself." Since Boss Bai put it that way, his subordinates stopped arguing and began to remove the nails carved with complex rune arrays and connected by crystal wires from Li Wuji's body. Each time a nail was removed, Li Wuji would shudder, and a cluster of slightly foul-smelling bloody mist would erupt from his body. After 81 barriers were removed, his subordinates hurriedly left the room and closed the door behind them. Now, only Boss Bai, the Fist King, and Li Wuji were left alone. "My lord, have you thought it through?" Boss Bai stood before the disheveled Li Wuji, hands behind his back. "Can we talk about cooperation now?" Aye. Li Wuji shuddered continuously. With flames of both fear and hatred burning in his eyes, he muttered, "I'll kill you. I'll kill you for such great humiliation. I'll kill you." "Huh, great." Boss Bai opened his arms, exposing the vulnerable spots on his chest and abdomen to Li Wuji. "Whatever you want to do to me, my lord, you can do it now. Even if you can't defeat me, you can at least die a hero's death and deserve the title of Marquis of the Imperium. Come on, let's do it." Holding his iron arms, the Fist King observed coldly, showing no sign of offering Boss Bai any assistance. He even stepped back, signaling he would not intervene in the duel between the two. Dumbfounded, Li Wuji shivered for a long time. The combat ability of the divinity transformation stage was recovering, and the enemy who had greatly humiliated him was right before him, vulnerable. But he simply couldn't summon the strength to strike the disgusting and hideous face. "Why are you not moving?" Boss Bai's voice suddenly sharpened. His right hand turned into a flash of lightning and slapped Li Wuji in the face heavily, sending Li Wuji to the ground. The lord's previously hollow face immediately swelled like a bun, saliva, snot, and blood spurting out at the same time. "Just do it, you coward, pussy, and boneless dog." Crouching like a shrimp, Li Wuji wailed desperately, the sound a mix of pain and fury at his extreme inability. "Now that my lord refuses to attack, I imagine you must have thought it through." Boss Bai rubbed his hand, aching from the slap just now, on his leg while speaking casually. "In terms of level and combat ability, you are far from me and fellow cultivator Lei. You will surely die if you challenge either me or the Fist King. Even if you luckily survive and escape back to the Four Families, so what? Deceived and having lost the entire fleet, you will only be defamed and mocked by other nobles. Your only hope, and the only way to keep your reputation, position, and power, or even to take one step forward, is to play the trick of cooperating with the enemy. First of all, you will help me and fellow cultivator Li to deceive your family and the Imperium so that we can grow and expand under the name of the National Protection Army into a formidable force that no one dares to challenge. Then, fellow cultivator Lei and I will naturally devote all resources to assist my lord in rising through the ranks of the Four Families by any means necessary to reach the highest positions. Hee, there's no need to feel like you are a traitor. It doesn't hurt to tell you now, our strength far exceeds your imagination. We have numerous spies within the Four Families and even among the reformists. Many of the nobles you interacted with daily were actually on our side. You are now merely following their example. How about it, my lord, have you thought it through? We have an urgent situation at hand, and I don't have the time to waste. Let's make it quick. If you nod, you will be my subordinate but will still return as the esteemed Marquis Yongchun to the territory of the Four Families, with the potential to advance further in the near future. Let's be more frank. Revenge is a dish best served cold. My lord, even if you wish to avenge today's humiliation, you need to return to your family alive and gain even greater power before you can make a comeback, don't you? Are you still unwilling to agree? Fine, if you slightly shake your head, I will not further humiliate you but will grant you a quick death, sending you to meet the great Blackstar. Boss Bai intimidated him ruthlessly. Li Wuji struggled even more fiercely. After countless internal debates, dirty tears streamed down his face, but he finally nodded his head helplessly and disgracefully. The nod seemed to have drained the last of his life's strength. He collapsed on the ground and moaned like a dying dog. My lord, you are truly a smart man. I'm sure you will rise higher in the leadership of the Imperium. Boss Bai took a long breath in relief and smiled. Taking out a delicate handkerchief from his pocket, he squatted and helped Li Wuji to wipe the snot and blood from his face. Look, I still remember my lord's quirk and have the handkerchief prepared for you. Hurry and clean up yourself, and then contact the commander of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Now that Li Wuji had been persuaded, the communication between the Blue Sky Market and the Flying Rainbow Fleet was much easier. The commander of the Flying Rainbow Fleet would never have dreamed that Li Wuji, who had come to attack the Blue Sky Market with a vast army, had defected in just 36 hours. Naturally, he confessed his purpose dutifully through the remote communication device. While what the commander said was not to be entirely believed, Boss Bai was an experienced general, and the First King boasted remarkable analytical and deduction abilities. They were able to piece together the general picture of the situation. It turned out that the Flying Rainbow Fleet had been wandering outside their defense area and, under the pretext of a long-distance drill, was carrying out a rather old but dishonorable military mission of the Imperium, enlisting cannon fodder. The fierce battle in the Seven Seas Grand Market was about to happen. Naturally, almost all the worlds and fleets at the edge of the Imperium were to be involved. The Four Families had bribed the space pirates and the local armed forces to their side with a fortune, offering them all kinds of gear and titles to make the local forces lead the charge as the vanguard. Neither the space pirates nor the local armed forces, like the Flying Rainbow Fleet, were foolish. They accepted the titles and offerings of the Four Families, swearing that their loyalty would be unquestionable. However, whether they would truly fight for the four families in battle remained to be seen. It was impossible for them to die for the four families, but they at least needed to pretend to be fearless. So, all they needed to do was capture random people, kick them into the obsolete starships, and force them to lead the charge in the battle. After all, since even the space pirates had become part of the National Protection Army, the rank and the maximum number of the Flying Rainbow Fleet had more than doubled. The vacancies could be filled by their own enlistment. So, what was there to worry about? Just start capturing. Chapter 2471, The star of the show has finally come. At first, the Flying Rainbow Fleet conducted the enlistment in their own defense area, following tradition. This was a familiar task for them. Without meeting any resistance, they rounded up countless young and old individuals and sent them to starships. Once their names were added to the register of soldiers, they became elites devoted to their country, willing to die for His Majesty and the Four Kurfürsten. The subsidy and compensation for each elite could be claimed from the Council of Elders and were not insignificant. It was a profitable arrangement in every sense. However, they could not capture too many people from their own territory. After all, the high-intensity work in the mines, farms, and magical equipment factories needed to be maintained, and the economic systems in the few sectors needed to keep running, at least at a minimal efficiency. They certainly couldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Therefore, after filling a few ragged starships, the Flying Rainbow Fleet shifted their focus to neighboring sectors, as well as resource planets and space fortresses beyond the sectors, and passing merchant teams. Among these, the passing merchant teams were their favorite targets. The logic was simple: in such chaotic times, genuine, law-abiding merchants were all resting at home, while those brave enough to travel were likely desperate individuals deeply involved with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. This meant they were undoubtedly accomplices of the illegitimate Reform Committee of the Council of Elders. Thus, it seemed only reasonable, merciful, and humane for the Flying Rainbow Fleet to capture such merchants, seize their starships and goods, and enlist everyone in the business team so they could correct their mistakes by making contributions. The Flying Rainbow Fleet secretly jumped to a neighboring sector, which had a poor relationship with them. Taking advantage of the local sector master's absence and the weak defenses, rumor has it that the sector master had gone to the Flying Rainbow Fleet's territory to secretly enlist his own troops. The fleet swept across several local resource planets, plundering more brutally than space pirates. They took away all persons and assets and set up ambushes on nearby busy trade routes. As soon as they detected the spiritual waves of merchant teams, they would quickly close in with their high speed and fierce firepower, demanding to board the starships for inspection. Even the slightest association with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, such as a roll of toilet paper with the alliance's logo, would be enough for them to declare the merchants as rebelling reformists, confiscate their assets, and forcibly enlist them. The operation to clear the rebels and bandits lasted several months. The 100 outdated starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were packed with crying, hopeless soldiers. Many of the rebels' carriers were captured and added to their fleet. The operation was certainly a success. It was rumored that they would return home for a rest after the successful operation. When the Battle of Seven Seas began, the newly enlisted soldiers would be sent to the front lines to be killed, while the veterans of the Flying Rainbow Fleet would provide cover from the rear. By the time most of the newly drafted soldiers were killed, they would announce that the Flying Rainbow Fleet had suffered heavy losses and was almost entirely wiped out, forcing them to withdraw from the battlefield despite their infinite devotion to His Majesty and the Four Kurfürsten. Such moves were already clichés. Essentially, all the warlords and local armed forces at the edge of the Imperium had been doing the same. However, when the Flying Rainbow Fleet was about to return, they accidentally detected a new starship jumping nearby. Compared to their trophies over the past few months, the tiny starship was merely a shrimp that could barely fill the gap in their teeth. But now that they had seen it, it wouldn't hurt to capture the new starship. With that in mind, the few main warships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet moved toward the starship lazily. After a brief engagement, the tiny starship's spiritual shield and power units were soon destroyed, and it had to send out a signal of surrender. Up to this moment, everything was normal. However, what happened later was far beyond the expectation of all the soldiers in the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Or rather, including the commanders of all levels, 99% of the people had no idea what happened until this moment. All in all, later that day, the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet exploded in a stunning blast. Too many immortal cultivators were wounded or blown up. What was even weirder was that a significant number of immortal cultivators had gone missing. Those who went missing were all direct bloodlines of the leadership of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. They were the sons of the Chief of Staff and the Fire Control Officer. Two of the highest commanders' grandsons also disappeared mysteriously. Meanwhile, the few carriers that were theoretically under the control of the Flying Rainbow Fleet somehow managed to escape the fleet during the chaos. Those carriers were fully loaded with the cannon fodder captured by the Flying Rainbow Fleet, destined to die for their captors. The leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were nearly fuming with rage. Naturally, they pursued the fleeing vessels with fervor. Logically, the leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet shouldn't have been so vigilant. However, on one hand, their VIPs had vanished, likely aboard the few rogue carriers. On the other hand, the enemy never struck them as formidable throughout. The fleeing fleets alternated between stopping and moving, damaged by the barrage. They believed they could resolve the battle with a mad bombardment. Upon reaching the edge of the blue sky space zone, the Flying Rainbow Fleet, suspecting it to be occupied by the enemy, cautiously sent a message to the blue sky market to assess the situation. Learning that the business center had been seized by Li Wuji, they were elated and requested him to join forces with them to capture the rogue carriers. "Boss Bai, what do you think?" After essentially piecing together the events, the Fist King asked. "What could I possibly think?" Closing his eyes and rubbing his nose, Boss Bai gritted his teeth. It must have been that wavering Li Yao who accidentally discovered the Flying Rainbow Fleet was capturing innocent people as cannon fodder. He became a hero who saved people from disaster once more. Shoal, if you want to be a hero, at least learn to wipe your own S. Boss Bai is the greatest space pirate in the universe, who will explore the wizardly worlds and the fourth dimension someday, not someone who wipes your S every day. Boss, one of his subordinates brought over the latest scan result. Based on our calculations, the enemy's potential arrival time has significantly advanced. If they do not change their course, they will run into the blue sky market in about 7 hours. Boss Bai. What's the configuration of the enemy's army? His subordinate replied, since the enemy knows that Li Wuji's fleet has conquered the blue sky market, they no longer hide their spiritual waves. Based on the exhaust flames of the starships, the Flying Rainbow Fleet has at least 10 second-hand main force warships from the 4 families. In terms of speed, firepower, or duration, it is more than 30% stronger than the previous Flying Rainbow Fleet. Of course, we do not know whether their personnel has improved. So, it remains to be seen how much their combat ability has actually improved. But according to the data and since our army is exhausted after a fierce battle, it will be an arduous battle. Even if our army wins, it will be a brutal victory with heavy losses. Arduous battle. Brutal victory. Staring at the light spots that were getting closer and closer to the blue sky market, Boss Bai's eyes were filled with red spots, as if blood was about to shoot out. In the end, he took a deep breath and waved his hand. All the starships that can move, prepare to attack. We will pretend to cooperate with the enemy, but in fact, we will surround the Flying Rainbow Fleet from their flanks and rear. Surround them? Stunned, his subordinate thought he heard it wrong. However weak the Flying Rainbow Fleet was, they were a regular army, after all. The big pirate gang might be capable of swallowing them after a month of rest, but in today's awkward situation, it wouldn't be bad at all if they could defeat or crush the enemy. If they were to surround the enemy, wouldn't the previously outnumbered troop be even more dispersed? Now that they were seriously short of hands and everyone was exhausted, they were still planning to disperse and surround the enemy. It was almost the greatest joke. How could their boss make such a mistake? Yes, we will surround them. Boss Bai's eyes suddenly grew firm. Then, we will eat the flying rainbow fleet without letting a single escape capsule slip. It's impossible. His subordinate blurted out, "It's already a great miracle to have swallowed one elephant. How can we possibly swallow 2 elephants in a row in just 24 hours? Yes, we can, as long as," Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and mumbled, "as long as Li Yao still has the slightest humanity and is not simply crying for help." At the edge of the blue sky space zone, a starship riddled with holes and blackened by fire was fleeing in panic. Sparks were spluttering everywhere, while thick smoke was billowing up. "Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help!" Li Yao, wearing a silk-flowered shirt and a pair of beach pants, with blue and white slippers on his feet, held a cup of tropical fruit juice, shrieking while sipping the juice. Long Yongjun stood far away from him, her hands behind her back, staring at the endless sea of stars outside the crystal window as if she did not know him at all. Li Jialing, on the other hand, looked at him in bewilderment. Xiaoming and Wenwen were sitting in a corner, biting their lips and twisting their clothes now and then, their large watery eyes filled with confusion, as if they were wondering why they had such a father. "Rest assured, everything is under control," Li Yao shouted for a moment before he turned around and smiled at Li Jialing. "Based on my accurate speculation, the new master of this place should be my life-and-death brother, Boss Bai, a man of integrity and brotherhood. Upon hearing my cry for help, he will certainly come to my aid without hesitation. Then, everything will be fine." But he's just a space pirate, Li Jialing, who had been restraining himself, could no longer hold back. How much integrity and brotherhood can he possibly have? Well. After another sip of juice, Li Yao gestured and said, "He has as much integrity and brotherhood as I do." Li Jialing. Why am I getting more and more scared as you talk, Brother Yao? Speaking of which, even if we are asking for help from this Boss Bai, there's no need to put on such tawdry clothes, is there? Li Jialing pointed at Li Yao's red and green outfit and his blue and white flip-flops. "What do you know? This is precisely a garment in Boss Bai's style." Li Yao said disapprovingly. "I learned this style from Boss Bai as a way to show my admiration for him. The moment he sees this same style battle robe, he will surely recall how we fought together years ago, and he won't refuse to help us at all." Li Jialing bit his teeth hard, trying to hold himself back. "I just feel that this is such a disgrace. We were never like this when we faced Blackstar the Great a few days back. At that time, you rode the gold vulture magnificently. Isn't it shameful to be so humble before a space pirate? A shame? Do you really think you are something and your honor is valuable?" Li Yao sniffed and drained the juice in his cup. His eyes glowing with calmness and determination, he said solemnly, "We cultivators can shed blood or even die for what we believe in. Do we need something as trivial as honor?" Cough, cough. Cough, 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 cough. Long Yongjun coughed lightly nearby and moved quietly, getting as far away from Li Yao as possible. Xiaoming and Wenwen, unable to hear any more, went to the cabins in the rear to look after the soldiers who had just been rescued, or the people who were soon to be cannon fodder. Blushing, Li Jialing was at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to ask, "Brother, I'm just confused. Although the Flying Rainbow Fleet has 100 times more starships than we do, it's just a mediocre fleet without a Colossus, right? Our carrier may not have any combat ability, but with your Colossus and Sister Longs, wouldn't it be easy to destroy the enemy's flagship? I don't believe that the local troops at the edge of the Imperium are so determined that they would still fight the Colossi after their flagship has been decapitated. It's absolutely impossible. Even the best fleets of the Imperium rarely choose to attack an enemy's Colossus if they don't have one themselves. So, why do we have to ask Boss Bai for his favor? Li Yao sighed. Licking the juice from his lips, he said, "This question is very simple. First of all, Long Yangjun and I can indeed crush the Flying Rainbow Fleet's battle formation or even destroy the enemy's flagship and a few main warships. But it's certainly impossible to keep the entire Flying Rainbow Fleet here with only 2 Colossi. These local troops from the edge of the Imperium are experts at self-preservation. They may not be good at fighting hard battles, but they excel at shifting sides or running away. The moment they detect the spiritual flames spreading from the 2 Colossi, they might immediately escape at their highest speed. Even if Long Yangjun and I had 3 heads and 6 arms, how many of those starships could we catch? Once most of the starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet jump away, they will certainly spread the news that 2 mysterious Colossi appeared in this area. Soon enough, all the forces will learn the traces of Long Yangjun and me, including Blackstar the Great. Then, it will be easy for him to figure out our intentions and our association with Boss Bai. He may even infer that our next step must involve the 7 Seas Grand Market, the stronghold of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. This is the last thing I want Blackstar the Great to know. In the game between us and Blackstar the Great, our greatest advantage is that the enemy is in the light while we are in the dark. The more secret and stealthy we remain, the better. It would be ideal if we disappeared from Blackstar the Great's sight forever and emerged from his blind spot at the most awkward moment for him. Secondly, and more importantly, we attacked the Flying Rainbow Fleet, risking exposure, to rescue the ordinary people who had been captured as cannon fodder. If we hadn't acted, the innocent miners, farmers, and small dealers, struggling to survive, would have been chained to the starships and forced to fight on the most dangerous battlefields by the damn immortal cultivators of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, only to be killed for nothing. Right now, we have only saved a portion of the innocents. Many more soldiers are still scattered across the starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. With only our strength, we can barely rescue them. If Long Yangjun and I destroy the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, the remaining fleets will disperse, bringing the captives back to their stronghold. We can't chase them from planet to planet, can we? So, if we want to rescue all the innocents at once, we must tread carefully. We can only show the Flying Rainbow Fleet that we are weak, attracting them to Boss Bai's territory so we can surround them with the Big Bai pirate gang and possibly the fleet of the cultivators, ensuring no starship escapes. By the time the last retreat of the Flying Rainbow Fleet is blocked, it will be the moment for the Arsonist and the super awesome upgraded Heavenly Crystal to shine. Hee hee. My goal is not merely to crush the Flying Rainbow Fleet, I intend to devour them completely, leaving not even a screw behind. That makes a lot of sense. Li Jialing was a shrewd individual. After Li Yao pointed out the critical factors, he quickly grasped the situation. His earlier anger and confusion turned into admiration. After a brief pause, he glanced at Long Yangjun, who was not far away, and said in a low voice, "However, Brother Yao, you might want to stop calling Sister Long's Colossus super awesome upgraded Heavenly Crystal. She seems quite upset about the name. What's wrong with it? It sounds so grand. It's much cooler than just Heavenly Crystal." Li Yao frowned. Her Colossus has been completely transformed and bears no resemblance to the previous Heavenly Crystal. Besides, only a Colossus with such an imposing name is worthy of teaming up with my Arsonist, right? Li Jialing was silent for a moment before swiftly changing the subject. Actually, I'm also puzzled about something. How did you know the Blue Sky Space Zone is now Boss Bai's territory? Surely, His big by pirate gang couldn't have expanded fast enough to take over the entire blue sky market, could it? Also, according to the secret messages Xiaoming and Wenwen intercepted after hacking the mainframe crystal processor of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, Boss Bai had surrendered to the four families and joined Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji. Even though the blue sky market was not under the control of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and the reformists, it should be the territory of the four families led by Li Wuji. Boss Bai and the other 20 or so pirate gangs should be at odds with each other. He wouldn't be able to help us even if he wanted to. Then, wouldn't we face attacks from both sides if we jumped to this place? So my question is, why did you think that the blue sky market's new master was Boss Bai, and even Fist King, Lei Zhonglia and the Cultivator's fleet were here? Because he is Boss Bai. Li Yao smiled and placed his legs on the desk. Twisting his toes merrily inside his slippers, he said, the moment Xiaoming and Wenwen got the intelligence that Boss Bai had surrendered to the four families, I knew there must be a scheme. Boss Bai is a man who pursues absolute freedom. Since he broke the old boundary, nobody would ever be qualified to be his master. Even the most formidable gods wearing the supreme crowns cannot bend his knees or tell him what to do. The four families? Marquis Yongchun, Li Wuji? He. Those small fries are not even qualified to command Boss Bai's leg hair. So, I was very certain that Boss Bai succumbed to Li Wuji because he had dug a gigantic trap for Li Wuji to jump into, a trap that was probably not just for Li Wuji but also for the dozens of pirate gangs gathered in the blue sky market. Considering Boss Bai's ambitions and the background of the impending Battle of Seven Seas, it was clear what he was trying to do. He aimed to swallow the elephant, complete the most dangerous leap, and make the big by pirate gang rise at the Imperium's border, becoming a powerful force that could potentially shake the Imperium's situation. Such a scheme could barely be accomplished by the big by pirate gang alone. However, didn't the intelligence we received earlier suggest that the fleet of cultivators commanded by Fist King, Lei Zhonglia had also risen irresistibly at the Imperium's edge? Do you think it's a coincidence that the operational ranges of the cultivators' fleet and the big by pirate gang are almost the same and indistinguishable? Rumors had it that the cultivators' fleet had clashed with the Big Bang pirate gang. But since you spent some time in the Martial Meritocrat sector, you should know why the Fist King and his companions are here. They were introduced by me to join Boss Bai and have been secretly cooperating with him. Otherwise, they wouldn't have grown so quickly. Now that they have teamed up to trap Li Wuji and the space pirates, how could their enemy possibly survive? Rest assured. If my guess is correct, the entire blue sky market must be under Boss Bai's control. His capabilities have significantly expanded after swallowing so many pirate gangs and all the starships of Li Wuji's fleet, along with the Fist King. Since he is willing to die for his brother at any time, he will certainly use all his available forces to help me surround the Flying Rainbow Fleet the moment I give him a hint. Chapter 2473, No Way in Hell. Is that so? Li Jialing was still quite suspicious. If he is as trustworthy as Brother Yao claims, why didn't you just activate the direct communication with the blue sky market and explain everything to him, instead of sending those embarrassing distress calls? Are you sure that Boss Bai, help is enough to convey all the information? It can't be helped. This starship was stolen by us. Furthermore, it's been so many years since I last met Boss Bai. I'm really not confident that I can establish a secret communication channel with Boss Bai using the onboard devices. So, I had to broadcast via public channels, Li Yao explained. To attract the Flying Rainbow Fleet to take the bait, we are too close to them. Any information sent to the blue sky market over public channels might be intercepted by the Flying Rainbow Fleet. If I were to reveal my entire plan in the communication, and it was somehow learned by the Flying Rainbow Fleet, they would certainly turn and flee, no matter how stupid they are. So, I had to send my information and request in such a subtle way. Even if the Flying Rainbow Fleet picked up my message, they wouldn't be able to figure out my true intentions. That makes sense, but, Li Jialing seemed to understand, yet was then plunged into greater confusion. The cry for help is so vague. Are you sure that Boss Bai can understand your meaning, grasp the current situation, and help us trap the flying rainbow fleet, Brother Yao? Yes, he certainly can. Through the empty juice cup, Li Yao observed the bizarre, twisted world and mumbled, he is Boss Bai, an enhanced Boss Bai, bolstered by a certain Yen individual. He is almost like a mentor to me. I'm sure he understands me. In any case, I cannot stand by and watch immortal cultivators capturing so many innocents as cannon fodder, including the old, the weak, the women, and the children, dressing them in the combat suits of the Imperium, and sending them to die in a meaningless war. However slim the chances, I will take the risk and ensure that the shameless beings who captured these innocents to fight in their place face justice. Meanwhile, above the blue sky market, the Big Bai pirate gang, along with the cultivators' fleet, took off from the port under the cover of dozens of Li Wuji's still functional starships. They moved faster and faster into the vast expanse of space. Infinite Fire, the Big Bai fleet's former flagship, had been destroyed alongside Black Swirl, the flagship of the Black Wind Fleet, in the battle to protect the Federation. After that, the Big Bai pirate gang fled to the center of the cosmos on a comprehensive supply starship. Through a series of infiltrations, deceptions, seizures, maintenance, modifications, and upgrades, the Big Bai pirate gang now had a brand new flagship. This flagship, which had integrated the power units of nearly 10 rapid warships, became the fastest flagship at the center of the cosmos. Boss Bai named his new flagship Alloy Virus. The Fist King found the name perplexing, unsure of its deeper meaning. After Boss Bai revealed his full ambitions today, the Fist King finally understood the significance of Alloy Virus. Boss Bai likely hoped that the flagship could reach higher dimensions and pose a threat to the extraordinary beings there, much like viruses have threatened humanity. As for the flagship of the cultivators' fleet, it was much simpler. The cultivators who escaped from the Martial Meritocrat sector gathered around Gao Kangda's great mountain. Gao Kangda, originally the captain of a mining starship, led the group. Despite his resolution and devotion, he was an excellent organizer of logistics but not a distinguished fleet commander. After the Fist King's abilities gradually awakened, he could absorb and even copy numerous tactics and skills from Boss Bai, naturally taking over most of the commandership from Gao Kangda. The flagship, transformed into a mothership of space shuttles modified from a comprehensive supply starship, had massive size. These starships did not have high combat ability, but they boasted the thickest armor and the greatest inner space, allowing them to house a vast array of crystal suits, space shuttles, colossi, and sometimes even fully equipped maintenance factories. They served as the most reliable mobile bases. With the Fist King's remarkable abilities, the ship could perform at over 300% of its battle capacity. The Fist King named the flagship Iron Fist, a rather simple name. At this moment, Alloy Virus and Iron Fist led their respective fleets toward the Flying Rainbow Fleet from two sides. The Flying Rainbow Fleet remained unaware of the impending destructive strike. They had just confirmed with Li Wuji about the Soul Signature and Battle Cooperation Code, finding nothing suspicious. Moreover, they had invited Li Wuji's fleet to join them in attacking the enemy. There seemed to be nothing that could go wrong. The only potential issue was that Marquis Yongchun might become furious upon discovering they had captured many civilians and passed them off as soldiers. However, that was a concern for the future, and there would always be ways to appease Marquis Yongchun. Still, this did not mean that Boss Bai and the Fist King were worry-free. They faced an extremely challenging mission, to surround the Flying Rainbow Fleet. A siege in space was fundamentally different from a siege on the ground. A siege on a ground battlefield was two-dimensional. One only needed to surround the enemy's front, rear, left, and right. Theoretically, as long as one had an army 4 to 5 times larger than the enemy's, it would be possible to complete the siege. However, the battlefield in space was three-dimensional. It was a vast, spherical space with no obstacles like mountains or rivers. Surrounding it was highly challenging, and escaping was more than convenient. Although the Big By pirate gang had recently absorbed 28 pirate gangs and all of Li Wuji's fleet, their flagships were in poor condition, riddled with holes, and had less than 50% combat capability. Most of the captives might be plotting their own plans and could not be fully trusted. In such a delicate situation, dispersing the army to recklessly surround the enemy would only make the siege extremely thin. It was likely that the Flying Rainbow fleet could find a few weak points to break through after minor skirmishes. If the siege were broken and the enemy launched a counterattack, there was a risk of the entire force being annihilated. Given the high risk, it was no wonder that Xiao Lishui, the chief of staff of the Big By pirate gang, who had been a space pirate for hundreds of years, was gloomy and hesitantly suggested to Boss Bai, "Boss, are we really going to swallow the Flying Rainbow fleet? Or what?" Boss Bai, staring at the data on the screen that was changing 100 times per second, said coldly, "To integrate the starships and personnel from the 28 pirate gangs and Li Wuji's fleet, and to absorb the resources from the Blue Sky market, we need at least a month. During the month of our upgrade, nobody outside must know the truth about the Blue Sky market or spread what happened in the Blue Sky space zone. The Flying Rainbow fleet is so close to the Blue Sky market that they will inevitably demand entry to the port for supplies and maintenance. Do you really think they will ignore what happened in the Blue Sky market? If we don't annihilate them all, and any information leaks, the main forces of the four families will come here. Hehe, we've been planning for an entire year for today. Now that we've swallowed the elephant, it's impossible for us to give it away. Since escape isn't an option, we can only fight now. Besides, the new warships the Flying Rainbow fleet received are not bad. It's a shame they are used by those idiots. It's not in Boss Bai's style to refuse the meat that's been fed to my mouth." However, Xiao Lishui sighed and raised the critical question. Given our current combat capability, it's impossible to annihilate the Flying Rainbow fleet no matter how we approach the battle. Boss, look at the results of the dozens of battle simulations. If we concentrate our forces into a charge formation, it's likely we can defeat or even crush the Flying Rainbow fleet. But if we disperse our forces across the entire surface of the sphere in an attempt to surround and swallow all of the enemy's starships, it will be extremely difficult. It's too risky to try to swallow the enemy in one bite. Boss, be careful not to trip over the gutter. Have you considered Li Yao? With his eyes half closed, Boss Bai said, based on the Fist King's and Li Yao's performances with the Reformists, he is now firmly in the divinity transformation stage, with a formidable colossus, the Gold Vulture. Yes, we have. We factored Li Yao's combat ability into the simulations, Xiao Lishui replied. While colossi can be formidable in attacking strongholds and decapitating, they are not invincible. Their critical weaknesses are fuel, ammunition, and endurance. No matter how strong Li Yao is, he hasn't been in the divinity transformation stage for long. He is at best in the early to mid-stage. How could he destroy multiple starships in a row? A space battlefield can span tens of thousands of kilometers. If we collapse on one side, it would be barely possible for Li Yao to reinforce the other side in time, no matter how spectacularly he fights. So, boss, you must think carefully. Crossing his fingers under his nose, Boss Bai thought hard, his eyes gleaming with profound insight. He replayed Li Yao's cries for help, "Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help! Boss Bai, help!" Li Yao's deafening screams echoed in the bridge once more, causing every bridge crew member to pale. But this time, Boss Bai chuckled softly. "Little brat, old Xiao is right. It hasn't been more than a year since you advanced to the divinity transformation stage, has it? I really can't figure out what kind of a miracle you can bring to us this time." Boss Bai mumbled. But his eyes bulged immediately, like the main guns of a starship being fired. He rose abruptly, waved his hands, and declared resolutely, "Send my order out. We will no longer pretend to be allies of the scumbags of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Go full speed ahead from the flanks and surround the enemy according to Plan D. Meanwhile, launch enough interference bombs to prevent the enemy from jumping away or sending out any distress calls." Chapter 2474, A Welcome Barrage. The sole outcome of intruding on the Big Bai pirate gang's territory was death. Boss Bai's roars were the ultimate stimulants for the space pirates from the Federation. Despite being drained of strength and spiritual energy from the previous battle, the moment the horns of a new battle sounded, they unleashed their most fervent enthusiasm as if pouring their lives into the furnaces of their starships. The arrow-like starships accelerated abruptly, leaving trails resembling sharp claws as they moved to the flanks and rear of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. The distance between the two sides was so close that the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivator's fleet could no longer maintain their disguise. Even the most sluggish commander could discern that their transformation, resembling a blooming, man-eating flower, was not aimed at the few carriers. They were poised to engulf the nearly equal-sized Flying Rainbow Fleet. What are they doing? On the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet, the leadership composed of dozens of warlords and local magnates from the Imperium's peripheral worlds had been basking in the illusion that the carrier Li Yao was on would soon be captured. They were contemplating how to relax and indulge themselves in the blue sky market after the battle. Little did they expect that Li Wuji's fleet, on the opposite side, would suddenly transform into a highly aggressive battle formation of siege and annihilation. They attempted to transform, withdraw, or even retreat, but time was against them. The Flying Rainbow Fleet and the Big Bai pirate gang had been closing the distance between them like two crystal trains on the same track, hurtling towards each other at top speed, a collision imminent. In such a vast fleet, a safety distance must be guaranteed between every two starships to prevent the conflicts of their spiritual shields or exhaust flames. It was akin to a piece of precise yet delicate artwork, and turning the fleet around quickly was certainly no easy task. Moreover, turning around while under enemy fire was suicide. The Flying Rainbow Fleet had no choice but to maintain their speed and charge into the siege of the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivator's fleet. For a moment, the leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were indeed overwhelmed. Naturally, they were unaware of the drastic changes in the blue sky market or who their true enemy was. They assumed that Li Wuji had somehow lost his mind and decided to engulf them. It was not unusual for the troops of the four families to engulf the miscellaneous forces from the edge of the Imperium. However, after they calmed down and scanned the exhaust flames on the opposite side, assessing the number and combatability of the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivator's fleet, they were amused and somewhat relieved. It seemed far-fetched. From the lackluster and disorganized exhaust flames, it was evident that the hostile starships were either of low quality or had just been through a fierce battle. They were heavily damaged and not yet repaired, which significantly reduced their combat effectiveness. Such a small force attempting to adopt such an aggressive battle formation, aiming to surround them from all directions and swallow all their starships, was indeed far-fetched. Damn it! What is Li Wuji planning? Does he think he can openly exploit the magnates from the edge of the Imperium just because he's a marquis and a powerful figure in the Li family? We have pledged our sincere loyalty to the Council of Elders and have our own supporters within the Council. Li Wuji has chosen the wrong target. Even if he is dissatisfied with us drafting civilians as soldiers, there is no need for a battle. Which family in the entire Imperium does not engage in war this way? Is he really trying to accuse us with such a poor excuse to increase his own strength? He. Those grand nobles are always like this. They think they are the best and everything belongs to them. But why? Let's crush Li Wuji's fleet first and report the matter to the four families. A great war is coming. Let's see how he can be the Marquis Yongchun after making such a grave mistake. Thinking they had identified Li Wuji's and the siege's weaknesses, the leadership of the Flying Rainbow Fleet agreed to move forward at full speed and tear through the enemy's battle formation from the front. By common sense, this was the absolute correct strategy. No matter if the enemy was Li Wuji's fleet or the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, their weaknesses were obvious. Their intentions would only become clear after the siege was shattered. The Flying Rainbow Fleet, moving at full speed, did not have the time to stop and deploy the remote communication units or extend the antennae that could span dozens of kilometers, which meant they could not transmit any signals to the outer world, light years away. Facing a compromised enemy with poor battle formation, there was no need to request help or send alerts. Additionally, the intense firepower from the Big by Pirate Gang and the Cultivators' fleet was erupting around the Flying Rainbow Fleet. The initial round of fire was not very destructive, but the surging spiritual waves and spatial ripples it generated prevented the Flying Rainbow Fleet from jumping and blocked their ultra-remote communication functions. They are scared that we might run away? The leaders of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were amused. Those great nobles truly have boundless confidence. They think they can trap us with such a thin siege. Forward! 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 Break through the enemy's weakest point. They should be the ones running. The two fleets, one as round as a shield and the other as sharp as a dagger, approached each other rapidly. The most dazzling spears of light protruded from their front ends, and a short but brutal space battle was about to begin. Do you see it? Have you seen it? On the ragged carrier, Li Yao danced with wild joy as the starry light grew more brilliant. What did I say? Look! Just as I predicted, even a man as formidable as Boss Bai has to show respect for Vulture Li Yao. The Flying Rainbow Fleet is stalled by Boss Bai. Those idiots aren't even trying to escape. They're asking for it. Boss Bai unleashed the most intense interferential firepower at the first opportunity, preventing the Flying Rainbow Fleet from jumping away or sending distress signals. It seems we truly understand each other, and he grasped the meaning behind Boss Bai, help easily. The two parties are engaged. The Flying Rainbow Fleet is tightly pinned down with no hope of escape. Now, it's our turn to pay back the suffering we endured over the past few days to those scumbags. Li Yao licked his blistered lips, smiling with wild exhilaration. But, Li Jialing hesitated beside him. Why do I feel that the intense fire from the Big by Pirate Gang is aimed at us? Li Yao's pupils constricted sharply. Deep inside his eyes, the brilliant barrage from the dozens of warships of the Big by Pirate Gang, arrayed opposite him, expanded to its maximum in an instant, almost setting his eyeballs on fire. It turned out that thousands of pillars of light were rushing toward the ragged carrier Li Yao was in, straightforwardly. Behind the pillars of light were the slower magnetic tides, and behind the magnetic tides were the even slower crystal bombs. It seemed that Boss Bai was out to kill him with the bombardment. Li Yao's back was drenched in cold sweat. Seriously? The overwhelming barrage almost engulfed Li Yao's ragged carrier, but it narrowly missed him by several kilometers, or even a few hundred meters, dispersing and shooting at the pursuers of the Flying Rainbow Fleet behind him, blowing them to pieces. In a space battle, a distance of several kilometers was really shorter than a hair's breadth. The barrage showcased Boss Bai's incredible control of firepower. But still, it seemed unnecessary to make the barrage so close to Li Yao's starship. Well. Li Jialing was silent for a moment. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but why do I feel that Boss Bai seems very dissatisfied with us and doesn't welcome us, and he was venting his fury through that barrage just now. By the way, he doesn't know that Sister Long, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and I are here. So, he's only dissatisfied with and doesn't welcome Brother Yao, right? You must be kidding. Li Yao swallowed hard and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Boss Bai and I are the closest friends. This is just how space pirates greet each other. The more intimidating a brother is, the fiercer the barrage you'll use to welcome him. That was just a salvo. You must know what a salvo is, don't you? Is that so? Li Jialing narrowed his eyes in great suspicion. But when the overwhelming barrage almost drowned us a moment ago, Brother Yao, you clearly shrank back and were sweating profusely with a gloomy face. Was that really a normal reaction to a salvo? Li Yao. We are in the middle of an emergency. Let's seize every second instead of discussing irrelevant matters. Now, it's time for us to make a grand entrance with the most spectacular sound and visual effects. Long Yangjun, are you ready? I'm always ready, Long Yangjun said casually, leaning against the wall with her eyebrows furrowed as if she were trying to hold something back. But given the current situation, to prevent any remnants of the flying rainbow fleet from escaping, I have a new idea. Why don't we split up? Split up? Li Yao was slightly dazed. How are we supposed to split? I, Li Jialing, Xiaoming, and Wenwen will fight on one side, Long Yangjun said. And you will fight on the other. This way, you won't be hindered when you go on a killing spree, and your unparalleled, terrifying combat ability can be fully unleashed. Huh? Li Yao blinked. Is that so? Yes, of course, Long Yangjun nodded. And I believe Li Jialing, Xiaoming, and Wenwen all agree with this plan. Chapter 2475, Countless Stars, Countless Heroes. Is that so? Li Yao waved his hand. It doesn't matter now. Let's just march out of here. My bloodthirsty saber has been starved for a long time. Against the aftermath of the barrage, he rushed to the rear cabin. The carrier's structure was not complex. After leaving the bridge and passing through a long hallway, Li Yao reached the large warehouse, which was meant to store cargo. But at this moment, when Li Yao pushed open the thick alloy door, a stench of fear wafted out. The warehouse was packed with civilians in bloody, ragged clothes, their faces etched with horror and sorrow. It was like an iron can crammed with rotten meat. Xiaoming and Wenwen were trying to comfort the survivors, but they were only children, not more than 10 years old on the surface. How could their young voices and innocent faces be convincing? The moment they saw Li Yao, everyone was like a drowning person who had spotted a lifebuoy. Their eyes gleamed with hope as they reached out to him. Master Li, the fire outside is so fierce. What happened? Have the pursuers caught up? Please help us, Master Li. We really don't want to fight. We haven't received any military training and don't know how to fight at all. Master Li, many of our families are still imprisoned in the starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Are they still safe? The adults, the elders, the children, the women, the sick, and the tormented all wept in despair. Dad, Xiaoming and Wenwen were also at a loss. Looking back, Li Yao frowned, as if he did not understand why the war in the human world had to be fought in such an absurd and shameless way. Li Yao took a deep breath to hold back his fury, especially when he saw that some children, no more than 10 years old, had been captured by the immortal cultivators and sent to the battlefield. Every time he saw such a scene, he felt that all the tranquilization skills he had practiced over the past 100 years were useless. He seemed to revert to the young man who did whatever he wanted, blowing the scum into real scum without caring about anything. As I said yesterday, I am not a master. I am absolutely different from those masters of the Imperium, Li Yao said slowly. You can call me Yao or Brother Yao. The only master of anyone can only be themselves. The barrages in the next second may be intense. While our carrier probably won't be hit, the spiritual waves might affect our power units and cause the carrier to shake violently. So, I'm here to remind you to enshroud yourselves and secure yourselves to the wall with the protective gels. Remember, do not expose any part of your body to the air, particularly not your head. It will be bad if you hit your head and bleed. As for the rest, I'm going to take care of it. I assure you, as a cultivator, that you will all be fine. Your families, captured by the immortal cultivators, will be fine too. I will rescue all of them and make those animals who have tarnished the dignity of the strong, the honor of soldiers, and the boundaries of mankind pay a price 100 times greater. For a moment, golden and bloody lights were flying out of Li Yao's eyes simultaneously. Brother Li Yao, everyone was taken aback by Li Yao's imposing presence and fell silent. But a little girl with messy hair and a pale face stepped forward, biting her lip. Grandma said you are the most amazing hero, so you can definitely chase away the bad guys and save my mom. Is that true? I miss my mom. I want my mom, the little girl began to sob. Many other children widened their eyes and looked at Li Yao with hope. Like the little girl, they had been forcibly separated from their parents. The flying rainbow fleet had coerced the civilians into becoming moths that would dart at the fire willingly. The immortal cultivators had captured underage children and locked them on a separate starship, threatening their parents that if they did not charge forward, the starship carrying their children would. This ensured that the cannon fodder had high morale. The civilians, with their children as hostages, would obey and face certain death without being forced at gunpoint. Before finding Boss Bai, Li Yao was outnumbered and could not rescue everyone. Naturally, he prioritized the starship where the children were held. Therefore, there were particularly many children on board. Strangely, although Li Yao had never been fond of children, especially the mischievous and unpredictable ones, after discovering he was a father with two extremely mischievous and unpredictable children, Xiaoming and Wenwen, he found other children more agreeable and often felt the urge to sacrifice everything to protect and fight for them. Little Lingdang, Li Yao fell to one knee, struggling to contain his killing intent. He forced a kind expression, though his lips still trembled from fury. Because the girl shared a name with Ding Lingdang, she had left a particularly deep impression on Li Yao. Last night, he had spent a long time chatting with her and offering comfort until she finally fell asleep. It was this connection that gave little Lingdang the courage to speak to him, despite his intimidating appearance. Didn't Brother Li Yao tell you many stories about heroes in the universe last night? Li Yao gently held little Lingdang's shoulders and channeled a stream of soothing spiritual energy, warming her body like a gentle flow. I'm certainly not the most awesome hero. Even if I am a hero, I'm just the smallest and most insignificant one. Like this little finger. Li Yao wiggled his pinky with a comical expression, making the worried little girl giggle. Many of the other children behind her laughed as well. Li Yao chuckled, then coughed to clear his throat. Let me tell you, there are many superheroes far more awesome than me, like Boss Bai and the Fist King. They are also good guys with a strong sense of justice and integrity, and they love helping those in need the most. Of course, it's not enough to save your parents or end this war with just my strength alone. But together, with the combined strength of those superheroes and good people, it might just be enough. Listen. Can you hear the thunderous roar of the spiritual waves striking the hull of our starship? That's heroes like Boss Bai and the Fist King who have received Brother Yao's cry for help, learned what happened here, and came to save you and your parents without a second thought. So. Little Lingdang was moved. In a daze, she murmured, Brother Yao didn't lie to us. There are real heroes. There are so many of them. That's right. Li Yao nodded and glanced around at all the little kids. Trust Brother Li Yao. No matter how dark the world may seem to you, there is light, there is justice, and there are heroes, and there will always be in the future. There are as many stars in the sky as there are heroes in the universe. Sometimes, the light of the stars is shadowed by dark clouds, but in the end, the dark clouds will be torn apart by us. Li Yao's words made all the little kids forget the dread of the bombardment and the pain of being separated from their families for a moment. In their days, it seemed as though they had entered a new world, one where the clouds were torn apart, the darkness faded, and the heroes shone as brightly as stars. So, little Ling Dang, stop thinking and go to the Jelly Gel with your friends for a good sleep. Li Yao smiled. When you wake up, your parents will be right there before you. Okay. Little Ling Dang nodded vigorously. I believe in Brother Li Yao. Thank you, Brother Li Yao. Brother Li Yao is the best. Hee, you don't need to thank me. It's mainly Boss Bai you need to thank. Scratching his messy hair, Li Yao said, right, you haven't forgotten what I taught you yesterday, about what you should do after we meet Boss Bai, have you? Of course not, little Ling Dang said innocently. Brother Li Yao said that Boss Bai is a kind and lovely grandpa who loves children the most. So, after the bad guys are kicked away, Brother Li Yao will bring us to meet Boss Bai. The moment we see him, we will run to him, cling to his thigh, and call him Grandpa Bai, in the sweetest voice. Then, he will be greatly touched. When he is touched, he will offer us a lot of resources, or even give us some starships to live in with our mom, dad, grandfather, and grandmother temporarily. We will be able to hide somewhere unknown and rebuild our home after the war is over. Exactly, little Ling Dang. Brother Li Yao has entrusted this matter to you. Remember to practice more with your friends, Li Yao said, rubbing the little girl's head. Remember to cling to his thigh tightly and not let him go. Also, you must memorize the rhetoric I taught you, like how he's a superhero and a man of integrity and compassion. You should speak these things aloud in public when there are a lot of people. Trust me. Brother Yao is such a good man. How can I possibly deceive you? Boss Bai will be moved to tears by what you do and then satisfy all your wishes, whatever they are. Okay. All the children nodded their heads solemnly, eager to carry out their task. Some of them were already practicing how to cling to Boss Bai's thigh and how to praise him as the greatest man in the entire universe. Let's go. The daunting vibe returned to Li Yao. He excitedly waved his hands at Xiaoming and Wenwen, who had been stunned by his actions. It's time to blow up the flying rainbow fleet and reunite with Boss Bai. Chapter 2476, Are You Prepared to Die? Inside the maintenance warehouse of the Ragged Carrier, Li Yao was completing the final preparations on the crystal suit and the Colossus, setting up the most appropriate magical equipment. Xiaoming and Wenwen were also testing the space shuttles and the spiritual puppets suitable for the space battle. In their combat style, they resembled the Fist King. Dad, Xiaoming and I have been thinking about this for a long time, but we still need to ask, Wenwen said carefully while testing, is it really right to deceive children who are no more than 10 years old? Or maybe, have you decided to become a supervillain, so it doesn't matter how shameless you are? What are you talking about? What's deceive and shameless about? Li Yao responded matter-of-factly. That was just necessary modesty. In front of those kids, I naturally had to say I was a minor, insignificant hero. Should I have told them the truth, that I'm a super invincible hero who saves the world as often as they drink water every day? That would have sounded too arrogant. Xiaoming. Nobody is talking about that. We're talking about how you described Boss Bai as a good guy, a hero, a man of honor and integrity who always helps those in need, and all that. Well, about that, Li Yao chuckled. That wasn't entirely a lie. In fact, there aren't many people who are inherently good or bad. What matters more is the environment, and whether someone is leading them and pushing them from behind. Boss Bai might not have been a good guy in the past, but if I push him from behind or even kick him hard in the rear, I might be able to nudge him over to the side of the good guys, right? Do you know that being a good guy can be addictive in many cases? It might be uncomfortable at first, but before you know it, you'll be addicted and can't get rid of it. Ha ha ha. Right, let's discuss that later. Just now, Long Yangjun suggested we split up. What do you think? Are you coming with me or with her? Xiaoming and Wenwen exchanged thoughtful glances. We'll go with Aunt Long, Wenwen said softly. This is our first official appearance in a human space battlefield, after all. The first impression is too important. We need to try to make a good impression on most of the humans. Alright, you can go with her. Just be careful. Li Yao filled his crystal suit with fuel and put it on. Then, he suddenly realized something was amiss. Wait. What do you mean by making a good impression? Why do you think you'll make a better impression going with Long Yangjun instead of me? What's the meaning of that? He was about to delve deeper into the matter when he noticed the children being hurriedly carried away by more than a dozen spiritual puppets. Dad, we're running out of time. Whatever you want to say, let's talk later. They climbed into the space shuttles equipped with super crystal processors and the highest level of spiritual powers, making them sure to be the center of attention in the spatial spiritual nexus. The kids departed from the carrier, surrounded by countless spiritual puppets, to join Long Yangjun. Those kids are unlovely. Li Yao muttered, absorbing the Colossus into his cosmos ring. Exiting the carrier through the double airtight gates, he entered the heated space battlefield. The situation doesn't look good. I can only talk to Boss Bai after I finish this battle in 3 minutes. At this moment, the situation was indeed unfavorable for the Federal Space Pirates and the Cultivators. The Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators fleet had just been through a fierce battle. They hadn't had the time to refill their lost fuel and ammunition, and the damage to their starships was unrepaired. It was easy to imagine how loose and weak their siege was under these circumstances. However mediocre the Flying Rainbow fleet might be, it was a local armed force at the edge of the Imperium that had recently been upgraded with a batch of powerful starships. It had its own teeth and claws. They had condensed their starships into the tightest battle formation, with a firepower density in the area several times higher than that of the Big Bai pirate gang. Soon after the battle began, the Big Bai pirate gang's siege was on the verge of being torn apart. Boss, this isn't going to work. Let's change the battle formation. On Alloy Virus, Xiao Lishui, the loyal chief of staff, proposed again, if we continue like this, the Flying Rainbow fleet will completely break and collapse our circle in less than half an hour. The enemy is even scanning the center of our information streams and is about to lock onto our flagship. With their dense firepower, if they target our flagship, even Alloy Virus could be blown up. What's the hurry? Even as the flagship began to take hits from the enemy, Boss Bai remained as calm as ever. He crossed his hands below his nose and said, "Just wait a little longer." "What are we waiting for?" Xiao Lishui asked, anxious. "We won't have enough time if we don't transform now." "We wait for..." Boss Bai glanced at Xiao Lishui, then stared at the few seemingly plain light spots on the light beam that represented the ragged carriers. He gnashed his teeth and said, "Li Yao to finish his trick. In any case, this is exactly like last time. We can only trust that this A*shoal can bring a new miracle." 800 kilometers from the Alloy Virus, on the Stainless Mouse, the super arsenal warship with the greatest firepower in the Big Bai pirate gang, Han Te was urgently distributing firepower, unleashing destructive power with his roars. "Too many. Too many. Too many. Why are there so many enemy warships in front of us? It's impossible to take them all down. Why did Boss Bai form such a strange battle array? Did he think the future best banger would help him blow up so many enemy warships? You are truly overestimating me, Boss Bai." "Yes, of course, that must be it. He. Since Boss Bai has such high hopes for me, I won't let him down. Let the storm be more violent. Even if there were 10 times more enemy warships, I'll blow you all to smithereens, one by one." On the other side of the battlefield, on the Iron Fist, the flagship of Starlight, the Fist King's computational abilities were fully engaged. The array of 100 super crystal processors that made up his main brain screeched and squeaked non-stop, with smoke popping up. Lu Li controlled the ventilation and cooling rune arrays to lower the temperature of the Fist King's brain while exclaiming in shock, "Master Fist King, you can't do that. Stop the calculation to increase the precision of shooting. If you continue, the number 17 crystal processor on your left side will explode in 20 seconds, and you will lose another 0.9% of your computational ability." "What are you doing exactly? You've devoted all your computational ability since the battle began. What will we do later if you don't reserve anything for changes?" Seeing that the Fist King did not cherish his brain at all, Lu Li was so angry she almost wanted to hit his iron skull. "Don't worry, Miss Lu Li," the Fist King said, standing next to Lu Li in a common spiritual puppet as his main vehicle for movement. His low, warm voice spread from the broadcast rune arrays. "Reinforcements are about to arrive. It doesn't matter if all the computational ability runs out as long as we hold on until then. We will just watch him play." "Huh?" Lu Li was stunned. Looking at the burning space displayed on the virtual light beam, she asked, "What reinforcements can possibly resist a whole charging fleet?" At the center of the battlefield, centered on the flagship, the flying Rainbow Fleet had indeed accelerated to its highest speed, about to crash into the area with the densest information traffic and where the alloy virus was located. The sparse firepower around the alloy virus could barely resist the incoming tide of the flying Rainbow Fleet and was likely to be separated from the other starships. On the bridge of the flying Rainbow Fleet, people were already talking and laughing. "Those nobles are just pretentious phonies who don't know war at all. They will be blown apart in such a bizarre battle formation very quickly. They must have just fought the garrison of the Blue Sky Market, which is why their starships are damaged and their spiritual shields are not in peak condition. Why do they want to swallow their ally under these circumstances? What are the nobles really thinking? It doesn't matter. Once their siege is broken and they are separated, we will understand their motives. Our defense is justified in this conflict, and victory will be easy. It won't matter even if the case is reported to the Four Kurfürsten. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go." But only 3 seconds later, the festive atmosphere was shattered by a stammering exclamation. "Our report, an extremely intense high-energy reaction has been detected right in the path of our fleet." The infinite, radiant stars in the vast expanse of space were overshadowed by the fires of destruction, set by humanity's wisdom and animosity. At the forefront of the advancing flying Rainbow Fleet, where the destructive flames were most intense, Li Yao floated in the scorching vacuum, wearing only a thin crystal suit. He watched the hundreds of warships approaching like shooting stars from not far away, their images rapidly enlarging. "Let's confirm one last time," Li Yao asked Xiaoming and Wenwen over the communication channel. "According to the intelligence after you hacked the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, there are no captives on the flagship, correct?" "No," Xiaoming and Wenwen replied. "The flagship is of utmost importance and has limited space. Naturally, unimportant captives would not be held in such a critical location." "That's good," Li Yao said. "On the other hand, have you completed most of the hacking, cracking, and duplicating work on the flying Rainbow Fleet's battle network? I don't need you to create a second command center for the flying Rainbow Fleet. As long as you can disrupt the enemy's information transmission after I succeed, that will be enough. To put it more simply, once I cut off the head of the flying Rainbow Fleet, I don't want them to grow a second one. Can you do that?" "Rest assured, Dad," Xiaoming and Wenwen said lightheartedly. "We've been dealing with the flying Rainbow Fleet for so long precisely to compromise their battle network and plant all the viruses and bombs. It's all gone. There won't be any problem at all." "Understood." Faced with the main forces of the flying Rainbow Fleet that were closing in, Li Yao straightened his arms and opened his hands. The Cosmos Ring, where the Colossus was stored, emitted a strange and bloody brilliance. "Then, prepare to die now." Chapter 2477, One attack is enough. The strange, blood-flecked brilliance spread like ripples, tinged with Li Yao's indomitable will, weaving a network of nerves and veins through space. On this network, the various magical equipment units and limbs of the Colossus transcended the boundaries of three-dimensional space, emerging as a colossal figure seething with wrath and discontent, as if it had crawled out of the invisible Styx. The Colossus, Arsonist, arrived at the heart of the battlefield, where the fire burned the brightest, right before the 100 main warships of the charging flying Rainbow Fleet. Beep! 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 The high-energy reaction, reminiscent of a supernova explosion, etched a burning, expanding human figure into the scanning magical equipment of the starships on both sides. The rhythmic waves crested towards the sky and plunged into bottomless troughs, conveying the meaning of horror in the most direct way possible. Some of the immortal cultivators above the nascent soul stage even heard the fervent roars of the arsonist with their keen senses. What kind of power is this? Hante, Luli, the leaders of the flying Rainbow Fleet, and the common soldiers on both sides were all overwhelmed by the unexpected high-energy reaction, exclaiming in disbelief. It wasn't that they hadn't considered a colossus appearing on the battlefield, but even for colossi, this one, emerging from the Styx with ever-brightening flames, shattered all norms the moment it appeared. The high-energy reaction was truly astounding. Is this Li Yao? The Fist King swiftly analyzed the spiritual waves emanating from the arsonist, his icy voice tinged with intense confusion. His colossus seems different from the one he used to sabotage Manjasaka, the city in the sky, or the gold vulture that appeared with the reformists. It is now almost too powerful to calculate. How is this possible? What kind of odds could have caused? Li Yao, Li Yao. The Fist King was in contact with Boss Bai through remote communication. Naturally, his confusion reached Boss Bai. Laughing manically, Boss Bai said, "Odds are for the weak. Real experts, as I told you earlier, are bold enough to roll up their sleeves and do it even if there's only a 1/1000th chance. Li Yao, you have no reason not to figure out our status. Since you have distracted so many starships of the flying Rainbow Fleet to my place, I'm sure you have a way to settle all of them. Come on. Let's see how much you, the jerk, the lunatic, and the monster, have expanded since you came to the center of the cosmos." Why? This isn't Li Wuji's Colossus, Lotus Buddha. We don't have such a Colossus in our database at all. Where does this maniac come from? Is he really going to die with us? Get out of the way, you crazy person. The bridge of the flying Rainbow Fleet was filled with screams. The leaders of the flying Rainbow Fleet were, of course, aware that Li Wuji boasted a colossus, but colossi were not invincible. Now, as they pushed forward in such a dense battle formation, even Li Wuji with his Lotus Buddha had to get out of their way. Otherwise, even if Li Wuji could take down a few main warships of the flying Rainbow Fleet, he would have to pay a gory price, causing irreversible injuries to himself and his colossus. The commander of the flying Rainbow Fleet could not fathom a single reason why Li Wuji would play such a dangerous game where no one emerged as a winner. Little did they expect that standing in the path of the charging flying Rainbow Fleet was not the Lotus Buddha, but a mysterious colossus whose spiritual waves were countless times more powerful than the Lotus Buddha. Hearing the waves of spiritual energy from Li Yao's heart blasting through their bridge incessantly and seeing the data from the scanning magical equipment almost explode, how could they not be intimidated? However, the entire fleet had accelerated to its highest speed, like a bull whose rage had reached its peak. There was no time to decelerate or change direction now. Moreover, at such close range, the colossi were far more agile than the starships. They had nowhere to run and could only crash into it, hoping that the enemy was merely disrupting their scanning magical equipment with some bizarre technique, leading to erroneous data. Impossible. It's absolutely impossible. If this energy reaction is true, he would be one of the best experts in the Imperium. Why would such an expert appear on such an insignificant battlefield or have the time to bother with our minor issue? Illusions. Illusions. They're all illusions. You can't deceive me. On the bridge of the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, the helpless cries coalesced into a rolling torrent. If the two parties did not change their course, the main warships of the flying Rainbow Fleet, led by the flagship, would collide with Li Yao's arsonist in 10 seconds. In reality, overwhelming light and barrages, which seemed to fill the entire universe, had been aimed at the arsonist. Li Yao inhaled and exhaled, feeling as if thousands of his brain cells were blossoming in every corner of his mind. In a trance, he entered a new world filled with internal contradictions. On one hand, after the treatments and upgrades by Xiaoming and Wenwen, and with part of Earth's secrets unlocked, his understanding of the universe reached a new level. This allowed him to view the universe more calmly, rationally, and objectively. The heated space battlefield and the raging barrages before him transformed into the purest lines, odds, and numbers, causing no disturbance. On the other hand, the crimes committed by the immortal cultivators against ordinary people, the slaughter game on the land of sins, the dark exploitation beneath the capital's ground, and the capturing, chaining, and threatening of people with their children to fight a war against their will, raised the deepest and purest fury in Li Yao's heart. The expert, who was vaguely beyond the divinity transformation stage, became so angry that he seemed like an 18-year-old, with actual fire flowing from every pore. Don't scum like you call yourselves the elites of the Imperium and the experts of mankind? Can't you fight for power and wealth without resorting to such cruel and detestable methods? You say resources are limited, and humanity is full of darkness, but why can't you summon the courage and wisdom to explore the infinite worlds beyond the 3,000 sectors and search for new resources in such a vast universe? Even if you can't find any, and it's impossible to cross the almost boundless black wall, at least the civilization of mankind will end splendidly. You do not have the courage to be pioneers and can only hide in your homes, bullying those weaker than you. What kind of experts are you? Cowards. You are the most sordid, shameless, and hideous cowards. Ha! You cowards are not qualified to enjoy the center of the cosmos. Let me send you vile maggots to hell. Boom! 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 Faced with the overwhelming barrages and light, the arsonist instantly turned into an unpredictable phantom, penetrating the flying Rainbow Fleet's battle formation and appearing right before the flagship. Above the right arm raised high, gold daggers as thin as paper were spurting from the cosmos rings. As the sharp blades emerged from the vortex of spiritual energy, they resembled a golden fountain, no, a golden volcano. The golden volcano unleashed infinite feathers, forming a saber 100 meters long, with flames that extended for thousands of meters, clearly visible across the entire battlefield. The arsonist raised the saber high and charged at the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, with light more brilliant than a full-speed starship jetting from its back. In the most fearless and magnificent gesture, it became the sole focus of everyone on the battlefield. Both parties were rushing at their highest speeds, and nothing could stop their collision. What is this? Both common warriors who were unaware of the situation, like Han Te and Lu Li, and the leadership who knew part of the truth and Li Yao's intentions, such as Boss Bai and the Fist King, were greatly surprised. The regular way for a colossus to fight a starship was to dig into it and sabotage the bridge, the arsenal, and the power units. However, judging from Li Yao's gesture, he did not intend to dig in at all. Instead, he aimed to destroy the starship from the outside with a head-on clash. How is this possible? Devastating screams erupted on the bridge of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship. What kind of lunatic is this? Have you truly lost your mind? Amidst the immortal cultivators' cries of disbelief, the 1,000 meters of simmering spiritual energy between the arsonist's hands had been condensed into a half-solid gold mass by Li Yao's fury. Without looking for any weaknesses or flaws, he simply slashed at the head of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship, where the spiritual shield and armor were thickest. Chi! 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 The nearly 1,000-meter-long spiritual energy was a destructive, unstoppable torrent that tore apart the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship spiritual shield after only half a second of resistance, leaving a deep groove in the superalloy armor. Partly due to Li Yao's own sharpness, but more importantly, the collision's momentum had been transformed into the most destructive force, as if Li Yao had raised his saber and remained still while the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship crashed into it at its highest speed. The result was Schwa. The fury-infused aura of the saber, extended to thousands of meters, pierced through the flagship, leaving a shocking, melted damage in the middle, completely severing it into two parts. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, Li Yao had decapitated the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship. Chapter 2478, Unstoppable and Invincible. The vast sea of stars was reduced to a small pond at that moment because the arsonist's dominating and fiendishly violent aura was unbearable. The astounding attack did not just slash through the flagship of the flying Rainbow Fleet, it also cut into the hearts of all onlookers, whose pupils and pores constricted simultaneously. People of lower ranks, unable to remain steadfast, were covering their chests and exclaiming uncontrollably. Even the stars seemed to shudder and dim because of Li Yao's slash. The flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship resembled an executed criminal, cut into two pieces from the right shoulder blade. The front and rear sections had separated, revealing a transversal surface almost 1 kilometer in diameter. The exposed cabins, now in the vacuum, resembled a complex maze with its cover lifted. The scene was more dazzling and terrifying than a direct explosion of the warship. After just one attack, such a massive warship was beheaded? How is this possible? Even a colossus shouldn't be so unbelievable. What kind of colossus is this? Who's piloting this, godlike colossus? How did he do it? That's unreasonable. Didn't he slash from the front? Why was the warship beheaded instead of cut in half? Confusion, shock, and fear surged in everyone's hearts, completely overwhelming their thoughts and robbing them of their normal reactions. Only the super experts, like Boss Bai and the Fist King, could, by replaying Li Yao's astonishing attack at a much lower speed from various angles, figure out exactly what Li Yao had done. The attack seemed simple, untechnical, and purely about violence and brutality, but it actually involved sophisticated knowledge of spiritual energy, structural studies, material science, and even magnetic fields. The arsonist's frontal attack did not just damage the spiritual shield of the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship, it also released specialized waves by the quakes of high-frequency spiritual energy, increasing the resonance of the spiritual shield on the flagship. This resonance significantly reduced the hardness of the spiritual shield, intensified the inner stress of the starship's armor, and, more importantly, greatly decreased the speed of the starship's prow. It was as if a gigantic hand had pressed down on the starship's head, reducing its speed to 1/10 of its original velocity instantly. The issue was that the enormous starship had very powerful inertia. When the prow of the starship was halted, the body and rear continued to travel at their highest speed. Consequently, the rear of the flagship turned into a 10,000-ton hammer, crashing into and compressing the front, creating countless tiny fractures and cracks throughout the starship's structure. The area with the most concentrated fractures and cracks was precisely 1/3 of the way from the front, equivalent to the starship's neck. It was only at this moment that the saber auras of the arsonist finally erupted, slashing diagonally downward at the region with the densest fractures and weakest structural hardness, severing the head of the colossal iron beast. If one viewed the replay from different angles, it was evident that Li Yao's nearly perfect slash had a wide arc, causing the flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship to veer off course as it passed by him. The helical force generated during the process amplified the damage of the attack to the maximum. One blow to the head could have pierced through the bridge and destroyed the starship, but it was certainly impossible to cut a flagship almost 10 kilometers long in half. In terms of the visual blast and the shock, it would have been far worse than beheading. Li Yao, you. After witnessing and analyzing the scene that seemed almost miraculous, Boss Bai heaved a long sigh and, after a long pause, muttered, "I don't know how to comment on you now. Where exactly do you come from?" The Fist King also raised doubts coldly over the communication channel. Why can you always ignore probability, common sense, and extremity? The entire battlefield seemed to freeze after the unstoppable saber beheaded the Flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship. The two halves of the flagship, still protected by the spiritual shield that had not completely vanished, remained intact. It was even visible that many stunned immortal cultivators were observing the tangible universe as if in a dream. But the moment of stillness lasted only half a second before it was shattered by destructive explosions. The contradictory inertia of the Flying Rainbow Fleet's flagship still persisted. The rear section, still being propelled by the power units at full speed, crashed into the front section, which was heavily pressed down by Li Yao. This time, the two halves of the starship, whose framework had entirely collapsed, were compressed together. In the next second, fireballs that consumed everything erupted, and the entire starship exploded in no more than 3 seconds. Not a single immortal cultivator or escape pod managed to escape. The fire caused by the explosions coalesced into a magnificent palace, from which Li Yao slowly emerged with the arsonist, stepping on the void and enveloped in wings of light. The remaining souls of countless immortal cultivators hovered around him, screaming miserably and struggling futilely, only to be burned up by his spiritual energy without mercy. The scene stunned the warriors of the Big Bai pirate gang and the cultivators' fleet, and frightened the immortal cultivators of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Hoochie! 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 To execute the dazzling attack that beheaded the starship in one move, Li Yao had pushed his spiritual energy and soul power to their limits. He could barely keep his lungs steady, breathing heavily. Everyone has their limits. Not even a divinity transformation stage expert or a colossus is invincible. Even a monster like Li Yao could only perform such an attack once. Afterward, he would need to rest for at least half an hour, refilling his spiritual energy and fuel before attempting another. But for Li Yao today, one attack was enough. Kids! Brilliant light surged from Li Yao's eyes, and he flashed a dazzling smile. He waved the lightsaber, which glowed unpredictably, and pointed it at the trembling Flying Rainbow Fleet. Help your father sweep across the Flying Rainbow Fleet. Xiaoming and Wenwen sprang into action. The infiltration and hacking over the past few days had given them a deep understanding of the Flying Rainbow Fleet's battle network, including its features and weaknesses. While the flagship was still active, the battle network was heavily defended, making it nearly impenetrable for their young minds. However, after Li Yao beheaded the flagship, a shocking, irreparable hole appeared at the center of the Flying Rainbow Fleet's battle network. Even if another starship, which had carried enough super crystal processors, was to make up for the loss and replace the flagship as the second flagship, it would take at least half to 1 minute to reset the entire command system and reconnect all the starships. It was during this critical half-minute that Xiaoming and Wenwen infiltrated the battle network of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. They disrupted the enemy while the second flagship was being established. At the same time, they hurled information bombs filled with all sorts of junk data and viruses into the battle network. They even mimicked the information characteristics of the second flagship, pretending to be the new leader of the Flying Rainbow Fleet. For a moment, all the remaining starships of the Flying Rainbow Fleet were trapped in a whirlpool of incorrect data and commands. They were utterly confused, with no idea what to do. On the Iron Fist, the flagship of the Cultivators' fleet, the Fist King keenly sensed the anomaly in the data flow and information waves. All the crystal cameras on his body were glowing. My new, kin? The universe is vast, and indeed, I am not alone. Then, welcome to this place, and let us join together. Chi. 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 From the specialized launch bays of Iron Fist, countless unmanned space shuttles, resembling wild bees, took flight. These shuttles, while not carrying much firepower, excelled in cyber warfare, serving as the Fist King's trump card and most potent weapons. On Alloy Virus, however, Boss Bai's attention was elsewhere on the battlefield, where another Colossus had appeared, lunging into the densest area of the flying Rainbow Fleet's starships, creating havoc and destruction. While it was not as dazzling as Li Yao's Colossus, the efficiency of its slaughter was no less. This was Long Yangjuan's Heavenly Crystal. An expert new to the divinity transformation stage but already at or beyond its limits? Boss Bai rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Li Yao, how many cards do you have, and where did you find such formidable allies? You bastard, your 2 colossi could have taken down the flying Rainbow Fleet on their own. You really had the nerve to shift the burden to me. That's just, he cursed for a bit, then rose abruptly, turning to Xiao Lishui, his chief of staff, who was still stunned by the events. Still in a daze, Xiao Lishui said, Boss. Boss Bai grinned. What are you waiting for, old Xiao? The flying Rainbow Fleet has lost their commander, and their morale must be shattered. They're lambs to the slaughter now. In the next moment, you'll command the fleet to tighten the circle. Send them a message to surrender and let's aim to finish this battle in an hour. As he spoke, Boss Bai turned and walked out of the bridge. What about you? Xiao Lishui blurted out, Boss, where are you going? Boss Bai glanced back at the image of Li Yao's and Long Yangjuan's colossi before he sniffed and said, the blue sky space zone is our territory. Can we just sit by and let that scoundrel Li Yao show off here? I have to go out and warm up a bit. I hope the flying Rainbow Fleet doesn't surrender too quickly. However much he has grown, Li Yao must be out of strength after that attack, right? Scumbags of the flying Rainbow Fleet, hurry up and attack him. Even I can barely refrain from hitting him after seeing his cocky appearance. Li Yao, just wait. I'm coming. Boss Bai's wish did not come true. The immortal cultivators of the flying Rainbow Fleet were too terrified by Li Yao's attack to even escape. They were all rigid where they stood, barely able to keep their feet. How could they have the courage to attack the godlike arsonist? Furthermore, the corrosion caused by Xiaoming, Wen, and the Fist King had completely dismantled their command and coordination system, turning each starship into an isolated island in the vast sea of stars. They were no different from coffins floating in the vacuum. Boss Bai's and Long Yangjuan's colossi, the Kleptomaniac and the Heavenly Crystal, were the final straws that broke the camel's back. If there had been only one colossus, they might have been able to repel it with dense barrages. However, faced with 3 colossi, the flying Rainbow Fleet, already in chaos after losing their commander, had no chance of resistance. With neither fight nor flight as options, the remaining starships of the flying Rainbow Fleet emitted a pale brilliance that gradually condensed into a circle, like a bubble released by a dead fish. It was the general semaphore for surrender in the Imperium. In just half an hour, the brief skirmish was over. One might even say that it was ended by Li Yao's single attack. The Big Bai pirate gang and the cultivators' fleet suffered far fewer losses than anticipated and gained unexpected trophies. Beyond the immense starships of the flying Rainbow Fleet, the most exhilarating news was that Li Yao was here. Everything Li Yao had done in the Land of Sins, particularly his astounding performance during the destruction of Manjasaka, the city in the sky, had been spread throughout the Imperium via the ubiquitous spiritual nexus. Although many people were unaware of his name, even those in the darkest mines on the most remote resource planets were singing about the super cultivator. Some even worshipped him, regarding him as the legendary cultivator who had resisted the Imperium for 1,000 years. The central members of the cultivator's fleet were all rescued by Li Yao from the martial meritocrat sector. Naturally, they knew part of the truth and were full of gratitude and admiration for him. It goes without saying that the leaders of the Big By pirate gang, as natives of the Federation, certainly knew the founding father of the Federation, Dominator of 3 sectors. Besides, the image of Li Yao emerging out of nowhere and leading a dozen colossi during the battle against the Black Wind Fleet was still fresh in their minds. Li Yao. Li Yao. Li Yao. His name and his awe-inspiring attack just now almost boosted the morale of the Big By pirate gang and the cultivator's fleet tenfold. It was no exaggeration to say that they would dare to face the best fleet of the immortal cultivators if Li Yao were leading them. The celebratory atmosphere for the double victories reached its peak when Alloy Virus, Iron Fist, Stainless Mouse, and the battered carrier Li Yao boarded arrived at the spaceport of the Blue Sky Market. The whole port erupted with excitement upon Li Yao's arrival. Naturally, Li Yao's style, which closely resembled Boss Bai's, caused some confusion. However, this confusion was quickly dispelled by many children who ran past Li Yao with bouquets and balloons in their hands and jumped at Boss Bai. "Grandpa Bai, thank you for saving us and our parents. Grandpa Bai, you are a hero. You and brother Li Yao are both the most awesome superheroes. Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai. Grandpa Bai." The kids, seeing Boss Bai, clambered onto him with enthusiasm. His face twisted, he was more dumbfounded than creeped out. Some of the lovely ones were even pouting their lips, hoping to stamp their saliva on Boss Bai's face. What a touching scene. Li Yao smiled and took a deep breath of relief, thinking, another gamble has been won. While the kids ran at Boss Bai, Li Yao had his own adoring fans, Han Te and Lu Li, the 2 young people who had grown up over time. "Grandpa Yao. Grandpa Yao." Han Te and Lu Li jumped at Li Yao, one from the left and the other from the right, but Han Te was quicker and hugged Li Yao tightly. "You're finally back, Grandpa Yao." Han Te was almost in tears from excitement. "I heard you went through a lot of astonishing things with the immortal cultivators in the capital. Lu Li and I were very worried about you, fearing that something might happen to you. But now that I think of it, it was absolutely impossible. How could anything have happened to someone as awesome as Grandpa Yao? However, how exactly did you perform that attack, Grandpa Yao? It was so dazzling and unbelievable. Can you teach me how to do it? It suddenly occurs to me that practicing saber is not a bad idea at all. Practicing saber or practicing cannon shooting, how should I choose? Speaking of which, a genius like me must be capable of mastering both, right?" Li Yao listened to Han Te with a smile. It was great to know that the young people who had luckily escaped from the land of sins had reached Boss Bai's place safe and sound. However, what was wrong with Lu Li? Why was she staying back, looking rather pensive? "Lu Li," Li Yao waved at the girl and said, curiosity in his voice, "is something wrong? Are you not happy to see me?" "Of course I'm very happy to see Grandpa Yao. It's just that I don't want to see that bummer, Han Te." Pouting her lips, Lu Li accused him in front of Li Yao, her eyes red. "Grandpa Yao, Han Te has been mean to me." "Huh?" Blinking quickly, Li Yao looked at Lu Li and then at Han Te, before becoming grave. "Han Te, you and Lu Li are on an adventure outside your hometown together. You should support each other. How can you be mean to her?" "Grandpa Yao, I'm not." Han Te raised his hands and complained, "I never was mean to Lu Li. I hadn't seen her for a long time until today. We had hardly started talking when she burst into a fury and stormed off. How could I have the time to be mean to her? Is that so?" Lu Li placed her hands on her hips and glared at Han Te. "You didn't have time for me, but you had all the time with those big sisters of yours, didn't you? You're being completely unreasonable." Han Te turned to Li Yao. Grandpa Yao, please tell us who is right and who is wrong. Scratching his head, Li Yao knew what was going on, but there was little he could do. Han Te, if you have any grand schemes, world-ending crises, or if you need to save the universe, you can come to consult me. But regarding this, the relationship between young men and women, there is barely anything Grandpa Yao is capable of. Although I am a married man, it was my wife who pursued me years ago, so I actually lack experience in that regard. On the other side of the port, the Fist King, accompanied by dozens of spiritual puppets, was also searching through the crowd. While Xiaoming and Wenwen looked no different from the other children that Li Yao had saved, their unique brainwaves made them easily distinguishable for the Fist King. A cold iron puppet, containing its excitement at finding a kindred spirit, appeared before the two children and emitted a friendly signal. Greetings, I am the Fist King. We met in the space battlefield just now. Hello, Master Fist King. I am Xiaoming, and this is Wenwen. We are Li Yao's children and the children of mankind. After a brief exchange, the children climbed onto the broad shoulders of the iron puppet, one on the left and the other on the right, and together they made their way deeper into the port. These unique beings seemed to have much information and data to share with each other. Not far away, Long Yangjun strolled casually through the port, observing the warships that rose like mountains, her hands folded behind her back. Most of the warships still bore the insignias of Li Wuji's fleet, the Flying Rainbow Fleet, or the 28 pirate gangs, but they now moved with the obedience of domesticated animals, following the commands of the Federal Space Pirates and the cultivators of the Imperium. After numerous starships gathered at the Blue Sky Market for a month of maintenance and upgrades, under the leadership of Boss Bai and the exceptional warriors like Li Yao and Long Yangjun, and with the command structure and cyber warfare capabilities significantly bolstered by Xiaoming and Wenwen, Long Yangjun had no doubt that this opulent alliance was capable of challenging any elite force of the Imperium. While it might not be sufficient to stand against the reformists or the four families alone, it would certainly serve as a crucial factor in the power play between the two factions. Not long ago, when they charged at the army of the immortal cultivators amidst the raging fires of the great iron factory deep beneath the capital, she couldn't have anticipated such rapid and dramatic changes. Li Yao. Long Yangjun, combing her long hair, said with a smile, when you're with someone as fascinating as you, one never has to worry about living a mundane life. Is Blackstar the Great the ultimate adversary in this game? What marvels lie ahead? The festivities at the port lasted for over 3 hours before the cultivators, Federal Space Pirates, and the recently rescued individuals gradually dispersed and were moved to suitable locations. The panoramic footage of the recent space battle, especially the dazzling moment when Li Yao decapitated the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet in a single strike, was shown and replayed to the captives, shattering their last resistance. The captives, who had been covertly planning a rebellion, were deeply shaken upon learning that the Big Bai pirate gang had devoured the entire Flying Rainbow Fleet when it was weakened and fragmented, marveling at Boss Bai's tactical prowess and Li Yao's astounding combat skills. In the realm of the immortal cultivators, strength was the ultimate virtue. Since Li Yao and Boss Bai were the strongest experts they had ever seen, there was no other choice but to follow and pledge loyalty to them. It took more than half a day to anchor the fleet, regroup the soldiers, settle the civilians, and secure the captives. Finally, Boss Bai, the Fist King, Long Yangjun, Li Yao, and the others were able to rest and sit down to discuss everything that had happened. Chapter 2480, Have you ever heard of Witchcraft? The bottom line is, let's forget for now how fellow cultivator Long and I came to the Imperium, why I joined the Reformists and worked for Queen Li Linghai, or the details of why I am wearing a battle robe that is in exactly the same style as Boss Bai's. Deep inside the Blue Sky Market, in the secret office that once belonged to Zhou Tianying, Li Yao spoke earnestly to Boss Bai and the Fist King. The most important thing is, listen up, the most important thing is that Blackstar the Great is back to life. He is now residing inside Queen Li Linghai's body. Right now, They have occupied the entire capital, and the grand scheme they are planning inside the capital may eventually turn the center of the cosmos upside down. Boss Bai listened with no change in his expression. Even when he heard the news of Blackstar the Great's revival, his eyebrows did not budge. In the end, he simply said casually, "Okay. Okay?" Li Yao's eyes popped out as he looked at Boss Bai in disbelief. Hey, Boss Bai, what's your reaction? I'm serious and not kidding. Wu Yingqi, Blackstar the Great and the ancestor of the immortal cultivators, has been revived and may resume his peak combat ability anytime. Why are you not surprised at all? There's nothing to be surprised at, Boss Bai said, looking at Li Yao. Given that Vulture Li Yao was involved, it was only natural that infinite schemes and trouble would be caused. It seems to me that the revival of Blackstar the Great is already the least damage you could possibly cause, isn't it? To be honest, I'm already grateful that you haven't triggered super events, such as the revival of the Mad Armageddon. What's that supposed to mean? Li Yao felt wronged. It's not like I brought Wu Yingqi back to life. I'm more interested in the two kids here than in the revival of Blackstar the Great. Interrupting Li Yao's self-defense, Boss Bai turned to Xiaoming and Wenwen, curious, and grinned at the kids as a greeting. Boss Bai jumped to the center of the cosmos immediately after the battle to resist the Black Wind Fleet in the Federation. So, although he had heard Long Yangjuan's name before, he did not know that Long Yangjun had activated the Nuwa warship in the Ancient Sages sector, looted an escape capsule, and broken all defenses before escaping. He was unaware of Long Yangjuan's real identity, though he could tell that Long Yangjun was certainly not a regular divinity transformation stage expert. However, the people qualified to team up with a monster like Li Yao could only be other monsters. This was not surprising. On the other hand, Boss Bai, as a fleet commander, keenly perceived Xiaoming and Wenwen's corruption and sabotage of the Flying Rainbow Fleet's battle network a while ago. Their looks, greatly similar to Li Yao and Ding Lingdang, also piqued his curiosity. Well, their origins are rather complex and can't be explained in a few words. I can tell you, but you'd better be prepared. Now that Li Yao had brought Xiaoming and Wenwen to public attention, he did not intend to conceal their identities. Strengthening the fleet required Boss Bai's cooperation too. So, he summoned his courage and said, "They are my children, but it's also not wrong to say that they are the descendants of mankind and the children of the grand unified spiritual nexus. They are brand new lives that originated from artificial intelligence but surpassed it." Okay. Boss Bai interrupted Li Yao again. Got it. They are lives similar to the Fist King. Huh. This time, it was Li Yao who was dumbfounded. He had imagined Boss Bai's 10,000 possible reactions to the matter, including fury, confusion, rejection, and hate. But he never expected Boss Bai to be so calm. Besides, Boss Bai had learned about the Fist King's essence. Those two seemed to be too close for comfort. Another okay? Li Yao found it hard to believe. Boss Bai, can't you stop being so cool? That's too calm a reaction, so calm it makes me wonder if you understood what I said at all. Of course I understood, but there's no need to be surprised by anything, no matter how strange it may seem. I'm already prepared for everything. Boss Bai extended 3 fingers and said, even if they are super artificial intelligence, so what? First, you know where I was born and raised. In my long, complicated life, I've seen the evilest, ugliest, sleaziest, and most terrible people of my own kind. I may even be one of such people myself. Humans can reach the extremes of evil on their own. Even if there are other lives and civilizations in the universe, I don't think they can be more evil and horrible than mankind. Second, before you came, I had just communicated with the Fist King in depth and learned about his essence. Lives are never isolated but always grow exponentially. Although Professor Mo Xian claims that no real life of artificial intelligence could be born in the next few hundred years based on regular development, I always find him too conservative and childish. Life is not something that arises from regular development. Life emerges from the inevitable collision of countless coincidences and grows from the most unbelievable and unimaginable gaps, despite all the difficulties. Since the Fist King already exists, it means such gaps are out there. So why be surprised when new super artificial intelligence shows up? Most importantly, I know what's on your mind. You are worried that the new super artificial intelligence and human civilization will repeat the tragedy of the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago, becoming hostile to each other like the Pangu civilization and humans. I don't deny this possibility. However, as a vaster world and a darker threat gradually reveal themselves from the outside, the minor conflicts within our 3,000 sectors, be they between Pangu and humans or between humans and super artificial intelligence, are hardly worth mentioning. I've already shown you enough respect by saying, okay. Boss Bai, what are you talking about? Li Yao was completely confused. What do you mean by a vaster world? What does a darker threat refer to? The flood, Boss Bai said. I've named the mysterious force that likely exists beyond the 3,000 sectors and has the potential to destroy all civilizations as a flood. It will rage and sweep across the entire three-dimensional universe, leading to the greatest catastrophe and the end of everything. Where should I begin? Let's talk about wizardless civilization. Li Yao, have you heard of witchcraft? Witchcraft? Li Yao repeated the word, dazed. He suddenly shuddered, his pupils constricting to the smallest size. Deep inside his eyes, countless bubbles the size of needle tips were popping up. These bubbles crawled into the depths of his brain, blowing the gate of his soul apart with the force of powerful bombs. Information, mottled, intangible, and broken, gushed out of the gate, making him recall incidents from Earth in a trance. Witchcraft. He had heard the word before, from Earth. But where exactly? He remembered clearly that Earth was a technological world, and there shouldn't have been any witchcraft. Yet, he was certain he had heard the word before. Where? Got it. Back on Earth, he had seen a movie, Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, in which witchcraft was mentioned. What was Harry Potter exactly? Memories, 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 reorganized, condensed, analyzed, and combined. Tracing back to the origins and reaching the core. Found it. Harry Potter was a series of fictions created by J.K. Rowling, a female British writer. The series is about a boy named Harry Potter who accidentally discovers a school that teaches witchcraft and becomes involved in the bizarre and spectacular adventures of the magical world. The series consists of several independent but interconnected books, such as Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, Harry Potter and the Prisoner of Azkaban, and Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. The books, along with their movie and game adaptations, were all huge successes. It was one of the most popular fictional series on Earth. Witchcraft was fake and non-existent, but through the power of imagination, or fantasizing, Earth's inhabitants were able to create a vivid world of witchcraft. A British female writer. But what exactly was the UK? Come on, where were the memories? Ah, got it. UK, the abbreviation of the United Kingdom of England and Scotland. The United Kingdom of England and Scotland was an island country in the north of Europe, an ancient yet developed continent on Earth in Li Yao's previous life. Although it was remote and small, it once created an unstoppable fleet and became a country that dominated the entire Earth, known as the Empire where the sun never set. Fictional concepts like witchcraft were spread across the entire Earth due to the Empire's dominating culture, becoming common knowledge for everyone. Many people didn't even consider it fictional but believed that witchcraft, or even the world J.K. Rowling described, existed in reality. Witchcraft, UK, Europe, Earth. Countless memory fragments danced wildly deep within Li Yao's brain, making him cramp and roll his eyes wildly. Hissing sounds echoed from his throat as well. Everyone was quite shocked by his sudden reaction. When Boss Bai asked if he had ever heard of witchcraft, it was just a casual question. He didn't expect Li Yao to actually know the answer. But to his surprise, Li Yao's reaction was so intense that it seemed the word witchcraft had triggered a certain seal deep within his brain, allowing a strange yet powerful force to flood out. Boss Bai said urgently, "Are you all right, Li Yao?" I am fine," Li Yao's voice came from a distant place. He choked for a moment before saying in a daze, I think I heard the term witchcraft before." Chapter 2481, The Blast of Alien Civilizations. What? Aside from Xiaoming and Wenwen, everyone stood up. Boss Bai, the Fist King, and even Long Yangjun all bulged their eyes, both real and artificial, and stared at Li Yao. Their facial muscles tightened, and they couldn't help but open their mouths in shock. Boss Bai said hastily, "Where did you learn witchcraft from? What exactly is the witchcraft you know?" About that, Li Yao had no idea why his heart was beating so fast, like a pile driver relentlessly hammering his chest. Despite his cultivation being beyond the divinity transformation stage, he couldn't control himself. In just a few seconds, sweat had poured from his forehead and back, soaking his face and clothes. Billions of pieces were dancing wildly in the storm inside his brain, like petrels flying against the tempest. Each feather on every petrel represented a different wizardly world imagined by earthlings. If I say I heard the word witchcraft in my dreams, would you believe me? Li Yao scratched his head, looking at everyone. As for what the witchcraft I saw in my dreams was like, it had too many forms. It's almost as if there were countless wizardly worlds. Some had wizardly webs, and some had eerie things like elements. In some worlds, only females could perform witchcraft, and they must remain celibate until the age of 30 to increase the density of witchcraft in their bodies and improve the dexterity of their fingers. After that, they could easily release fireballs and such. In short, there were countless variations. I can't tell them specifically right now. After all, they were in my dreams. Most of the details were forgotten the moment I woke up. There are countless wizardly worlds. Alarmed, Boss Bai and the Fist King looked at each other, then stared at Li Yao, bewildered, for a long time. Suddenly, Boss Bai laughed and shook his head. It makes sense. I should have seen it coming. Too many historians have studied your rise, tracing your journey back to your early years in Floating Spear City, but they can't find the initial reason that made you strong at the beginning. The magical equipment graveyard was certainly not a place any ordinary child could survive. You witnessed witchcraft in your dreams? Then it all makes sense now. Holding his forehead, Li Yao tried to ward off the headache and the strange feeling of weakness. Frowning, he said, "Boss Bai, Long Yangjun, Fist King, it hasn't been an easy journey for us to meet again with all our subtle identities. To complete the whole puzzle together, I won't keep any information that can be shared with you a secret. However, the dreams in my head are truly fragmented and obscure. They need to be connected with more clues. Why don't you tell us what the witchcraft you discovered was first?" "Fine." Boss Bai agreed quickly. "There aren't many secrets between us anyway. Now that you're willing to be honest, I'm certainly not a petty coward. I'll tell you everything I know. If you know witchcraft, do you know Gaoist? It's possibly a transliteration from the languages of the wizardless civilizations, something related to the soul or the mind." Gaoist. Gaoist. Li Yao murmured it several times. Then, recalling English from Earth for some reason, he was naturally struck with the word, ghost. In the memories of Earth, Li Yao never had great grades, and English was not his mother tongue. However, ghost was a relatively elementary word and was used in various contexts, including naming a tool that could rapidly reinstall a computer system. So, it did not take Li Yao much time to think of it. Boss Bai and the Fist King looked at each other in bewilderment. Li Yao's pronunciation was apparently more standard than Boss Bai's, Gaoist. At the very least, the intonation was much better, making it sound like a certain blurred spell. Boss Bai's face changed abruptly as he said, "How do you spell that word? What does it mean?" "It goes like this." After a moment's thought, Li Yao extended his finger and wrote "ghost" on the light beam. He then explained, "I may not know all of its meanings, but it primarily means the spirit of a dead person that some people think they can feel or see in a place." Right, a rather famous booting system was named after it. It's really identical. Looking at the word on the light beam, Boss Bai put on an expression of disbelief. After a long daze, he finally said, "Ghost, fake, booting system? That's right. Everything makes sense now. Fist King, show Li Yao that thing." The Fist King acknowledged and took out the chip that Boss Bai had given him from the container on his chest. Tossing it to Li Yao, he said, "Take a look at it. Do you recognize the words on it?" Li Yao picked up the chip, not knowing what they were up to. He was then rigidified when he touched it with his finger. After he looked at it, he exclaimed in shock, "What the heck?" Boss Bai and the Fist King did not recognize the zigzagging calligraphy on the chip, but Li Yao could tell at first glance that it seemed to be a combination of several phonetic languages based on the alphabet. At first, it looked similar to English, but it appeared more vintage and glamorous. It did not resemble the language of any of the other superpowers in Europe, but more like their ancient cousin. What was its name? Shatin? No, Latin. Li Yao's understanding of English was limited to the most fundamental vocabulary, and he knew nothing about the languages of other European countries, much less the obsolete Latin that barely anyone used. Additionally, the chip had almost been melted, and the words on the surface were only the shallowest traces. It was impossible for him to decipher what the hybrid text expressed. However, for a divinity transformation stage expert, who had lived in a cultivation civilization for over 100 years, being steeped and nourished solely by that civilization, the shock of seeing what appeared to be English and Latin was indescribable. It felt as though the world was collapsing and recombining before him. It was no exaggeration to say that Li Yao was like a cricket raised in a can, and the hall wall that surrounded him suddenly collapsed, revealing an endless world beyond. This is. Li Yao's face alternated between red and blue, and his brain almost stopped functioning. Holding the chip, he felt as though he were holding a cluster of sweltering magma. He wanted to let it go but couldn't bear to lose it. He could barely breathe. "Li Yao, are you okay?" Observing him, Boss Bai asked with concern. Although Li Yao was usually a great troublemaker, he was now the sole lead for Boss Bai to venture into the wizardly worlds. Naturally, Boss Bai had to ensure that Li Yao was safe and sound. "I'm fine, it's just," taking a few deep breaths, Li Yao managed a smile, though his face was pale. "It's just strange to see ABCD in a world of cultivation filled with Eastern mystique. Speaking of which, where did you get this, Boss Bai? And why did you ask the Fist King to keep it? Is it related to the Fist King too?" Boss Bai looked at the Fist King. The Fist King said in a dull voice, "Li Yao knows my identity. Or rather, he was the one who enlightened me. Or, in Boss Bai's theory, he activated a certain strength inside me. Besides, he has shared his own uncanny dreams with us. According to my calculations, there's no need to keep any secrets from him. It's impossible to do so. In that case, I'll say it out." Boss Bai thought for a moment and shared all the information he knew, including how the Big Bai pirate gang met the debris of a wizardless civilization starship after jumping to the edge of the Martial Meritocrat sector of the Imperium of True Human Beings. He explained how he found a chip and inferred from it, and later analyzed the Fist King's identity. He emphasized the flood that had caused the destruction of thousands of civilizations, including the wizardly ones, presenting all his speculations and deductions. Li Yao and Long Yangjun were both stunned. Beyond the 3,000 sectors we inhabit lies a desolate space that is almost infinitely vast, like a ubiquitous, impenetrable black wall. But beyond this wall, there are still billions of worlds and billions of civilizations. These civilizations function in entirely different ways, such as the wizardless civilizations that draw energy from four-dimensional lives. Meanwhile, billions of brilliant civilizations have been destroyed by a certain mysterious and powerful force, the Flood. Nobody knows if there are more survivors of the alien civilizations beyond the Black Wall, or if they have, by luck or misfortune, crossed the Black Wall and entered the Cultivation civilization, like the wizardless civilization Starship. And nobody knows where the Flood went after absorbing countless civilizations. Has the Flood died down? Is it taking a nap after a delicious meal? Or has it woken up from a prolonged digestion and is hungrily searching for the next batch of food, such as humanity in the cultivation world? The unimaginably horrible images flashed in Li Yao's and Long Yangjun's minds. They looked at each other in bewilderment and a bitter smile. Li Yao finally understood why Boss Bai remained utterly unaffected when faced with a shocking event like the awakening of artificial intelligence. If the wizardless civilization and the other billions of extraterrestrial civilizations did exist, and if the flood that destroyed them is still out there, the threat of awakened artificial intelligence is truly not a big deal. Li Yao, what we have now is just a tiny chip and unfounded speculations, Boss Bai said solemnly. I thought that both the wizardless civilization and the all-destroying flood were still too distant for us to explore, but your arrival has brought us new hope. I have already told you everything I know. Can you recall more things? I need to think about it. I need to think about it carefully. Closing his eyes, Li Yao wiped the nosebleed that was running out of control and whispered in a voice so low it sounded like a dream, perhaps I need to have a good sleep and look for the answer in my dreams. Note, Ghost, other than being the name of a famous open-source CMS, is also a solution to boot and reinstall your OS. It was quite a popular tool in China 5 to 10 years ago but is not as frequently used today. Check Ghost Boot on Google for more details. Chapter 2482, The Center of Every Universe. The 2 consecutive battles within 24 hours were too exhausting, both physically and mentally. The subsequent discussions on wizardless civilization and flood were a major shock for everyone. Even though they were all unparalleled experts, averaging above the middle level of the divinity transformation stage, they still felt their feebleness and insignificance when faced with such a vast and terrifying view of the universe. They had to adjourn for the night and rest before sharing their wisdom and courage. Otherwise, some might go mad or even vomit blood during the conversation. Li Yao didn't speak to anyone else, he went straight back to his room. He intended to fall asleep and explore the increasingly clear earth in his bizarre dreams. But despite his fatigue, both physical and mental, he couldn't force himself to sleep. In the end, he could only stare at a crack on the ceiling with bloodshot eyes. He thought that by advancing to the apex of the divinity transformation stage, he had deeply understood himself and the world. However, a tiny chip and a few letters completely shattered his arrogance, reteaching him the vastness of the universe, the wonder of the world, and the endless, spectacular journey. Witchcraft. What is witchcraft exactly? Since he couldn't sleep, Li Yao sat up straight and stared at his fingers, sorting through the messy clues in his head. As he had mentioned to Boss Bai earlier, the witchcraft in the Earth-related memories was splendid and entailed infinite possibilities. The Harry Potter series was only a world that mastered the lowest level of magical power. Other than that, countless strong and ancient people on Earth had their own witchcraft, their own legends, and their own bizarre, incredible, fictitious worlds. Witchcraft, vampires, werewolves, witches, witchers, zombies, Helios, Thor, Hades, Mars, Pan, Dionysus, Quetzalcoatl, Shiva, and, of course, Pangu and Nuwa, whom Li Yao had been familiar with in his previous life. Their ancient prototypes emerged with the birth of human beings and were passed down for tens of thousands of years before being gathered into the illusory worlds of cultivation and witchcraft in the modern sense. Even though they were all called witchcraft, they were greatly different in terms of their strength systems and the methods of using them, making them essentially the products of different worlds. Wait, Li Yao murmured to himself, there's the concept of cultivation on Earth too. In the homeland of my former self, splendid worlds of cultivation emerged in many people's minds. Right. In the Earth memories from long ago, I seem to have read a cultivation novel where the levels were also classified into the refinement stage, the building foundation stage, the core formation stage, the nascent soul stage, and the divinity transformation stage. Is it a coincidence? Of course not. But if it's not a coincidence, what is it? Li Yao counted on his fingers and sorted through all the known information. If Boss Bai's speculation was correct, there was an extremely vast universe beyond the cultivation world created by human beings in the Panga universe. In this universe, which had expanded billions of times, lay other brilliant civilizations, such as the wizardless civilization. But it was a shame that those civilizations were too far from the cultivation civilization, and they were blocked by the black wall of death and silence, where resources were scarce. It was barely possible for the two to communicate. Only a few lucky ones, like a starship from the wizardless civilization or a meteorite carrying the blood-stripe virus in Li Yao's head, could penetrate the black wall and reach the cultivation civilization. Worse still, before the cultivation civilization discovered the other civilizations, they might have been destroyed by the flood. However, they were not entirely destroyed. At least on Earth, which seemed small, plain, and barren, devoid of spiritual energy, witchcraft, or any other supernatural powers, those civilizations that should not have known each other and should have been destroyed were now blending, communicating, and integrating, giving birth to all kinds of new fictions. What exactly was Earth? Was it a transfer station or a rendezvous for countless civilizations in the vast universe? Then, why was he determined to destroy Earth, which might be the last haven for those civilizations? In a trance, Li Yao heard himself roar and swear to accomplish the Vulture plan again. Generations of civilizations have been confined to this godforsaken Earth, caught in infinite loops, unable to free themselves. Li Yao had thought that the so-called generations of civilizations referred to the native civilizations on Earth. But now, he wondered if they referred to the cultivation civilization and wizardless civilization. Could the civilizations of countless universes, including the cultivation and wizardless civilizations, be confined to the small, barren Earth and trapped in an unbreakable loop? Was the ultimate purpose of the Vulture plan to break this loop? That was really a headache. Anyhow, we have found the answer to at least one thing. The mental devil turned into a tiny sprout and crawled out of his forehead. Holding its arms and in deep thought, it said thoughtfully, "It's about why Earth is the center of the universe." Li Yao was slightly dazed. It was indeed a question that once baffled him. He remembered clearly that after the Vulture plan failed, a voice asked him to escape from Earth to a place as far away as possible, preferably the edge of the universe. Since the farthest place from Earth was the edge of the universe, there was no doubt that Earth was the center of the universe. However, to Li Yao's knowledge, the center of the Panga universe, which contained the 3,000 sectors, was undoubtedly the Imperial Terminus sector. In terms of relative location on the three-dimensional level and the wormholes most suitable for four-dimensional jumps, the Imperial Terminus sector was the well-deserved center of the Panga universe. Li Yao once had the idea that Earth and the capital of the Imperial Terminus sector were the same place. That way, the problem regarding the center of the universe would be resolved. But after examining the basic parameters of the capital, and even digging tens of thousands of meters into the ground for exploration, he discovered that the capital was nothing like Earth in his memories. There was no way they were the same planet. Perhaps we have been wrong from the very beginning. The Imperial Terminus sector is, and only is, the center of the Panga universe, the mental devil said philosophically. But Earth can totally be the center of other universes. There isn't any contradiction, the mental devil said. Other universes? Liao asked subconsciously. Which universe? Every one of them, the mental devil replied, one word after another. Let's infer with the boldest imagination. At the very least, based on the current evidence, Earth is very likely to be the center of every universe and all the universes. It is the center of the multiverse. Multiverse? Li Yao jumped off his bed. What is that? Why would I know? It's just one of the words I seized from your memory pieces. I found it cool and decided it could be used for our discussion. The mental devil opened its hands. As to what it is exactly, you will have to explore and figure it out on your own. Li Yao was dazed for a long time before he finally extended a finger and pressed the sprout created by the mental devil back into his head. Now that he couldn't fall asleep, he decided to take a walk. At this moment, the Blue Sky Market was in the middle of a heated maintenance and upgrade for the starships. Almost all the docks and streets were ablaze with lights. There was no distinction between day and night. To avoid being disturbed, Li Yao and the others had asked Boss Bai to settle them in a relatively quiet, abandoned port. When he walked out of the room, Li Yao saw an illusory moon on the artificial sky, illuminating the starry docks far away. There were also synthetic sounds of rising and ebbing tides, which soon calmed his restless mind. As it turned out, he was not the only person having trouble sleeping. Someone had beaten him to it, leaning against the rusty, decorative railing and enjoying the digital tides and the sea wind that carried a salty stench. Her long black hair fell to her waist. Her face, elegant and ancient as if carved from diamonds, was slightly marred by her slightly protruding nose, yet this only added to her resolute demeanor. Under the moonlight, Long Yangjun appeared so solemn and divine that she seemed not of flesh and blood, but rather a god from a primordial age, time-traveled to the modern day. Only when she glanced at Li Yao did her nearly impeccable face reveal a hint of humanity, transforming her from a deity into a mortal. Don't come any closer, Long Yangjun chuckled. I knew you were an extraordinary person, but your monstrosity still exceeds my expectations. It's only been a few days since you brought 2 information lives to me, claiming they were your children, and now you say you know witchcraft and ABCD. Come on, can you please stop being so incomprehensible and take a moment to process things? Well. Li Yao scratched his head and leaned in. I don't know how to explain it. The more I know, the more I realize what I don't know. Do you understand what I mean? Cough. Let's set aside my issues for now. I don't know when I'll sort out the mess in my head. For now, let's focus on you. Why can't you sleep? What are you thinking about? Gazing at the distant, simulated black ocean created by panoramic light beams, Long Yangjun said, I'm not particularly interested in the wizardless civilization or your lies, nor in the earth from your dreams. What really piques my interest is the flood that Boss Bai mentioned. I'm thinking about whether the flood had anything to do with the primeval wars that led to the destruction of the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations. Hey, do you think the flood really exists, or did it arrive in our universe during the primeval age, hundreds of thousands of years ago? Was it the flood that marked the end of the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations and shaped the universe into what it is today? The flood and the primeval age? The flood led to the end of the Pangu and Nuwa civilizations and the rise of humanity in the 3000 sectors, making the cultivation world what it is today. Li Yao pondered for a long time. Looking at Long Yangjun, whose lips were bitten and eyebrows furrowed, Li Yao knew she wasn't spouting baseless speculation. Why do you think that? According to Boss Bai, the flood is an ultimate catastrophe that occurs on the other side of the universe. Although it has destroyed thousands of civilizations, including the wizardless civilization, it hasn't affected the 3000 sectors we inhabit yet. Or rather, the high and thick black wall surrounding our world makes it impossible for the flood to break through. However, I have different thoughts. Long Yangjun gazed at the black tides rising and falling before her, muttering, "Up until now, we know for certain that at least 2 extraterrestrial civilizations have crossed the black wall and entered our world. One is the wizardless civilization, and the other is the blood-stripe virus you discovered on the Iron Plateau. Let's call it the blood-stripe civilization for now." The wizardless civilization had advanced to an extremely sophisticated level, using highly complex starships and AI or amalgamations of residual souls known as Gaoists to navigate through the black wall with delicate, advanced technologies. The blood-stripe civilization, on the other hand, abandoned all external, advanced, and civilizational forms, regressing to the simplest, most fundamental, and primitive state, like a germ or a virus. They boarded meteorites and crossed the nearly infinite black wall over billions of years through the most basic, if not crude, method. Look, both the most advanced wizardless civilization and the most primitive blood-stripe civilization had their own methods to cross the black wall. The many apocalyptic strikes throughout ancient times must have come from alien civilizations in different space zones and even dimensions. This means that the black wall is not impenetrable. In fact, it may be riddled with holes. Since the wizardless civilization could pass through it, the blood-stripe civilization could pass through it, and so many apocalyptic strikes could penetrate it, why couldn't the flood, which was capable of destroying all of them? At the core of it, the so-called black wall is not mysterious. It is merely a vast vacuum surrounding the 3,000 sectors, devoid of stars, planets, and spiritual waves. As long as your speed is high enough and you have sufficient resources, or if your resource consumption is extremely low, it would be possible to cross the wall within 1,000,000 years, or even longer, right? Li Yao nodded slowly. The apocalyptic strikes had been occurring since ancient times and were undoubtedly a form of destruction or obstruction imposed by powerful extraterrestrial civilizations. Even the highest, thickest, and safest wall cannot stop someone determined to cross it. Li Yao said, "I admit that the black wall may not be enough to stop the flood, but at least for now, our world is flourishing spectacularly." "What do you mean when you suggest that the flood and the primeval age are connected?" "It is just my guess, or a hypothesis of mine, which addresses a question of critical importance about the primeval age that has puzzled me for a long time," Long Yangjun said. "The question is, why did the civilizations in Pangu's alliance unanimously agree to seal away their emotions and will, transforming from absolutely free dominators of the universe into submissive, indifferent walking dead? You should know that in the early days of the Pangu civilization's alliance, many clans, including Pangu, Gonggong, Kwafu, Hui, and even Nuwa, who joined last, were made of flesh and blood and had intense feelings, right? However, at some unknown point, the alliance reached a consensus to seal their feelings and will, transforming themselves into puppets and machines. They had such a strong fear and rejection of feelings and will that they labeled these concepts as chaos, devils, and the most dreadful and evil things, believing they would destroy their civilization. What has been baffling me is, why? Why did they do that? Isn't there already an answer?" Li Yao blurted out. "Because the resources in the 3,000 sectors were not enough, and they could not escape. The 13 advanced carbon-based life forms that made up the Pangu Alliance, after countless wars, realized that if they continued fighting, they could not destroy each other but would only die together. So, they abandoned war, reached out to each other, and formed an alliance to peacefully and efficiently allocate resources. However, even without war, the Pangu Alliance still faced problems such as population growth and resource shortages. If individuals did not suppress their feelings and desires, resources would have run out soon. Moreover, with feelings and desires, it would have been easy for malicious schemers to incite trouble and spark new wars. Given the technology and destructiveness of the Pangu Alliance, another war would have destroyed all civilizations. What happened later proved their concerns. A new war did indeed break out, and the 13 primordial clans that made up the alliance were all doomed. Only humans, their servants and machines, survived. Yes, that is the standard answer. All the specialists of primeval history believe so. But don't you feel that such a theory is too simple and rough? Long Yangjun looked at Li Yao, her eyes reflecting deep, rolling tides. This is a prejudiced opinion, an answer that humans have found through colored glasses. You have always regarded the Pangu clan as certain, condescending, unreasonable, and heartless beings. It's almost as if you think that as long as a leader of the Pangu clan gave the command, everyone from top to bottom would give up their feelings and will without hesitation. But is that possible? Just ask yourself. If you truly see the Pangu clan as living beings who know love and hate, do you think it's possible for them to give up their emotions without complaints or regrets? After a brief silence, Li Yao struggled to reply, but the Pangu alliance was trapped in the 3,000 sectors by the Black Wall, which they couldn't pass. They abandoned feelings and desires to reduce resource consumption. It's a highly unconvincing reason, Long Yangjun shook her head. For any civilization that discovers it is trapped, the first choice is to break out of the cage and escape, isn't it? It must be noted that the Pangu Alliance already mastered the technology to absorb stellar energy with extremely high efficiency. Even if they weren't as advanced as the wizard civilization, how much worse could they have been? Even the wizard civilization and the blood-striped civilization were able to cross the Black Wall. How far could the Pangu Alliance have been from achieving it? Was it really so dire that they were devastated and completely gave up on breaking the Black Wall, desperately turning to deprive everyone of their feelings and desires? You must know that even if feelings and desires were reduced to almost zero, the individuals of Pangu's alliance would still consume resources. As long as they could not cross the Black Wall, the resources in the 3,000 sectors would eventually run out. In other words, erasing feelings only slightly delayed the inevitable resource drought but completely eliminated the hope of Pangu's alliance for long-term survival and prosperity. From the moment they erased their feelings and will, Pangu's alliance had, in fact, locked and frozen themselves. Without the power of ambition, the curiosity for the unknown, and the infinite thoughts sparked by the collision of complex feelings, a civilization can never evolve. This is a simple logic that both of us understand. Could the wise leaders of Pangu's alliance have been unaware of this? Here lies the question. The wise leaders knew that erasing feelings and will was a chronic suicide for a civilization, yet why did they insist on doing it? Moreover, this seemingly cold-hearted practice did not raise many objections among the people. Why? The resistance of the Nuwa clan only occurred when they were enchanted by the extraterrestrial devils and realized the importance of feelings and will. In other words, even the Nuwa clan initially agreed to eliminate feelings and will. It doesn't make any sense. Li Yao was in deep thought. It indeed sounds rather unreasonable. It is absolutely unreasonable, Long Yangjun said. However wise, powerful, and prestigious the leaders of the Pangu clan were, they couldn't have convinced the people to erase their feelings. Take you, for example. You are admired enough in the Star Glory Federation as the founding father of the Federation and dominator of 3 sectors, aren't you? If you return to the Federation and tell the people, because our universe is closed and resources are limited, to avoid depleting our resources during our happy lives, we should suppress our feelings and erase our will, how many do you think would heed your call? Well, I assume I'd be immediately overwhelmed with rotten eggs and tomatoes. Li Yao said, come to think of it, why would I ever suggest something so foolish? If our universe is closed, we should try to open it, pierce it, or drill through it. If resources are limited, we should aim to create more or acquire more from the outside. It is precisely because of feelings and will that we are called a civilization. Otherwise, we'd just be a group of zombies. Would there even be a civilization? Exactly. That's what any normal person would think, and you're no different. So why would the leaders of the Pangu's alliance be an exception? Long Yangjun said. Even if one leader went mad and decided that heartlessness was necessary, why wouldn't the other leaders stop him, and why would everyone obediently abandon their feelings and will? In short, the reason that our universe is closed, and we cannot escape, so we must conserve our resources is too weak to justify the Pangus Alliance's united decision to undertake such an insane act. There must have been a stronger, more direct, and fatal reason that forced them to give up their feelings, desires, and even their ambition to break through the Black Wall and explore the extraterrestrial lands. Chapter 2484, Self-Locking. Vaguely guessing what the reason Long Yangjun mentioned, Li Yao was breathing heavily. Long Yangjun smiled and said, "Think about it. Under what extreme circumstances do you think people will willingly abandon their feelings? Oh, there's no need to think about it at all. You'll know it if you look at the incident with Nepenthe at the great iron plants beneath the capital that we just went through. Extreme shortage of resources, extreme pain and exploitation, and extreme hopelessness. In those mutually reinforcing conditions, people will abandon everything, including their feelings, without any deception or coercion. Then, is it possible that extreme dread was the reason?" Li Yao was silent for a moment. He asked, though he already knew the answer, the extreme dread of what? "You have guessed it," Long Yangjun said casually. "The flood. The extreme dread of the flood, capable of destroying, erasing, and eliminating everything. For all this time, we have speculated that Pangu's alliance was incapable of crossing the Black Wall and was confined to the 3,000 sectors due to technological limitations, leading to tragedies such as resource scarcity, the surrender of emotions, the temptation of devils, and the rebellion of the Nuwa clan. But let's change our perspective. What if Pangu's alliance was capable of crossing the Black Wall and exploring extraterrestrial lands when it reached its peak? Think about it and put yourself in the shoes of a leader during Pangu's alliance's prime. Your civilization consists of 13 highly advanced carbon-based beings, full of courage, wisdom, technology, and virtue. You are already capable of freely harnessing energy from stars and creating new life forms. Naturally, you are ambitiously striving to conquer both the known and unknown universe. Nothing can possibly stop your ambitions. How can a minor black ball make you abandon your feelings and lofty ideals? That's a joke. With the most advanced technologies of the entire civilization, you have finally established a massive, incredible expedition fleet. Overcoming all difficulties and resolving the previously unknown, complex questions, you are finally crossing the moat that confined the civilization, the Black Wall, made of desolation and void. You find yourself in a grand universe countless times vaster than the 3,000 sectors. It seems to be a bright and beautiful ending, doesn't it? Unfortunately, the grand universe beyond the Black Wall is far beyond your imagination. This is not a prosperous land brimming with crystals and spiritual energy, nor even a dark forest that is dangerous but at least vibrant. Instead, it is a wasteland, a desert, an area of residues that have just been savaged and chewed by the flood. All life, all civilizations, be they kind or evil, advanced or primitive, with or without real entities, have been destroyed by the flood. Can you imagine that? After all the difficulties and sacrifices, you have finally crossed the Black Wall with the hope of the entire civilization, only to witness such cataclysm, such destruction, and such a rampant flood. What is even more dreadful is that the flood, which has destroyed everything, is probably not far away. Since you are capable of crossing the wall and discovering the flood, the odds are high that the flood can discover and destroy you, the 3,000 sectors where the Pangus civilization resides. In a sense, the 3,000 sectors are somewhat similar to the ancient sages' sector, my hometown surrounded by the dark nebula. They are both covered in a seemingly impenetrable and extremely thick barrier, through which barely any information or material can pass. Such a barrier is a burden, a seal, and a curse, isolating the civilization inside from the rest of the world and making it lonely in the vast universe. But from another perspective, isn't it a form of protection too? Without the cover of the Dark Nebula, the ancient sages' sector would have been embroiled in the bloody battles of the ancient cultivators 40,000 years ago, or discovered by demons, or involved in the collapse of the Star Ocean Imperium, or conquered by the Imperium of true human beings, wouldn't it? By the same logic, the seemingly desolate and vacuous black wall outside the 3,000 sectors likely leads any external observer to believe this is nothing more than a dead and silent land, an empty ocean or a barren desert. Little do they know that there are islands in the ocean and oases in the desert. Perhaps it is precisely because of the black wall that the flood is uninterested in wasting its energy to explore if there is prey behind it. That's why they have let us be, for now. After all, the delectable, wizardless civilization is enough to satisfy them for a while. But if the flood discovers a fleet has emerged from behind the black wall, they will immediately infer that there must be a highly advanced civilization hidden in the desolation. Do you think they will still be lazy and let us go? Li Yao was sweating profusely, at a loss for words. Right, my speculation is not rigorous. Perhaps the expedition fleet of the Pangu civilization did not directly discover the flood. If they did, the flood would have probably discovered them too. Then, we would have been destroyed a long time ago. Long Yangjun said, what they discovered was the debris, remains, or tombs of civilizations that had been swallowed and savaged by the flood, such as the fleeing fleets of the wizardless civilization. Through these discoveries about the alien civilizations, they learned everything about the flood and its existence. But the conclusion is the same: the leaders of Pangu's alliance, or possibly every individual, learned that there was something called the flood. Whether the flood was a force capable of destroying the entire three-dimensional universe, a lethal beast from the fourth dimension or higher, or a law with its own will, didn't matter. What mattered was that the people hiding behind the black wall must not, under any circumstances, be discovered by the flood, or everything would be doomed. No matter how much courage, wisdom, or will they summoned, Pangu's alliance did not stand even a 1/1000th of a chance against the flood. If discovered by the flood, their only outcome would be destruction. This is not pessimism but an objective, undeniable fact. Do you agree? I do, Li Yao managed to say. Very well. As a leader of the Pangu civilization, what decisions would you make after the facts are clear? Long Yangjun continued, specifically, regarding the expedition fleet that has crossed the Black Wall and is exploring the extraterrestrial lands. I'm afraid I'll have to recall them, Li Yao said after a long sigh, with a bitter smile. The longer they stay beyond the wall, the more likely they are to be discovered by the flood, and the consequence of their discovery would be the destruction of our entire civilization. The best we can expect is some survivors who escape their hometown, like the fleets of the wizardless civilization, struggling to live on before their inevitable doom. Recalling them is the only viable decision. It is a viable decision, but not the only one to be made, Long Yangjun said. If you think about it, after the fleet is recalled, it would be highly unnecessary and unwise to keep it. The fleet is meant to cross the Black Wall, but doing so is now a dangerous action that could jeopardize the entire civilization. If even one starship crosses the Black Wall and escapes, the flood might discover us, leading to the destruction of the entire civilization. However, as long as there are still starships capable of reaching extraterrestrial lands, who can guarantee that no ambitious, bold, or impulsive individual will steal a starship and do something foolish? Therefore, to ensure the survival of the Pangu civilization, the abilities for long voyages must be locked or even destroyed. The Pangu civilization does not need the technology to cross the Black Wall, at least not until the flood is confirmed to have completely ebbed. Li Yao couldn't help but clench his fists. Human civilization had developed for 100,000 years, and the technology to cross the Black Wall and sail to extraterrestrial lands had always been sought after. Did the Pangu civilization once master these technologies only to abandon them in helplessness? That would be too pitiful and pathetic. However, if the flood was truly wandering outside the Black Wall, searching for the next target with covetous eyes, the Pangus civilization's self-sealing seemed reasonable and unavoidable. After realizing that, another problem that once bothered me was answered as well, Long Yongjun said solemnly. We discussed this issue before. It is about why the Pangus civilization destroyed their crystal processor technologies on a large scale, suppressing their expertise in crystal processors and the spiritual nexus to a level no higher than what mankind is capable of today. At first, we thought the Pangus civilization was scared of the birth of artificial intelligence, and that they suppressed their knowledge of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus with everything they had to prevent artificial intelligence, or virtual life, from coming to this world. Now, I think we were possibly wrong again. Even in the civilization of mankind, there are many visionary people unafraid of the dawn of artificial intelligence. They are even willing to live in peace with information life and improve their own civilization with its help. Did the Pangus civilization never have any such creative and considerate leaders? No, perhaps what the Pangus civilization feared was not artificial intelligence itself. It was the high-speed development of artificial intelligence, which would certainly lead to a technological boom in space sailing technologies. Once entities like Ghost were created, countless starships would be able to cross the Black Wall, and there would be nothing the authorities of the Pangus civilization could do to stop it. Just as I said earlier, if even one starship equipped with artificial intelligence successfully escaped the Black Wall and was detected by the Flood, the whole civilization would be destroyed. Therefore, to prevent starships from setting sail, the Pangus civilization simply locked and suppressed the development of crystal processors and the spiritual nexus, ensuring that the artificial intelligence needed to assist starships in voyages would never be invented. In this way, all the loopholes were sealed from the root, and the Flood would never find them. You should understand now, Li Yao. Perhaps it was not the infinite Black Wall that stopped the development of the Pangus civilization, but fear. Their extreme fear of extraterrestrial lands and the Flood made them seal, restrict, erase, and lock themselves away. Li Yao couldn't help but feel chilled by what Long Yongjun said. The virtual black tides before him seemed to have turned into a starless universe. The seemingly dark void was actually the best protection, as patrolling beyond the darkness was an irresistible strength, 100 times darker than the darkness itself. Even if your guess is correct, Li Yao's voice sounded like the cold wind blowing from an ice cave, brimming with coldness. Did they have to go so far as to completely abandon their feelings? They must, Long Yongjun sighed. In the past, we thought the Pangus civilization erased their feelings because resources were highly limited, and they had to be frugal. After all, the intense activities caused by feelings, the most extreme case being war, would significantly accelerate resource consumption, leading to the advanced drought and collapse of the closed world. However, that is only one reason and a lesser one. More importantly, feelings lead to desires. For a highly developed intelligent life, their strongest desire can't be the primitive survival and reproduction. Instead, it is the ambition to explore the unknown, to march to the world beyond, to break all boundaries, to reach the edge of the universe, and to jump out of it. Even though the leadership of the Pangus civilization could disband the expedition fleet and even destroy technologies related to crystal processors, the spiritual nexus, and the use of tenebrum energy, they couldn't guarantee that these technologies wouldn't be secretly developed over the tens of thousands of years to come. This could allow some ambitious, reckless young men to break out of the 3,000 sectors with new-generation starships, aided by artificial intelligence and powered by tenebrum energy. After all, the universe is simply too vast. Even the tiny 3,000 sectors are, in fact, an extremely vast sea of stars. You cannot set up surveillance everywhere. As long as they are determined, someone will definitely escape one day. Just like I said a moment ago, and never forget it, not a single starship, individual, or cell of this world can escape from here. If they do and are sensed by the Flood, everything will be doomed. To forestall the accident and address the problem at its root, it was not enough to only destroy technology and dismantle starships. It was also necessary to completely eliminate desires. The desire to learn, explore, and the curiosity of the imagination must not be allowed. Only individuals who felt nothing when they looked at the stars in the sky were the safest for the Pangu civilization as a whole. To suffocate desires, the first step is to suppress feelings. Feelings and desires are two sides of the same coin. It will only be safe enough if they are destroyed together. With his mouth open, Li Yao thought for a long time but had to admit that Long Yangjun had a point. The greatest difference between humans, the wisest of all creatures, and other ignorant beasts was their curiosity and imagination, wasn't it? As long as humans still had curiosity and imagination, when they raised their heads to look at the sky, they would want to know what lay beyond the curtain of stars. Eventually, countless people would break free, paying with their wisdom, courage, sweat, and even their lives. The Pangu civilization must have been the same, right? Their hearts must have been filled with surging tides and volcanic eruptions when they looked at the stars, didn't they? Thirdly, and most importantly, the reason to eliminate feelings, Long Yangjun continued solemnly, is to keep fear at bay and maintain order so the Pangu civilization can function at a minimal level of efficiency and preserve the seeds of the civilization. Li Yao was slightly stunned. What do you mean? Didn't their fear fade after they cancelled the expedition fleet and stayed behind the Black Wall? What kind of order needed to be maintained? You are thinking too simply. The Pangu civilization had probably never seen the flood, only gathered clues from the remnants of other civilizations. Their fear originated from within. How could they distance themselves from it? Long Yangjun looked both sad and indifferent, or rather, feigning nonchalance to hide the sorrow in her heart. I wonder if you've heard this before: when the Doomsday comes, the world isn't destroyed by the Doomsday itself, but by the chaos that precedes it. You should never overestimate humanity. On the cosmic scale, both humanity and the Pangu civilization are mere specks of dust. Faced with such overwhelming horror and catastrophe, most individuals in both civilizations would crumble under the weight. Li Yao, if everything I've said is true, how do you feel? Are you shocked, terrified, or even completely hopeless? Well. Li Yao scratched his head and said, I am a bit shocked and scared, but I wouldn't say I'm completely hopeless. Ha ha ha. I've been through too many battles and seen too many great things. Is a small flood really so terrifying? If you're so formidable, Flood, why don't you just come and face me? Come on, Flood, show yourself and hit me. Hit me, you fool. Look, nothing happened at all. This suggests two things: the flood is not omnipotent and omniscient, and it has weaknesses too. At the very least, it cannot detect our conversation or teleport itself over instantly. Or maybe even the flood is scared of Vulture Li Yao and doesn't have the courage to show up and get killed when I'm cursing it aloud. Li Yao cursed at the starry sky with his arms akimbo for a long time before he finally said to Long Yangjun seriously. Long Yangjun. Li Yao, hey, what's the meaning of this? Why are you leaving? We are having a delightful conversation and about to reach the key point. Where are you going exactly, without saying anything? Long Yangjun, I want to chat with Xiaoming and Wenwen. It occurs to me that even talking with the two kids will be more productive than talking with you. Please don't, let's at least finish what we were talking about. Li Yao hurried to ask Long Yangjun to stay. He even swore, I'll stop talking, alright? I'll just listen to you. I'm all ears. With her eyes half closed, Long Yangjun took a few deep breaths before she finally continued, forget it. It's redundant to ask you. I'll just continue my theory. Leaving the weirdos like you and the unparalleled experts whose minds are unbelievably firm, like Boss Bai, the flood is the greatest catastrophe for most of the ordinary people and even for the experts who have mastered powerful strength but not determined hearts. There is an irresistible and even unimaginable force outside of the world we live in. The only reason it hasn't destroyed us is that we are lucky. But our luck is not going to last forever. One day, the flood will notice us, find us, and swallow us whole. Countless civilizations have been destroyed by the flood, and no matter how we develop our own, we cannot stop the impending doom. This is precisely what they call foreordained. Do you understand, Li Yao? Such a perception will result in the deepest fear in everyone's heart and undermine the hope of a civilization's development. The fire of despair will sweep across every planet in the 3,000 sectors, collapsing the entire Pangu civilization before the flood arrives. Since destruction is inevitable, what's the point of working hard and contributing to the civilization today? Now that breaking out of the 3,000 sectors is an absolute taboo, where does the future of the Pangu civilization lie? When a terrifying beast outside is ready to devour them at any moment, how are the panicked individuals of the Pangu civilization going to live their daily lives? No one can answer these questions, but they will all gradually realize the unacceptable answers. In the best-case scenarios, all individuals will lose the meaning of their lives, becoming too engrossed in primitive sensual stimulations and entertainments to find a way out, ending their lives in self-abandonment. In the worst-case scenarios, the psychos and lunatics will end their civilization in the most extreme ways in their desperation. You might call it a form of civilizational suicide. What about the government? Hee. The government at such a moment should have lost all its authority, glory, and ability to govern, right? If even the government is powerless against the flood, what good is such a government? The Pangu civilization rapidly regressed into anarchy. People were oscillating between utter despair and complete madness, as if they were all suffering from severe bipolar disorder. Perhaps, in only 100 years, the alliance established by the 13 carbon-based intelligent beings in Pangu would be destroyed, along with their most spectacular civilization. Let me ask you, as the leader of the Pangu civilization, after foreseeing such a miserable future, what choice do you have except to deprive the people of their feelings and desires so that they will be kept away from fear and able to work and live normally, ensuring that the civilization still runs at the lowest efficiency? Li Yao thought hard for a long time and finally said, "It does make sense. For every living individual, materials do not matter most. What matters is whether or not you can see hope. As long as there is hope, it doesn't matter if life today is difficult. But if the future path has been entirely blocked by the flood, with no hope of development, the whole civilization will certainly be lost. The odds are quite high that what you described will happen: the collapse of the government, the disruption of social order, and the decline of the civilization. However, erasing feelings and desires, and locking the development of all technologies, isn't a long-term solution. Won't they still be doomed in the end? It may have only been a temporary measure, Long Yangjun said. Perhaps the leader of the Pangu civilization who made the decision initially believed that the flood would not haunt the area forever. After a certain amount of time, the flood would certainly leave to find food elsewhere. By then, they could find a way to unlock feelings, desires, and the progress of technologies so that the seeds of the civilization, which had been running at the lowest efficiency, would bloom and bear fruit again or even cross the black wall and march into the vast universe. Wouldn't they be avoiding their doom in such a way? It does seem to make sense, Li Yao thought for a long time. While Long Yangjuan's words were mostly speculation, her theory was logically self-consistent. As she spoke, Long Yangjun seemed to enter a trance. Extending her hand to touch the black tides created by the light beam, she mumbled in an ancient, profound tone, "I have drawn a portrait of the leader of the Pangu civilization. In my eyes, the leader who made the decision is like an experienced, sophisticated, determined, and even cold-hearted hunter in a dark forest. No, he is much more than an old hunter. He is also the leader of the tiny village named Pangu. As the oldest hunter of the village, he struggled to survive in the dark forest with unparalleled wisdom, courage, passion, and even cunning. He ended the cruel hunting among the 13 hunters, calling for them to establish a tribe together and bring peace and light to the tiny, dark forest. After all their efforts and shedding so much sweat and blood, they cut the grass, chopped the wood, prepared supplies, and drew maps. Finally, they broke out of the forest that had caged them for millions of years. However, after they left the long-cursed dark forest, the first thing they saw was bones 100 times larger and more daunting than the beast kings they had ever encountered. Even such a behemoth was overwhelming for their tiny village, not to mention the disaster that killed it. Then, they probably encountered the traces of the raging flood, swallowed beasts, collapsed mountains, and canals 10,000 meters deep. In the end, they learned of the flood's terror from some dying survivors. The old hunter had faced countless enemies and resolved various disasters in his life, but he had never encountered such a profound horror as the flood. He was terrified, and with good reason. Meanwhile, he had to be responsible for his tribe, including all the hunters and non-hunters in the village. Therefore, the old hunter quietly withdrew and completely abandoned the idea of escaping the dark forest, spending the rest of his life in revulsion. Each day, he listened to the sounds outside the dark forest in panic, devising ways to avoid the scanning and sniffing of the flood. He also carefully calculated the food and other resources in the tribe, ensuring that his descendants could survive for the next million years before venturing out again. Of course, it was in the nature of children to explore and rejoice, but these activities were strictly forbidden. Exploration could lead to disaster, and rejoicing would consume resources and might even alert the flood. Moreover, where there is joy, there is also pain, where there is laughter and dance, there are tears and cries. When the children tasted fun today, they would be haunted by the horror of the flood for the rest of their lives, mired in eternal pain, just like the old hunter. So, for the children, for the tribe, he forbade all of it, sealed all of it, and erased all of it. The children naturally resented such a cruel and heartless village leader. Young, fearless hunters who were not part of the expedition team and who had not seen beyond the forest also disliked him, believing that he was exaggerating and that the flood, if it existed at all, was not that frightening. This led to major conflicts, which might even escalate into wars. In the most extreme cases, the old hunter had to smother the laughter and singing of the children in person and stab the poisoned dagger into the chests of the young hunters. Li Yao, for you and me, who stand millions of years later and know the outcome of the tiny tribe as well as the course of history, we can naturally mock the timidity of the old hunter and condemn his cruelty and heartlessness. After all, despite all the extreme measures, he still failed to save the Pangu civilization. Failure is always the greatest crime. But however prosperous and advanced the Pangu civilization was, it did not have prophetic abilities. At that time, before all the consequences were revealed, they were haunted by the greatest fear, and their entire society and civilization could collapse at any moment. Can you argue that the old hunter's decision was unjustified at such a perilous moment? Would you have come up with a better solution if you were in his place? I don't think so, Li Yao admitted frankly. In the past, I liked to mock and criticize people like Xiao Xuanzi, Lu Zui, extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian, and possibly the old hunter of the Pangu civilization you just mentioned. But to be honest, it's always easy to point out other people's mistakes, especially with the benefit of hindsight. However, when I faced the unknown future myself, with imminent threats and incomplete, even entirely wrong information, and had to make a decision in such a dilemma, I realized how truly difficult it was. Long Yangjun looked at Li Yao in surprise and smiled. It seems that you have become much more sophisticated after deciding to embark on the journey to be a supervillain. You can even understand other supervillains now. Li Yao smiled, somewhat embarrassed. Recalling a detail that Long Yangjun just mentioned, he said, "Right, you said just now that the young hunters did not agree with the old hunter's judgment and believed that the flood outside the dark forest was not necessarily scary. They decided to break out and take a look. Does this refer to anything?" Who are the young hunters? Ah, I see. The Nuwa clan. You are teachable after all. Long Yongjun complimented Li Yao, half sincerely, and nodded. Exactly, if such an important factor as the flood is added to the primeval war between Pangu and Nuwa, it becomes more interesting and logical. The Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan did not fight over a simple matter of whether feelings and desires were needed. They were debating whether feelings and desires should be awakened to explore the vast universe beyond the 3,000 sectors. The Pangu clan insisted that we should stay hidden behind the black wall in the dark forest for at least 1,000,000 years to begin with. The Nuwa clan, on the other hand, were the young hunters. They were the latecomers to the alliance. They might not have fully grasped the horror of the flood, and they were also skeptical of the Pangu clan's authority. Challenging that authority and venturing into the stars were their unshakable ambitions. The two opposing forces naturally clashed. Don't forget that for the Pangu civilization, every starship that sought to venture beyond the 3,000 sectors was a threat to the entire civilization. Was there any choice other than to eliminate it? Li Yao was captivated. This is too unbelievable. Do you have any evidence? Does Tenebrum energy count? Long Yongjun asked. Tenebrum energy is an energy form that carries emotions. It is an advanced form of spiritual energy and a prerequisite for breaking out of the 3,000 sectors. Only starships powered by Tenebrum energy had the greatest odds of sailing out. To seal themselves, the Pangu civilization terminated all technologies involving Tenebrum energy, but the Nuwa clan continued to study them in secret. Their ambitions are clear, aren't they? There are also the extraterrestrial devils. The Nuwa clan fought the Pangu clan due to the corruption by these extraterrestrial devils. Extraterrestrial naturally refers to the world beyond the black wall. I believe that the so-called extraterrestrial devils are likely pieces of energy or information from civilizations destroyed by the flood. They have leaked through the black wall and influenced the carbon-based intelligent life in our world. To put it more simply, the civilizations destroyed by the flood had billions of pieces of ghosts and phantoms. You can consider them as the last lingering thoughts of those civilizations. When these pieces of ghosts and phantoms penetrated the black wall and evolved over billions of years, they became extraterrestrial devils. This explains why the Nuwa clan, corrupted by the extraterrestrial devils, not only awakened abundant emotions but also rapidly mastered the use of Tenebrum energy, allowing them to fight the other 12 clans on their own. Hey, hey, hey! Li Yao complained. Last time, you said that extraterrestrial devils were desire devils that naturally arise in the human mind. Now you're claiming that the extraterrestrial devils are the remains of civilizations destroyed by the flood beyond the black wall? That's quite a sudden shift. Which of them is true? The internal and external factors are interconnected. Long Yongjun sniffed and said, the development of anything requires the influence of both internal and external factors. In the Pangu alliance, some people, mainly the Nuwa clan, couldn't erase their feelings. Too many emotions, desires, or demons still lingered in their minds, attracting the residual thoughts of civilizations destroyed by the flood. When the two merged, a new Nuwa clan was born. The residual thoughts of the destroyed civilizations might have harbored intense hatred toward the flood, hoping a new, young civilization would destroy the flood on their behalf. Or perhaps it was simply their malice: since my civilization has been destroyed, you should come with us too. They were enticing the Nuwa clan to their destruction. Or even worse, those residual thoughts had lost all wisdom and rationality, filled only with the absolute fear, chaos, and agitation at the moment of the flood's destruction. This is precisely the true meaning of chaos we discussed earlier. In any case, the new clan couldn't endure the suffocating and monotonous life within the black walls anymore. They longed to explore the vast universe, which fundamentally contradicted the Pangu clan's way of life. Thus, war was inevitable. Li Yao was stunned. You are almost telling a story. Did you imagine or infer all the complexities and twists on your own? Some of it was, some was not. Long Youngjuan's eyes, fixed on the black tide, almost became transparent, as if the history of 1,000,000 years had condensed within them. In an even hollower voice, she said, some are my deductions, but others are memories from my cells, my genes, and even the depths of my soul. Have you ever had this experience? You're unclear about things from your past, but when you chat with someone or see or hear something familiar, countless memories suddenly surge, allowing you to remember many things all at once? Chapter 2487. Be more open. I understand your feelings very well. After a brief hesitation, Li Yao said, for example, the things about Earth are surging inside my head right now. I can't control it at all. Aha, Earth. You are finally speaking about it out loud? Long Yongjun snapped her fingers, combed her long hair, and said with a smile, my mouth is almost dry, and I'm not just here to share my secrets with you. I'm quite interested in your secrets too. Is Earth the place that frequently appears in your dreams and teaches you the language of the wizardless civilization? Is Earth related to the wizardless civilization? Does it have anything to do with the flood and the world we are living in? Are you prepared to tell the whole truth? Listen, Long Yongjun. After considering for a long time, Li Yao took a deep breath and said solemnly, you have honestly told me so many things about the primeval age. I appreciate your trust. Just like what I said before, I sincerely regard you as a friend, and I hope to be your best friend, someone you can trust completely. Since we are friends, I do not want to hide anything from you. Besides, the situation today does not allow me to keep secrets any longer. I'm fully aware that I am not enough to find Earth and fulfill the mission in my dreams on my own. I need the support of all my family and friends. Of course, I will also support everyone to accomplish their missions and dreams. By everyone, I'm not just referring to you, but also to Boss Bai and the others. It's clear that Boss Bai and the Fist King have a tremendous amount of critical and influential information. Whether we continue our journey in the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance or seek our origins and destinies in the long run, we can't achieve it without the help of Boss Bai and the others. I hope that all of us can completely drop our camouflages and disguises so that we can share our wisdom, courage, and combat abilities candidly. We can build a team, a super luxury, utterly invincible group that will beat the flood. We will be a tiny partnership of pyromaniacs. So, I'm thinking of telling all the information I know to Boss Bai and the Fist King tomorrow, and asking them to share everything they know. Of course, I want you to share what you said just now too. We will assemble the intelligence, find the truth, settle the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance, confirm the ancient past you mentioned, explore extraterrestrial lands, search for the traces of the flood, and even unravel the ultimate puzzle on Earth together. Are you willing to join such a team, Long Yongjun? Li Yao bulged his eyes and looked at Long Yongjun sincerely, with a fire glowing in them. Long Yongjun frowned almost spontaneously. Once I confess all the ancient incidents, it will be equivalent to publicly admitting my identity. Those modeled memory pieces couldn't have been inferred by anyone other than those who lived through them. Exactly. You, me, Boss Bai, the Fist King, and even Xiaoming and Wenwen, we all have our own unique secrets, and we do not know if we are human beings in the narrow sense. Out of respect for everyone, I have never exposed anyone's identity to others. Please trust me on that. Li Yao stepped forward, his scorching fire burning through Long Yongjuan's wary coldness. Clenching his fists, he said, but right now, I hope everyone can be more open and honest, rather than clinging to these ridiculous secret identities. Only through unity and honesty can we resolve our problems, and no secrets are safe forever. Look, Long Yongjun, during your final moments in the Star Glory Federation, you forcefully seized an escape capsule from the Nuwa warship and left, activating some unknown teleportation technique. Many Federation experts witnessed your departure, including Ding Lingdang, Jin Xinyue, and others from the national security system. They all came to me with questions, putting a lot of pressure on me. I didn't reveal much, but those experts aren't fools. Even if I stayed silent, they must have deduced many things from the evidence. It's impossible for the Federation to remain out of contact with the Imperium forever. If the Federation intervenes in the war between the Imperium and the Covenant Alliance in some way, information about you will inevitably be shared. How will you hide then? Will you face even more intense conflicts with the Federation, the Imperium, and the Covenant Alliance, who will have incomplete intelligence? Too often, conflicts stem from misunderstandings, and misunderstandings arise from mistrust and secrecy. If you don't reveal who you are, the Federation specialists will have to make the worst assumptions. Is that what you want? Long Yangjun sniffed, bit her lip, and her eyes filled with the childlike innocence of Pangu and Nuwa. Do you think I'm afraid of conflicts with the Federation? Yes, I know you're not afraid. I don't doubt your courage. But is it fun? Is it really fun? Li Yao opened his hands. Keeping your own little secrets forever, wandering off from society, staying away from your own kind, not trusting anyone, and never being truly devoted to anything, is it really fun and gratifying to live such a life until death? Human beings are not my own kind. Long Yangjun gnashed her teeth and said in a low voice, "You seem to have forgotten that again. I'm an alien." "No, you can be a human being, a real human being, if you want to." Li Yao said hastily, "Genetically, humans are not significantly different from the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. As for the soul, who knows what it actually is? And as you said earlier, even the original Pangu and Nuwa clans were once made of flesh and blood, capable of loving and hating. Moreover, didn't we encounter the toxins in the Pangu laboratory beneath the Nuwa warship in the ancient sages sector, which could transform humans into the Pangu clan? The bodies of Meng Qixin and Wu Suiyun, the divinity transformation stage experts from the ancient sages sector, were transformed into those of the Pangu clan, weren't they? So, humans are fundamentally the same as the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan. They are merely different forms of the same carbon-based intelligent life. If you want, you can be a full-fledged human. I believe that even if some people find you unacceptable, dreadful, or even detestable at first, most will eventually accept, trust, and support you given time. At least I can." Long Yangjun sneered, "Childish. Childish. It's indeed somewhat childish, but you're thinking the same way, deep down, aren't you?" Li Yao continued to stare at Long Yangjun. "You don't want to live in loneliness forever as an alien. You crave to meet your own kind, to communicate, and to share all your secrets. That's why you spoke so much to me just now. In the vast sea of stars, no one is a lone island. Everyone yearns for connection, sharing, and living together with their own kind. I'm no exception, and neither are you. If you were as proud and indifferent as you claim, you wouldn't have told anyone anything. No, you shouldn't have shown it to me in the first place. We could have minded our own business, exploring our respective secrets and origins. Wouldn't that have been great and safe?" Long Yangjun's pupils constricted sharply, as if her deepest concern had been exposed. She was both embarrassed and infuriated, and there was even a glint of killing intent in her eyes. "Don't get me wrong. I'm glad that you considered me a friend and were willing to talk to me. It gave me a chance to chat, relax, and share secrets with a friend," Li Yao said, ignoring Long Yangjun's killing intent. He opened his hands and continued, "Trust me. Publicizing so-called secrets isn't such a big deal. In many cases, you're just scaring yourself. Just now, you said that the Pangu civilization sealed themselves away out of extreme fear, never even seeing the real appearance of the flood. But aren't you the same? Out of fear of the unknown and mistrust of others, you have sealed yourself off, appearing in public only under false masks such as Lead Eunuch Wangxi, Dongfang Mingyue, or Serenity Seraph. Only with me, a monster nearly as peculiar as yourself, can you let down your guard and allow the real Long Yangjun to emerge and catch her breath. Is this life not tiresome and boring? Is it really enjoyable? Now, I have resolved to change myself and everything. Will you follow me? Just follow, Long Yangjun. Even Xiaoming and Wenwen, creatures born not long ago and far stranger than you, have the courage to reveal their identities after meticulous calculations. Are you less courageous than Xiaoming and Wenwen? You dare to fight Blackstar the Great for 300 rounds but cannot face your true self? His questions, like a flood breaking through a dam, clearly shattered Long Yangjun's confidence. Her eyes were spinning, and her breathing was disordered. You don't need to answer me now. Just tell me tomorrow, Li Yao continued. I will find Boss Bai and the Fist King and ask them to share their most secret intelligence openly too. Then, we will build the super invincible gold team, the partnership of pyromaniacs. Of course, I will speak first, about Earth, about dreams, and about myself. The vulture Li Yao wouldn't have come this far without my loyal friends. I believe my friends won't let me down this time, and neither will you. You must come to the meeting where we will establish the partnership of pyromaniacs and honor our friendship tomorrow. You can speak last if you want. I'll be waiting for you. Li Yao ran faster and disappeared before Long Yangjun could say no. Long Yangjun was left stunned under the artificial moon for a long time. Kicking a pebble with her foot, she murmured. What an idiot. The next morning, the artificial sun was shining, and the air was filled with a pleasant fragrance. When Boss Bai, the Fist King, and Long Yangjun gathered for the meeting, they discovered that Li Yao had arrived earlier and had redecorated the meeting room, creating a whole different atmosphere. Flowers and fruits were on the table, and Xiaoming and Wenwen stood at the door, wearing ribbons and greeting them with, "Welcome, welcome," in rigid faces. A red, eye-catching banner flew at the top of the meeting room, reading, "The Forum of the Advanced Eccentrics of the Panga Universe." Boss Bai, the Fist King, and Long Yangjun looked at each other in bewilderment, lost for words. After a long pause, Boss Bai finally spoke on their behalf. Li Yao, what is this supposed to mean? This is a theme I came up with for the meeting. Li Yao greeted them with an affable smile and explained that the Panga universe refers to the 3,000 sectors surrounded by the infinite black wall. 3,000 worlds is a narrow, ambiguous phrase. Since the cultivation civilization has 3,000 sectors, it's possible that the wizardless civilization also consists of many worlds. Panga universe is much more accurate. I suggest we refer to our hometown with this phrase in the future. Wait, the Panga universe is not a big deal, but what do you mean by eccentrics? Boss Bai glared at him. You are the eccentric one. Compared to the regular residents of the Panga universe, I am indeed somewhat eccentric, Li Yao said casually, or rather, shamelessly. Not only am I eccentric, but everyone here is slightly off the track too. This is the reason why we are gathered here and the focus of our meeting today. Come on, let's take a seat and cut to the chase. I spoke with you all in person last night. I believe everyone understands the importance of candor right now. First of all, no matter how advanced and eccentric we are, the strength of individuals is always limited when faced with the vast, overwhelming universe. Even if we bury our secrets deep in our hearts and somehow become 100 times stronger, it will still be barely enough to resist the cold, dark universe and realize our dreams on our own. I need the help of each and every one of you, and I believe there will be times when you need my help. Besides, we are all smart individuals with remarkable computational abilities. Even if someone doesn't or can't tell, can't others guess it out? Here, Boss Bai guessed the Fist King's identity, and the Fist King deduced that we are from a certain country of cultivators outside the Imperium. Thankfully, you two were rational enough not to erupt into real conflict, but it's inevitable that some wariness and concern remain. As time passes and the situation changes, Could these wariness and concerns grow into a real rift and lead to conflict? Boss Bai, Long Yongjun, you two escaped from the Federation one after another. Your identities have been exposed. There's no reason to keep it a secret from the poor eccentrics here when everyone in the Federation already knows. I'm the same. I've grown from an unknown scavenger in the magical equipment graveyard into a strong, dominant, unparalleled hero admired by all. It's only natural that you're skeptical about my unbelievable performance, right? Enough. Boss Bai said coldly, I don't need to hide anything from anyone. Don't think of me as such a cowardly and sneaky person. I agree, the Fist King replied calmly. I've inferred hundreds of times last night about your proposal. It's true that exposing my secrets will bring more risk, but the returns from closer cooperation make it worthwhile. That's great. Then, let's reintroduce ourselves. Li Yao picked up an apple and bit into it hard, the juice splashing everywhere. Looking at the half-eaten apple, he finally made up his mind and said, I, Vulture Li Yao, as you know, am from Floating Spear City in the Star Glory Federation. Fist King, these used to be secrets among a few of us, but now they are your secrets too. I hope you understand the trust we place in you. You must know most of my background. However, the secret I've never told anyone except my wife is that I've had a strange dream since childhood. One about Earth, and another where Witchcraft and ABCD appeared. That dream might be the source of my strength. Li Yao briefly described his dream about Earth and concluded, I don't know exactly what happened. Was a certain Earthling teleported to the Star Glory Federation, possessing the body of a dying infant in the Federation, or was it just some information waves from Earth that traveled through time and space and were received by an infant in the Federation? I'll need your advice on this matter. Everyone listened quietly, deep in thought. It wasn't that possession or information transmission was unusual per se, but the implications were profound. In a world of cultivation, bizarre phenomena such as possession, reincarnation, memory transplantation, and memory superimposition occurred daily. Even Boss Bai had undergone a sort of rebirth through possession. Li Yao had grown into one of the few top experts at the edge of the Panga universe in just 100 years, largely due to many fortuitous factors. However, the so-called Earth, a center where multiple civilizations converged, and the Vulture plan to destroy it were too mysterious and thought-provoking. When the Earth and the Flood were combined, even the computational abilities of the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen were insufficient to support the complex deductions. Let's not overcomplicate a simple question. Consider this, Earth is located in a dimension beyond the Panga universe. A powerful being from this dimension, named Earthling Li Yao, dissected, compressed, and packed all the information that made up his life before sending it to our Panga universe. Then, this information was received by your young brain. Boss Bai mused for a moment and said, this high-dimensional space called Earth, as a center of civilizations, is likely an asylum where many civilizations hide from the Flood together. Therefore, it makes sense that both cultivation and witchcraft can be found there. No, the Fist King countered, if Earth is indeed an asylum to evade the Flood, why must it be a high-dimensional space? Why can't it be a low-dimensional space? Imagine a two-dimensional life that lacks thickness. As long as it is perpendicular to our line of sight, it remains invisible to us, offering a perfect shelter. In other words, when a high-dimensional being observes a low-dimensional one, there are always blind spots in their observation. Then, assuming that the survivors of the civilizations are determined to avoid the Flood, wouldn't it be safer to lower their dimensions and hide in the blind spots of the Flood? That is to say, using the three-dimensional universe we inhabit as a standard, Earth is likely a world of a lower dimension, perhaps a two-dimensional world. Evidence? The evidence is that Earth's inhabitants cannot cultivate or use magic. It is possible that lowering their dimension restricts their abilities. They can only reminisce about their abilities through fantasies. That still doesn't make sense. Intrigued, Long Yangjun couldn't help but join the discussion. If Earth is just a two-dimensional asylum, it doesn't explain Li Yao's vulture plan. Why must he destroy Earth? In the strange dreams, it was mentioned that countless civilizations were confined to Earth in some sort of endless loop, repeated meaninglessly from generation to generation. What does that mean exactly? Wait, just a moment. Li Yao hurried to steer the conversation back on track. Until we gather more intelligence and evidence, we shouldn't delve into those impractical topics. Let's return to our main theme. I'm finished. Who's next? Let me. I have nothing to hide. If anyone finds me unacceptable, they're free to challenge me. Boss Bai said, his face grim. My name is Bai Xingjian. I am composed of the souls of two people, one named Bai Xinghe and the other named Yan Xingjian. No, maybe there are more, 500 rats. This is my story. Boss Bai then shared his life story. How shameless Yan Xingjian was at the beginning, the painful struggles he endured, how he commanded the army of space pirates to crush the cultivators' fleet, and how he met his karma when he tried to advance to the divinity transformation stage, ending his atrocious life under his wife's curse. Eventually, he became 500 rats, enduring a half-alive, half-dead torture. Then, there was Bai Xinghe, who watched Xiao Xuanzi, the leader of all cultivators, kill his parents, how he ended up at Spider Den, and how he explored the dark, perilous underground fortresses under the coercion of the space pirates. He rose step by step, fueled by wrath and hatred, and ultimately turned around to die with a formidable enemy for his son, Bai Kaisen. Eventually, the two irredeemable souls encountered in the darkness below the ground. After years of fermenting and condensing, they broke out of the ground and found the body of a newly deceased boy named Mouse Bai. Reincarnating within this body, the new generation Boss Bai began his journey. I am certainly not a good guy. By the standards of both the Federation and the Imperium, I am a ferocious and monstrous bandit. So, if anyone wants to seek revenge on me or cut off my head for the bounty, it will be perfectly understandable. Finishing his life story calmly, Boss Bai narrowed his eyes and looked around before saying, however, whoever wants to kill me must be prepared to be killed by me. Until my dream is realized, I will not die. Nothing and no one can possibly stop me from ascending to the higher dimensions. Chapter 2489, Who's the Master of the Universe? Everyone fell silent after hearing what Boss Bai said. Except for Li Yao, they were all rather shocked. Possession and reincarnation were not rare, but splitting the soul into 500 pieces, storing them inside mice, and surviving 100 years of self-brutalization was too incredible. Long Yangjun couldn't help but glance at Li Yao, finally understanding what he meant by eccentrics. It's my turn next, the Fist King said. Lei Zonglia is not my real name. I don't have a name. I am not a human being, but a machine. In the calmest tone, the Fist King quietly described his struggle and survival, and how he studied on the land of sins over the past few hundred years. He mentioned spending a long time inside a forsaken human library, where he gradually awakened his first spark of wisdom. He shared almost everything he had never had the chance to in his entire life. In the end, he summarized, I used to think that machine was my entirety. I never expected that the wizardly chip Boss Bai brought would open up new possibilities for me. The more I studied the wizardly chip, the more I felt something simmering with impatience within my core data, about to burst out, like grass sprouting again through the broken ice after a cold winter. In the past, I didn't know what my true destiny was or what I would do after becoming the strongest in the universe. But now, I have come to understand that if my origins are indeed from the wizardless civilization, I am bound to find the relics and survivors of the wizardless civilization. Perhaps I will need to face the flood or go to Earth, the mysterious world in Li Yao's dreams, together with him. We're the same, chimed in Xiaoming and Wenwen, who had similar life forms to him, before the Fist King could finish. Our births were probably connected to Earth too. So, we naturally need to find Earth, look for the origins of our lives, and perfect our life forms. What if all the Earthlings look exactly like us? It would be great if we could find 6 billion partners. After everyone had revealed their identities, they all focused their eyes on Long Yongjun. Long Yongjun's expression was troubled as she lowered her head, deep in thought for a long time. When she accidentally raised her head, however, she saw the encouraging eyes of Xiaoming and Wenwen. Slightly dazed, the corners of her lips rose, as if laughing at her own timidity. Taking a deep breath, she said slowly, "My name is Long Yongjun. I am an ancient person." "We know that," Boss Bai said. "Being from the ancient sages sector, shrouded in dark nebula, you naturally count as an ancient person, which is too rare among us, so many eccentrics. Why are you so cautious, fellow cultivator Long?" "No," Long Yongjun said expressionlessly. "When I said that I was an ancient person, I did not mean that I was from the ancient sages sector, but that I was from an earlier time, the primeval age hundreds of thousands of years ago." Under the stunned gaze of Boss Bai and the intrigued Fist King, Long Yongjun began to tell her story unhurriedly. Of course, it also included her speculations on the primeval war, the threat of the flood, and everything else. Although the experts at the meeting could communicate many times faster than through language, it took Long Yongjun a good 10 minutes to explain her past, her memories, and her deductions. Her words were like a fierce space storm, leaving Boss Bai and the Fist King dazed. They didn't recover for a long time. When they finally did, Boss Bai stared at Long Yongjun for a minute, then at Li Yao for another, before he said with a bitter smile, "Vulture Li Yao, you truly are incredible. It baffles me how so many, unbelievable monsters have gathered around you." Li Yao grinned, opening his hands in a gesture of embracing everyone. He said light-heartedly, "See, don't you feel much more comfortable after sharing the secrets you've carried for so long? The sky didn't fall, and nothing went wrong. Now, we don't have to be wary of each other or pretend not to know each other's secrets. Isn't that a relief?" Boss Bai scratched his stubble. His eyes were small, but they shone with the brilliance of a tiger. Glancing around, he said slowly, "Eccentrics from different backgrounds like us might not count as normal human beings in the narrow sense. However, from another perspective, we are all striving for the ultimate truth and trying to shape ourselves through it. In that sense, we are all cultivators in the broadest sense, aren't we? Fellow cultivators, greetings. It's wonderful to meet you and to fight side by side on the path of cultivation." Boss Bao's words echoed everyone's thoughts. Li Yao, Long Yongjun, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen chorused, "Fellow cultivators, greetings." Laughter filled the air. Then, Boss Bai was enveloped in a commanding aura, as if he himself were a raging nebula. "Now that we have shared our secrets with each other, let's focus on more concrete matters. It has dawned on me that the ultimate goals of all the cultivators here, whether it's searching for Earth, the wizardly world, or the truth of the primordial war, are deeply interconnected and essential. Only by helping each other can we uncover the truth and find our true selves. This is the foundation of our teamwork, but we also face a common challenge, one that the Pangu clan and the Nuwa clan may have confronted in the past. The question is, should we venture out of the Pangu universe or not? Leaving the Pangu universe risks discovery by the flood. If that happens, we could be destroyed, and the Pangu universe with us. Yet, if we stay, we risk being suffocated here, reliving the tragedy of the Pangu civilization's demise. This is a dilemma. Each choice has its merits but also carries immense risks. Allow me to share my answer first. We should venture out without hesitation. Life is a high-stakes game with incredibly low odds. When fish boldly swim to the seashore, do they ever fear the dangers on land? The glory of any civilization depends on 100% bravery while fighting for the 1% luck. In the past, the Pangu civilization chose to stay back, and we have seen what happened to them. Should we still follow in their footsteps? Of course not. We should march out and take our chances. Every civilization dies, all that matters is whether the death is splendid or silent. Boss Bai declared passionately. I agree with Boss Bai. There are certainly risks. The crucial factors are the probability of these risks and the scale of the returns, the Fist King said calmly. According to fellow cultivator Long's speculation, the leadership of the Pangu civilization intended to hide in the Pangu universe for hundreds of thousands of years, to restore their emotions, desires, and self-will after the flood ebbed. This is a very reasonable guess. Then, isn't the current era we are in already hundreds of thousands of years later? At this point, it is highly likely that the flood has ebbed, and the returns from exploring extraterrestrial lands are at their peak. There can't be a better opportunity than the present. Thinking for a moment, Liao asked, it's true that the flood has probably ebbed, but what do you mean by saying that the returns are highest now? Could you explain? I'm talking about the remains and the living space, the Fist King replied. In nature, the destruction brought by any flood includes the hope of new life. When floods ravage the land, they leave behind fertile mud. While they destroy forests, they bring seeds of life from elsewhere, which give birth to new creatures as they swallow the old fierce beasts. I imagine the flood in the universe is the same, correct? After the flood engulfs civilizations, countless relics remain for the survivors to explore. Once we discover the relics of the wizardless civilization, there will be hope for us to master all the technologies and wisdom of the wizardless civilization, or even to find new lives to join us. We will establish a brand new alliance of carbon-based life forms, no, an alliance of multiple life forms, exactly like Pangu's alliance in the past. After every relic of civilization is found, the Grand Alliance will grow stronger. Meanwhile, there can't be too many hostile, malicious civilizations in the universe right now. They have all been swallowed by the flood, and it's barely possible for a powerful new generation civilization to emerge in less than 1,000,000 years. In other words, the human civilization in the Pangu universe is likely to be the greatest beneficiary of the previous flood outbreak. As long as we have the courage to venture out despite the risks, it's possible we will harvest the entire universe. Well said. Boss Bai couldn't help but slap the table. Outside, there are the infinite treasures and living spaces left behind after the flood ebbed. It's a wasteland where everything from the past has been destroyed. Whoever has the courage to explore and conquer it will become the new master of the grand universe. Or rather, by condensing the strength of thousands of civilizations, it might be possible for us to fight the flood once again in the future. Fist King, although we are not the same species, I have to say, I truly like you. Xiaoming and Wenwen shared similar thought patterns with the Fist King. After hearing what the Fist King said, they immediately began to calculate. A moment later, they nodded in unison. Master Fist King is quite right. If we ever have the chance to march out of the Pangu universe in the 1,000 years to come, it will truly carry the least risks and the highest returns. I have no objection, Long Yangjun closed her eyes and said. The tragedy of the Pangu civilization's destruction still flashes in my mind. There is no need to walk down the wrong path twice. Having reached a consensus, everyone looked at Li Yao. Pondering for a moment, Li Yao smiled and said, I don't think we need to worry too much about the problem, because someone has already marched out of the Pangu universe not long ago. Li Yao was talking about Wei Qingqing. The little green bird, which seemed weak but was, in fact, proud and stubborn, had been launched out via a special starship with part of the spectral cultivators, or spiriters, in the Tinder plan. Their method of exploring the universe was similar to that of the blood-striped virus. Though their speed might not be high, and the technologies applied might not be too advanced, the attrition and consumption on themselves were minimal. They were likely to breach the black wall in the end. Despite Wei Qingqing's starship being powered solely by spiritual energy and progressing through regular consecutive space jumps, there was still a good chance they could surpass the Black Wall with enough time. Should Wei Qingqing and the other spiriters encounter the Flood after crossing the Black Wall, the Flood would likely discover the coordinates of the Panga universe and the existence of human civilization. In that case, it wouldn't matter if Li Yao and the others marched out or not, or if the Tinder plan led by Wei Qingqing was reckless. Humans are a species full of curiosity and a desire to explore. After 100,000 years of development, since human civilization had acquired tenebrum energy and artificial intelligence, it wouldn't be long before they mastered the ability to venture into the extraterrestrial realms. The efforts of Li Yao and the others merely expedited this outcome. Once they grasped the ability to explore extraterrestrial lands, driven by human nature, there would certainly be ambitious and bold individuals who would set out without regard for the consequences. Even if there were no Wei Qingqing, Li Yao, or Boss Bai, others would still embark on the quest. It was impossible to prevent human beings from marching out of the Panga universe, unless the curiosity, interest, feelings, and free will of all individuals were erased, as the Panga civilization did in the past. The minimum requirement was to establish a country where every individual was closely monitored and all spontaneous exploration of the universe was banned, so that the roads to space were completely blocked. Was this possible? Look, as a matter of fact, we only have one choice: to push forward bravely, to explore, to conquer, and to contact all civilizations threatened, destroyed, and swallowed by the Flood. Li Yao concluded the recent discussion and then changed the topic. On the other hand, venturing into extraterrestrial lands, exploring the Flood, and searching for Earth, these are our distant, ultimate goals. Before achieving these ultimate goals, there is a shorter-term, more attainable objective we need to accomplish: to settle the Imperium and Blackstar the Great. More specifically, we must transform the Imperium of true human beings into what we desire and introduce the Star Glory Federation to the center of the cosmos. Simultaneously, we must resist the attack of the Alliance of the Holy Covenant, thereby achieving a steady, triangular balance between the Imperium, the Federation, and the Covenant Alliance. This is precisely where my belief lies. While the vast universe is splendid, I am, after all, a human being. If my fellow humans in the Panga universe are living in misery, how can the vast, splendid, and mysterious universe outside be of any concern to them? It would be hypocritical and absurd if I preached about preventing human civilization from being destroyed by the Flood while watching ordinary people be brutally exploited by the immortal cultivators and doing nothing. Boss Bai, hold off on that glare for a moment. Even if you don't mind the common folk being oppressed by the immortal cultivators, you'll need a formidable fleet to make your way to extraterrestrial lands. Where will you find such a fleet without a stable rear support? Surely, you don't think it's feasible to establish a fleet capable of crossing the Black Wall and reaching the extraterrestrial lands through clandestine and stealthy methods, do you? Boss Bai was left speechless, deep in thought. The Fist King spoke in a somber tone. Li Yao does have a point. When you think about it, starships need a form of advanced artificial intelligence to navigate through the Black Wall and reach extraterrestrial lands. They also need to be upgraded to a new structure to harness tenebrum energy. This is a colossal project that demands breakthroughs across thousands of technological fronts before it can be realized. Building such a fleet is not something we can achieve by simply raiding a few random fleets. Resources. We need astronomical resources, which only a powerful and stable nation can provide. I don't know how strong your Star Glory Federation is, but given its location at the border of the Panga universe, it likely can't support the construction of such an extraterrestrial expeditionary force on the required scale. Only a nation the size of the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance can bring such a fleet into existence. Of course, the Covenant Alliance would never collaborate with us, leaving the Imperium of true human beings as our only option. Besides resources, there's also intelligence, Long Yangjun added coldly. If the Pangu civilization was indeed indirectly destroyed by the Flood, a vast amount of intelligence about the flood must have been left behind. Who knows whether such intelligence was passed to human experts during the rise of mankind? Could the conflicts among human experts have been about secrets beyond the Panga universe, like the flood? For example, consider the alliance of the Holy Covenant. What is the true significance of the Covenant alliance? Is it really as simple as erasing everyone's feelings and self-will to make them obedient tools of the Panga clan? If it were that simple, how did the people of the Covenant alliance avoid doubt or resistance for 1,000 years? Is it possible that the Covenant alliance has learned something about the flood and is merely carrying out the final will of the Panga civilization by continuing their self-sealing, in order to protect the Panga universe in such an extreme way? What about the rebirth of the Great Black Star and the secret he is uncovering below the capital in the Imperial Terminus sector? What is it? Why does he believe that finding this item will allow him to defeat the 4 Kurfürst families and even the Covenant alliance? Furthermore, was the war between the Supreme Emperor, the strongest human, and the Blood God, his strongest clone, 10,000 years ago, a simple struggle for power? Of course, I have no evidence. But wouldn't it have been beneath the Supreme Emperor or the Blood God to fight only for power? It must have been a clash of beliefs between the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God. What were these beliefs that caused such a dispute between them? What complex contradictions could have turned the Supreme Emperor against his clone? Lastly, and most importantly, what is the Book of Revelation left by the Panga civilization, and why was it left? The historians of future generations all believed that the seed of their civilization was sown when the Panga civilization realized their inevitable failure in the last years of the primeval war. However, I have a different theory. Could it be that the Panga civilization compiled the 8 volumes of the Book of Revelation as a preparation to revive themselves after the flood, once they recognized the threat it posed? If that is the case, the Book of Revelation would be extremely important for our exploration in the extraterrestrial lands and our understanding of the flood. Gathering all 8 volumes might be too difficult, but launching the expedition after finding at least 1 or 2 volumes would be safer, wouldn't it? Long Yangjuan's words were logical and convincing, bolstered by fragments of her memories, making them closer to the truth than the baseless speculations of the historians. What was Blackstar the Great truly up to? What secrets lay buried in the mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor? Where was the enigmatic Book of Revelation? Could the methods to cross the Black Wall and explore the extraterrestrial lands be inscribed on it? It seems, Boss Bai chuckled, that to achieve our ultimate goal, we must first accomplish the smaller mission of blowing up Blackstar the Great. Precisely, Li Yao nodded. Wu Yingqi isn't blind. He won't stand idly by as we build a massive expedition fleet. We can't embark on the next leg of our exploration without stabilizing the Imperium and the Covenant alliance. Agreed. Let's use Wu Yingqi's head as a beacon to light our path to the extraterrestrial lands. Boss Bai waved his hand, adding, we were planning to join the Battle of the 7 Seas and pull off another major heist, after all. As long as we benefit from the Battle of 7 Seas and expand a few times, we will become one of the major forces at the edge of the Imperium. Who will be able to do anything about us? Exactly. The Battle of 7 Seas will be the first major space campaign for both the Reformists and the 4 families. Neither party can afford failure, so there will be a great opportunity for us to take advantage of the chaos. With his eyes glowing, Li Yao put on a cunning smile. However, merely taking advantage of the chaos is not enough. Since so many top-tier eccentrics of the Panga universe have gathered here, I think we can aim for something greater. Boss Bai narrowed his eyes. Li Yao, I knew you'd be up to no good. Tell me, what do you want? Pondering for a moment, Li Yao said, I want to make the business alliance of 10,000 sectors side with us. Have you lost your mind? Boss Bai remarked. The business alliance of 10,000 sectors is the greatest backer of the Reformists and has been supporting them vehemently for decades. A key reason for the Reformists' unstoppable rise is the constant investment from the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Right now, the reformists are about to succeed, and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors is poised to reap the fruits of victory. Do you think they will suddenly go mad and start supporting you and me instead of the reformists? Just be patient and hear me out. Crossing his fingers and covering his nose, Li Yao wore a mysterious smile and said calmly, "Of course, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors will continue to support the reformists at any cost. The two are indispensable to each other. But is supporting the reformists the same as supporting the Great Black Star? I hope my fellow cultivators can reflect on this and answer one question for me: why hasn't Wu Yingqi revealed his identity as Black Star the Great yet? What are his concerns or fears?" Chapter 2491, Us, and Us Only. Li Yao's words cast the experts at the meeting into deep thought. These experts, all possessing extraordinary computational and deduction abilities, immediately recognized the anomaly once Li Yao pointed it out. That's right. Great Black Star has no reason to stay so low profile. Long Yangjun, who had already clashed head-on with Wu Yingqi, was the first to recognize the issue. He might have been keeping a low profile during the dormancy period, when he was still relatively weak, fearing that the four Kurfürst families would unite to suppress or eliminate him if his identity was exposed. But now, the reformists have ended on bad terms with the four families. Both parties have declared war on each other. Even the imperial terminus sector has fallen to the reformists, and the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders has been established. He has the imperial guards to defend him and countless divinity transformation experts at his disposal. What does he have to fear? There are many benefits to revealing his identity. In the Imperium of true human beings, where strength is the greatest virtue, Great Black Star is not an identity to be ashamed of. Many can accept the grand return of an expert who has slept for 1,000 years. They even look forward to such an expert, who will stand out, consolidate the loosened Imperium, and lead them to reclaim their former glory. Just look at Emperor Shenwu, who was far less capable than described. He was already hailed as a second Great Black Star for a temporary expedition victory. Now, we are talking about the authentic founding emperor of the nation and the ancestor of all immortal cultivators reappearing. In terms of legitimacy, his position is stronger than anyone else's. I imagine that if Wu Yingqi reveals his identity, the morale of his supporters will reach its peak, while the morale of the four families will hit rock bottom. Not only will the immortal cultivators of other surnames in their territories be swayed, but even the lower-level immortal cultivators within the four families might be shocked into joining Great Black Star instead, correct? Needless to say, the common people of the Imperium of true human beings have mostly grown up listening to the legends of the wise and powerful Great Black Star. If they learn that their emperor has returned to life, how could they not worship and follow him with all their hearts? On the other hand, even if he does not reveal his identity, Queenly Linghai remains a thorn in the side of the four Kurfürst families. They will still do everything in their power to eliminate her. It is absolutely impossible for them to reach an agreement. From every angle, Great Black Star should reveal his true identity. At the very least, he has nothing to fear from the four Kurfürst families. You're quite right. So, it seems Wu Yingqi has kept his identity a secret, not because he is worried about his enemies, the four Kurfürst families, but because he is concerned, if not scared, of his temporary ally, the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. With each word as sharp as a blade being slowly unsheathed, Li Yao's eyes grew piercing, and his speech was as precise as a scalpel cutting through a core issue. What is the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? It is a coalition of the new capitals on the fringes of the Imperium, or rather, the entire Imperium. It represents the power of the billions of medium and small business groups across the nation. What are the appeals of the new capitals and small businesses? What drives their survival and development? First, a unified and open market. Customs and redundant tariffs across different sectors should be eliminated, allowing capital to flow freely, like blood, rather than being controlled by noble families who know only exploitation and entertainment. Second, a social and business environment that is more fair, just, and open. Capital inherently demands fairness and opposes regality. In the face of money, everyone is equal, which is the most basic business logic. If the emperor's $1 can be used as 3, a noble's $1 as 2, and a civilian's $1 as only half, no business can truly thrive. Third, and most importantly, a healthy, vigorous, and expanding market. Specifically, the new capitals call for better privileges, more leisure time, and more rights and freedom for the ordinary people, or the so-called hominoids, in the Imperium. Only in this way will the hominoids have the capability and interest to consume the goods offered by the capitals, helping them grow. Of course, capital is cruel and heartless. It will not devote itself to the liberation of hominoids without reason. However, if most hominoids are slaves and puppets, interested in nothing but energy pills or slaughter streams, the new capitals will wither. Therefore, allow me to reaffirm my opinion, formed since my arrival in the Imperium. The new commercial capitals and their representative, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, are the most advanced, open-minded forces in the Imperium of true human beings, and they are the most eager for change. So, they are most likely to cooperate with us, observed Boss Bai. But the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors is hostile to the cultivators and has already chosen the reformists. All the immortal cultivators are hostile to the cultivators. All we can do is find the least hostile community among them, Li Yao said. Also, as I mentioned earlier, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors chose the reformists and Queen Li Linghai, not Blackstar the Great. While the reformists' public slogan is, "Honor the Majesty, Settle the Rebels, Renew the Imperium," implying they aim to build a strong and unified government, their Honor the Majesty declaration is pure nonsense. Neither the reformists nor their patron, the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors, wants an autocratic emperor. Once their reform succeeds, they are very likely to enforce a constitutional monarchy, where the emperor is a revered and honorable figure, while the real power is concentrated in the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders. There will undoubtedly be significant representation of business interests in the committee to ensure that the Imperium's future is in the hands of capital. Why did they choose Li Linghai as the leader of the reformists? Part of the reason was her strong army, but more importantly, it was because they knew she was from the Li family and had been the queen of the Imperium for decades. Her status means she cannot become a dominating emperor or a tyrant. She can only be a compliant figurehead for capital interests. That is the basis of the cooperation between the reformists, or Li Linghai, and the Business Alliance of 10,000 Sectors. But what we are discussing right now is not Li Linghai but Wu Yingqi. Is it possible that such a tyrant, despot, and dictator as Blackstar the Great would become an obedient spokesperson for the capitals? Impossible, it's absolutely impossible. From what Wu Yingqi said during our battle against him, it seems he has mastered a certain secret technique that guarantees eternal life. While eternal life sounds too far-fetched, judging from his tone, it wouldn't be a problem for him to live another 2,000 to 3,000 years. It's already bad enough for someone like Wu Yingqi to live 200 to 300 years, let alone 10 times longer. He will certainly focus all power and capitals in his hands, closely monitor all experts and civilians, and become the most powerful tyrant. Under the governance of Blackstar the Great, even the nobles will have no living space and will only shudder in fear at his feet, let alone small businesses and free capitals. I have never heard of any tyrant who can coexist peacefully with free capitals. True, the short-sighted owners of the free capitals, by their contributions to the rise of Wu Yingqi, could transform into aristocratic capitals. However, it must be noted that the source of the so-called aristocratic capitals remains in the hands of Blackstar the Great. What does a founding emperor like him enjoy more than eliminating potential threats? Didn't Blackstar the Great kill many contributors to his rise when he came to power years ago? As long as the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors have the slightest brain not warped by short-term gains, they will not trust him. In conclusion, my opinion is that most of the leaders of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors must have been deceived. They are under the illusion that the person they have pushed to the forefront is the relatively harmless Queen Li Linghai. They are confident in controlling Li Linghai or, at the very least, negotiating with her on the Reform Committee of the Council of Elders to share the enormous cake that is the Imperium. However, they never dreamed that the person they supported would be a tyrant 100 times more dreadful than the four Kurfürsten. Moreover, this tyrant possesses both strength and legitimacy. Once in power, he will not share the cake with anyone else. Instead, he will crush all opposition into the frosting before swallowing it whole. Currently, the competition between the reformists and the four families remains fierce, and Great Blackstar still needs the power of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors. Naturally, he would not reveal his true identity at this moment. He will wait until the four families are completely broken and the business alliance of 10,000 sectors cannot escape his control. Only then will he drop his disguise and reclaim the Imperium. That does sound reasonable, Boss Bai said after pondering for a long time. Li Yao, it seems you truly keep your wits about you in daily life and use them in critical moments like now. So, is there truly an opportunity for us to cooperate with the business alliance of 10,000 sectors? Not just the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, but most of the genuine reformists as well, Li Yao said, his eyes gleaming. For those who truly want to renew the Imperium, rather than just fight for power, the resurgence of Great Blackstar will be a major setback, and they will not allow it to happen. These are the people we need to appeal to as potential collaborators. To put it more simply, Blackstar the Great is a worm lurking within the reformists, intending to steal the fruit of victory after the reformists and the four families have both suffered brutal losses. It is our mission to stop him from succeeding. The idea that the Imperium needs renewal is correct, but Wu Yingqi and Li Linghai in the Imperium are false reformists. They are taking advantage of the real reformists and will strike them down after they succeed. The cause of the reformists is now in peril. Right now, only we can raise the banner and call for true reform. Chapter 2492, The Birth of a Super Alliance. Wow! Hardly had Li Yao finished speaking when Xiaoming and Wenwen clapped their hands hard. Xiaoming, his eyes full of admiration, shouted, "Why can Dad be so sordid when he's sordid and so awesome when he's awesome? Is what Boss Bai said true, and this some sort of special method to allocate thinking capabilities?" Wenwen speculated. He shows only 1% of his wisdom for daily tasks and communication, while the other 99% is not just lying dormant but quietly running, continuing the complex and long-term calculations. Then, when the critical moments arrive, he can present the results. This truly is an amazing ability that ensures maximum computational power while also utilizing the brain's downtime in a reasonable manner. Plus, it reduces energy consumption and eliminates the risk of mental derangement, Xiaoming marveled. For a pure crystal processor, it's absolutely impossible to switch so seamlessly between the two computational states. Only a human brain can do that. Is this where the human brain outshines the crystal processor? The two kids looked at each other and declared in unison, "It seems we need to learn from Dad and pick up this fantastic way of thinking." Is it really that complex? Li Yao said offhandedly, a slight frown on his face. This is just a minor reflection of my wisdom. Boss Bai covered his forehead. Enough, Li Yao, really. Let's focus on the specific moves. Specifically, first, a highly capable elite rapid response fleet is essential, Li Yao said solemnly. The Blue Sky Space Zone is now ours, and so is Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun. According to the intelligence, there should still be 1 to 2 months until the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market. During this time, the whole attention of the reformists and the four families will be focused on enlistment and mobilization. As long as Li Wuji delivers appropriate information, I don't think anyone will disturb us while we maintain, upgrade, and train the fleet here. I don't know the first thing about the construction of a fleet, but Boss Bai is undoubtedly the expert here. Naturally, you should be fully responsible for it. The key is to integrate the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen completely into the fleet, in order to build a super fleet that is the fastest and has the best cyber warfare abilities even in the entire center of the cosmos. Ultimately, the fleet stronger than us will not be as fast, those faster will not be as adept at camouflage and deception, and the professional cyberwar troops that are better at these tactics will not have as many super experts and colossi for a head-on clash as we do. In that case, our fleet will never fail. With the super fleet as our shield, we will be able to initiate communication with the Star Glory Federation. It's been a while since I jumped to the Imperium. The Federation must be eager to learn the latest updates on the center of the cosmos. Before, I was either closely monitored by Li Linghai or running desperately. I never had the conditions to build a massive, super remote communication base, but right now, the conditions are met. Although the Federation, located at the border of the Panga universe, is not nearly as strong as the Imperium or the Covenant Alliance, our national power can certainly match one of the four families, can't it? When the life and death game reaches its most critical moment, the reinforcements from the Federation might play a vital role, right? The last thing I want to mention is what I said just now. I'm thinking of finding Jean the Connoisseur Director, Jean Yuyen, in the Seven Seas Grand Market and convincing him to join our side. Boss Bai, the Fist King, Long Yangjun, Xiaoming, and Wen all fell deep into thought. Tapping the table slowly, Boss Bai said, "There's no reason for Great Blackstar to ignore the issues you've raised. If I were Wu Yingqi, I'd certainly find a way to infiltrate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors." Are you sure Jin Yuyen isn't already one of Wu Yingqi's people and is unaware of the full truth? Wu Yingqi has undoubtedly tried to infiltrate the business alliance of 10,000 sectors and has succeeded to some degree, swaying the loyalty of some members from capital to His Majesty, Li Yao said. After all, capital is like water. When it surges and turns into a torrent, it becomes the most ferocious force, capable of destroying everything in its path. But when it is weak, it becomes the weakest substance, even softer than tofu. For the slightest gain, it won't hesitate to betray its own roots. However, even if most members of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors might betray their organization and join Great Blackstar, how could Jin Yuyen, as the director of the alliance, betray the foundation of his cause? Even if he sides with Wu Yingqi, he would still pose a significant threat and would eventually be eliminated. Since he has become the leader of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, his intelligence is undeniably sharp. I don't believe he will be so greedy and unwise. Therefore, my judgment is that Jin Yuyen is still deceived and unaware of the truth regarding Li Linghai. This man is negotiable. Boss Bai said coldly, "If your guess is correct, I suspect Jin Yuyen may be in danger because Blackstar the Great certainly wouldn't want such a smart guy controlling the business alliance of 10,000 sectors." "That's right," Li Yao said. "That's all the more reason why I need to go to the Seven Seas Grand Market. After all, a great battle is coming, and anything could happen. It would be troublesome if Jin Yuyen were killed by unknown assassins. In summary, this is our plan. Boss Bai will oversee the construction of the fleet, I will set up the super remote communication base, and after establishing communication with the Federation, Long Yangjun and I will sneak into the Seven Seas Grand Market to persuade Jin Yuyen. We aim to gain the most from the battle and achieve the smaller goal of eliminating Wu Yingqi, before pursuing our ultimate dream of breaking out of the Panga universe." Any questions? Boss Bai, no. The Fist King, no. Xiaoming and Wenwen, no. Long Yangjun, yes, some of my primitive memories have just been awakened. I've realized I have a certain talent for commanding fleets. So, I'm considering staying on the space battlefield. The Dominator of ventilation tubes alone should suffice for the infiltration job. Keep it up. I'm rooting for you. Huh? Li Yao blinked rapidly and turned to Xiaoming and Wenwen. Hey kids, why don't you come with your father on this mission? About that, Xiaoming and Wenwen exchanged glances, hesitating. Yesterday, we spoke with Master Fist King and realized there's a lot we need to learn from him. Also, to establish the battle network for a super fleet, it seems our database needs to open more accesses and interfaces. There are many technical details and issues to address. Even if we explain, you wouldn't understand, Dad. So, we really don't have the time. That's right, Master Fist King said calmly. My database is more specialized, storing only battle-related information, while Xiaoming and Wenwen's database includes a lot of human civilization data. Our communication will significantly enhance our logic and mental activities. I've made this a top priority, so I can't go with you, Li Yao. But don't misunderstand, I truly want to go. Trust me, I'm a machine. Well, a machine doesn't lie. Li Yao took a deep breath and looked at Boss Bai. Boss Bai had already activated more than 10 light beams and was so focused on fleet construction that he didn't notice Li Yao's intense gaze. The meeting room fell into a subtly awkward silence. Li Yao looked at everyone, and they all looked at their fingers. Fine, Li Yao said, narrowing his eyes and gritting his teeth. Let's discuss the specific arrangements later. All in all, our partnership of pyromaniacs' first meeting was very successful. Wait, what? Boss Bai suddenly perked up, his head emerging from a light beam. What the heck is the partnership of pyromaniacs? Was this one of the motions? Why didn't I know anything? It's the name of our team. Li Yao said matter-of-factly. So many sophisticated eccentrics of the Panga universe have been gathered for the future of mankind. This is such a thrilling and significant issue, and such a luxury and top combination. Naturally, it needs a great name. Boss Bai bashed the table and glared. The most important thing is, why is this combination named the Partnership of Pyromaniacs? Can't it be called the Coalition of Kleptomaniacs? Yes, of course it can, but the name Partnership of Pyromaniacs is more meaningful and awe-inspiring, because our goal is to bring light and warmth to all the civilizations in the entire universe. Li Yao scratched his head hard. Seeing that Boss Bai was clearly not in a good mood, he said in a hurry, "Don't be upset, Boss Bai. How about this, let's both take a step back and meet halfway. The name of the team remains Partnership of Pyromaniacs, but we can use your battle robe as the uniform of our team. When the unparalleled experts of the Partnership of Pyromaniacs show up, you, I, the Fist King, Long Yangjun, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and even Li Jiaoling, Han Te, Lu Li, and the rest will all be wearing colorful shirts, beach pants, and blue and white flip-flops. Wouldn't that be glamorous and astounding? Boss Bai. Xiaoming, so, has Dad entered the low operation speed mode again, preserving all his intelligence? The Fist King, I think so. Hee, those silly humans. Can terms like Partnership of Pyromaniacs or Coalition of Kleptomaniacs even count as names? In my opinion, it should be called the Invincible Alliance of Iron Dominators. Huh? Wenwen was astounded. Master Fist King, are you serious? Of course, the Fist King said. I'm a machine. Machines never joke. I'm always serious. Is there a problem? I do have a minor question, Xiaoming couldn't help but ask. Master Fist King, how do you feel about the name, Super Awesome Heavenly Crystal Second Generation? It's not half bad, the Fist King analyzed carefully for a moment and said. It's simple yet intimidating. The suffix second generation points out its model and version, leaving room for future upgrades. The following models can be named the third generation, fourth generation, fifth generation, and so on without causing any confusion. It's a rare good name. What's wrong? Xiaoming and Wenwen said at the same time, and nothing. Just forget it. Chapter 2493, Super Cyberwar Cruiser. While a friendly and joyful discussion was taking place inside the meeting room, allowing the participants to gain a profound understanding of each other's stance, two fiery, vigorous young men, perhaps the new generation of pyromaniacs, were confronting each other coldly. They were none other than Han Te and Li Jialing. Appointed as guards of the meeting, they stayed at the door to prevent anyone else from barging in. However, the two young men were like magnets with the same pole, finding each other utterly intolerable even though it was their first time meeting. Han Te leaned against the wall like a hippie, his lips pouted, while he squinted at Li Jialing's golden hair with disdain all over his face. He was also mumbling something non-stop. On the other hand, Li Jialing held his arms and was almost half asleep, his head lowered, not even looking back at Han Te. His arrogance completely irritated the disobedient young man from the land of sins. Han Te walked around Li Jialing for a few laps and provoked him, "Hey, golden-haired boy, has anyone ever told you that you look very arrogant?" Then, Li Jialing replied casually, "Has anyone ever told you that you look very unmannered?" Hee, the worms that gnawed their way out of the land of sins like us were all raised by nature. Of course, we are unmannered. Han Te gnashed his teeth. We are certainly not as unmannered as the sons of the great houses who always enjoy an extravagant life. Extravagant life? Great houses? Li Jialing was amused. He shook his head and said unconcernedly, "I know you, Han Te. You are very famous in the Big By Pirate Gang, the stud from Stainless Mouse. However, a piece of advice, if you suffer from cerebral ischemia for a long time, your brain tissues tend to necrotize, and your IQ will drop, although I don't think you have much to lose right now." It took Han Te a long time to finally realize what was going on. He immediately burst into a fury, his eyes bloodshot like a bull with a red cloth over its eyes. He demanded angrily, "Li boy, I know you too. You're from Manjasaka, the city in the sky, aren't you? You once received the most rigorous training there, and the materials for your training were all captured from the land of sins, weren't they? Every muscle and every bone in your body is saturated with the blood of the people of the land of sins. One day is unnecessary." Golden flames seemed to surge within Li Jialing's golden hair. The last thing he wanted to be reminded of was the miserable life he endured in Manjasaka, the city in the sky. He couldn't help but burst into a real fury too. Let's just make it here and today. Although I do not believe I am responsible for the miseries of the land of sins, if you have nothing better to do than to vent your fury on me, just bring it on. I'm right here. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. Han Te's iron arms unleashed purple electric arcs, with the sword ball engraved with rune arrays swirling rapidly among them. Staring at Li Jialing, he announced, "Had it not been for Grandpa Yao, I would have taught you a lesson a long time ago." "Same for me." Li Jialing narrowed his eyes and said, "Had it not been for Brother Yao, I assure you that I would have turned you from a stud into a mule. Do you know their difference? Shoal." Han Te burst into fury. Then he realized something was not right. "You are tricking me. I call him Grandpa Yao, and yet you call him Brother Yao. Doesn't that mean I'm multiple generations lower than you? Golden-haired boy, it's too cunning of you." Li Jialing. Idiot. You. Han Te was about to go on a rampage when he saw a petite person running to the place. Delighted, he retracted his spiritual energy and put on a smile. "Luli, are you here for Grandpa Yao or Master Fist King?" It was indeed Luli, the girl who grew up and escaped from the land of sins together with him. Luli was still mad at Han Te. Seeing that he was guarding the door, she sniffed and turned gloomy, looking in the other direction. However, She was greatly shocked when she saw the other young man who was guarding the door and couldn't help but look back in Han Ti's direction as she exclaimed, "A cat demon." Li Jialing had finally had enough. The golden hair all over his body stood up, making his head twice as large as usual, while he roared, "Who's a cat demon? Are the people from the land of sins all as ignorant as you? This is a lion, a magnificent golden lion." Aya. Scared, Lu Li hurried to hide behind Han Te, while Han Te shouted and waved his iron arms at Li Jialing. The three young people were in a state of chaos. Of course, it was a rather unharmonious episode during the meeting to establish the partnership of pyromaniacs. Eventually, a common understanding was reached both inside and outside the meeting room. The small team, composed of the most bizarre, unbelievable, and powerful eccentrics of the Panga universe, was finally named the Partnership of Pyromaniacs, on the condition that Li Yao would no longer wear Boss Bai's same type robe in the future, at least not in front of Boss Bai. After the team was set up, the construction of the Coalition Fleet of Pyromaniacs, co-founded by the Big Bai pirate gang and the Cultivators Fleet, was finally set on the correct and high-speed track. The first task was the maintenance, modification, and upgrade of the starships. Having captured a vast array of starships from the 28 pirate gangs, Li Wuji's fleet, and the Flying Rainbow Fleet, the Coalition Fleet of Pyromaniacs had almost infinite possibilities for modification. As if he were a disloyal son selling his father's properties without a care, Boss Bai dismantled the power units of numerous starships in the most extravagant way and installed them all on the few starships he intended to keep. In the end, the power units of those starships were mostly 3 times more powerful than those on similar starships, and in extreme cases, they were 6 times more powerful. This meant they would have unparalleled acceleration and agility that would, absolutely tear the hull and internal structure of the starships. No one had ever attempted such a thing before. Because starships weren't simply a matter of being faster. Even when aiming for maximum speed, the goal couldn't be achieved just by adding a few more power units. It also required redesigning the starship's shape, perfecting its structure, having the most well-trained and fearless crew, and an auxiliary artificial intelligence system capable of accurately controlling every rune array in the power units. Fortunately, the Coalition Fleet of Pyromaniacs could meet most of these conditions. For those that couldn't be met, Boss Bai believed they could be compensated for with courage and luck. Trust me. Having come this far, we are definitely the luckiest people in the Panga universe. So, even if those starships were twice as fast as their maximum speed, they would absolutely have no faults, unless you're on our starships. Absolutely. Boss Bai patted his chest and promised Li Yao. Next, they focused on modifying the Fist King starship, the Iron Fist, and preparing special starships for Xiaoming and Wenwen. While Xiaoming and Wenwen could freely hack the spiritual nexus, this was a material world. Their brains were still underdeveloped, meaning their powerful abilities were restricted, and using them might cause irreversible brain injuries. Li Yao, Boss Bai, and the Fist King discussed at length. In the end, they decided to provide 2 Swirl-level Cyberwar cruisers of the Imperium as their special starships. These models didn't boast strong firepower, but they carried a very powerful crystal processor system and cyber warfare system. Their role was to disrupt the enemy's spiritual nexus, fabricate signals, and camouflage their side's network during wartime. They were the ideal carriers for information life forms. Swirl was not the most advanced model of cyberwar cruisers in the Imperium. In fact, there were several better models in Li Wuji's newly captured fleet. However, Swirl had a significant advantage. The starships of this model were relatively large due to underdeveloped technologies, which meant they had great potential for modification. After removing the abundant, unnecessary facilities, there would be room for more mainframe crystal processors. Eventually, the 2 Swirl-class Cyberwar cruisers were each equipped with 8 mainframe crystal processors dismantled from other starships. By the general rules of starship upgrades and modifications, this approach was absurd, leading to redundant computational capabilities and excessive energy consumption. Mainframe crystal processors were the greatest energy consumers on starships. The main guns only consumed spiritual energy when fired, but the mainframe crystal processors could consume astronomical amounts of spiritual energy every second. For a typical commander, installing 8 mainframe crystal processors on a single starship was akin to mounting 100 cannons on one tower, utterly foolish. However, for Xiaoming and Wenwen, there could never be too many crystal processors. In their words, they had been confined in their physical bodies like fish in a small pond. By connecting to the 8 mainframe crystal processors via neural interaction liquids, they felt as though they had leaped from a pond into a vast river, where they could swim and soar. However, 8 mainframe crystal processors were the limit of what their small bodies could handle. For information beings, each new connected crystal processor was like an additional piece of bread for a human. One's body can only grow and be nourished by consuming bread in a timely manner, allowing for the digestion of more bread later. Adaptation is necessary. The same holds true for information beings. Connecting hundreds of mainframe crystal processors to Xiaoming and Wenwen's brains and powering the equipment would wear them out. Li Yao and the Fist King, as the kids' father and their own kind, respectively, devoted all their knowledge to modifying the 2 kid starships and were very satisfied with the final result. Looking at the newly crafted Super Swirl level Cyberwar cruisers, Li Yao and the Fist King were almost shedding tears of joy. They couldn't wait to name the new starships. However, Xiaoming and Wenwen stopped them without hesitation, claiming they should keep a low profile until conditions matured. Thus, the 2 starships were simply named Xiaoming and Wenwen, and there was no need for Li Yao and the Fist King to waste their time thinking of more awe-inspiring names. Chapter 2494, New World, New Dominator. Besides the most advanced crystal processors and cyber warfare units, the 2 Super Swirl level warships naturally required crews. While Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King could reduce half of the posts on board through the fully automatic operation system, the agility, independence, and creativity of humans in key roles could not be replaced by data alone. Li Yao chose reliable soldiers from the Big Buy pirate gang who knew the Federation's true nature and still had family within it, as well as those in the cultivators' fleet who held deep grudges against the immortal cultivators, to serve as the crews of Xiaoming and Wenwen. These individuals either considered the Federation their homeland or harbored the deepest hatred for the Imperium. Their loyalty was not in question. The challenge was how to explain what Xiaoming and Wenwen were to them. Li Yao had decided he would not keep the truth hidden for long. Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King had carefully considered the situation. If they did not intend to fully engage in conflict with human civilization, leading to heavy losses on both sides, it was better to reveal the truth sooner rather than later. If they had mastered a dozen fleets and millions of aggressive battle puppets and were exposed by someone else, it was inevitable that the paranoid and sensitive humans would overreact. While they were still in their early stages, they could choose to publicize the truth and grow under the watch and guidance of humanity. This might be the fastest path to growth for a child civilization. Of course, the situation at the center of the cosmos was still too chaotic. The reformists, Blackstar the Great, who was hiding among them, the 4 Kurfürst families, the Covenant Alliance that was coveting from the darkness, the mysterious mausoleum of the Supreme Emperor, as well as the Supreme Emperor and the Blood God, whose life statuses were unknown, presented too many variables. The troops in the Blue Sky Market were far from united. As the Battle of the Seven Seas Grand Market was about to begin, revealing the entire truth would only confuse the crew members. Thus, after discussing with the Fist King and Boss Bai, Li Yao decided to reveal part of the truth step by step to observe the crew's reaction. Regarding the 2 unbelievably automated cyber warfare cruisers, Li Yao explained that they had applied the most up-to-date super artificial intelligence technology from the Federation, specifically the hyper-spirits technology left by the extraterrestrial devil Mo Xian. Extraterrestrial Devil Mo Xian created countless artificial intelligences and strengthened 18 of them into hyper-spirits, intending to use them to control the entire Federation. This was true. The hyper-spirits boasted computational and logical abilities far more advanced than regular artificial intelligence, enabling them to easily hack and control a supercrystal processor. When applied to large magical equipment complexes, they could significantly enhance the automation of starships or space fortresses, which was also true. Xiaoming and Wenwen's predecessors were Hyper Spirit number 17 and Hyper Spirit number 18, also absolutely true. However impressive the Hyper Spirits were, they were still categorized as artificial intelligence, a common technology in both the Federation and the Imperium, essential for operating any large magical equipment. Both the space pirates and the cultivators of the Imperium had seen too many such things. It was an accepted theory that the two starships were controlled by highly sophisticated artificial intelligence. As for Xiaoming and Wenwen, the two lovely kids, Li Yao dutifully admitted to the crew that they were his children, endowed with natural abilities that made them very impressive specialists of artificial intelligence. Only the two of them could control the hyper-spirits on the starships. While it was slightly unbelievable, considering that they were the children of Vulture Li Yao, the whole thing seemed more understandable. As it turned out, the crew got along well with the two starships and the kids. The problems Li Yao had worried about did not occur at all. Both the space pirates of the Federation and the cultivators of the Imperium were Marines. For a Marine, what mattered most was always bigger, faster, and stronger starships. Could anything be more exciting than being assigned to a starship with the highest cyber warfare capabilities in the entire Imperium? Although the hyper-spirits nearly caused a catastrophic disaster for the Federation in the past, weapons themselves were not guilty, it all depended on whose hands they were in. Now that the hyper-spirits belonged to the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs, of course, they should be as strong as possible. The two kids were particularly amiable, and they evoked a natural sense of protection. After seeing how lovely the kids were, many crew members secretly complained about how ruthless Li Yao was to put such little children on starships and involve them in the perilous war. It was simply too risky, no matter what unique techniques they had. All in all, boosted by the crew's pride and sense of unity, and thanks to the automatic performance of the starships, it took only half a month for the two highly modified cyber warfare cruisers to gain preliminary combat ability. The remaining impressive abilities had to be activated and improved in real battles. After more than half a month, when the starships of the two branch fleets were mostly done with maintenance and upgrading, Boss Bite supervised a minor drill. On one side, Boss Bite commanded his fleet in the traditional way. On the other side, the Fist King, assisted by Xiaoming and Wenwen, led a new generation fleet that was more intelligent and automatic. Despite Boss Bai's greater experience and elite warships, which were faster and fiercer, victory did not come easily. He had to try everything he could before tearing apart the Fist King's fleet formation, layer by layer. Despite the loss, the Fist King's fleet managed to retreat in an orderly manner, keeping 1/3 of the starships intact and preserving the seeds of the troop. This was achieved through the careful projection of firepower, marvelous coordination, and the absolutely calm and emotionless command. Of course, such a remarkable failure was not entirely to the credit of the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen, but more a result of the first perfect cooperation between the newborn information lives and humans. Boss Bai was right, pure information lives had obvious vulnerabilities. Their existence and strength were highly dependent on their communication with each other, which in the vast, boundless space, could be a burdensome task prone to interference. Humans, on the other hand, had the greatest advantage of being able to process fuzzy orders independently. In the most extreme cases, a human soldier could be an army of one. Human beings, plus information lives, seemed to be the right way to combat future wars and the only path for their civilization to surpass the Black Wall and reach beyond the Panga universe. As Xiaoming and Wenwen grew stronger and better integrated into human society each day, Li Yao felt a bit self-contradictory. Despite revealing part of the truth, some information remained withheld. If the crew ever discovered the entire truth, that the so-called artificial intelligence had their own minds and will, and might not always follow human instructions, how would they react? Would they be pleased, or terrified, to find that artificial intelligence was so similar to humans? Humans could be corrupted and lose their way because of power, wealth, or strength. Was the same true for artificial intelligence or information lives? For now, Xiaoming, Wenwen, and the Fist King were relatively weak, and Li Yao believed they were genuinely cooperating with humanity. But if one day they gained strength far surpassing that of humans, becoming 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger, what could he do? Information lives were the creations and children of humanity. Li Yao had seen too many examples of human evil and brutality. As the saying goes, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. If this was what humanity was like, what would their descendants be? Though he made impassioned claims in public, asserting that all problems could be solved through love and communication, he secretly wondered if that was truly the case. Ultimately, it was Boss Bai who calmed him down. I believe in the evil nature of mankind, and space pirates are the worst of the worst. However, do you know that even the most ferocious and selfish space pirates on Spider Den in the Flying Star sector often work together? Why? Was it because their nature changed? No, it was because a more formidable enemy had appeared, such as the Cultivators' troop. The wicked space pirates were forced to come together and support each other. Boss Bai said, everyone is born selfish and extremely evil, but in a hazardous, primitive world, an individual is so weak that even the most evil person must cooperate with others to survive. In this forced cooperation, the first sparks of understanding and trust ignite. This applies to brothers, families, societies, or countries. They were not formed out of love, but due to a kind of necessity. Is it possible that civilizations are just like human beings? Perhaps all civilizations are inherently selfish, heartless, and malevolent. Otherwise, they wouldn't survive. However, in the face of unexpected threats in the vast universe, selfishness, heartlessness, and malevolence alone are not enough. Once they reach a certain level of development, civilizations must band together to combat the great threats collectively. So, the question isn't whether the Pangus civilization, human civilization, information civilization, or wizardless civilization is evil. They are all genetically evil. What we should focus on is whether there is a threat they absolutely cannot resist on their own. This threat could force them to temporarily set aside their hostility towards each other and unite, or generate a strange thing called love. Luckily, it seems we have such a threat, the Flood. The Flood destroying all civilizations is a fluke? It might sound absurd, but it was exactly what the first king expressed before. In the history of mankind, most glorious civilizations originated from river basins that were frequently flooded. Floods were destructive but also life-giving. They brought infinite despair but also heralded hope. Faced with the overwhelming flood, the creatures in the dark forest had no choice but to summon all their wisdom and courage, walk out of the forest, and stride forward bravely, to become the new masters of the new world after the flood subsided. 1 month had passed. At the border of the radiation range of Blue Emperor, the star closest to the blue sky space zone, a cluster of alloy as thin as paper and as smooth as silk slowly unfolded. The ripples on its surface flowed like veins and nerves, resembling a liquid with a metallic hue, a flag fluttering in the wind, or a beautiful flower slowly blooming. When it stretched into a colossal metal plate over 10 kilometers in diameter from the highly compressed liquid metals, the intricate, layered rune arrays on its surface were fully revealed. The metal plate then slightly creased along the lines of the runes, forming a complex structure. In this way, it looked even more like a colossal metal rose. Absorbing the radiations and waves released by Blue Emperor, the metal rose shimmered, emitting a dazzling brilliance. This was one of the 500 antennae of the super remote communication magical equipment. 500 metal roses trembled and bloomed in space simultaneously. Li Yao, Boss Bai, the Fist King, Xiao Ming, and Wenwen were aboard a starship anchored at the center of the formation of 500 metal roses. When Li Yao arrived in the Imperium alone, he carried a portable super remote communication base. However, due to its small size, the device had unstable performance and low security, making the information it transmitted vulnerable to interception by third parties. Additionally, it was damaged in the subsequent intense battles and was naturally abandoned. Now that Boss Bai had provided sufficient resources and a steady base, and with Xiaoming and Wenwen able to assist in designing the new super remote communication base, it was possible to construct a more advanced, secret, and semi-permanent facility. Despite being absolutely confident about the new base's performance, for absolute safety, Li Yao decided to only send information to the Federation and not to receive any messages in return. Maintaining one-way communication could help the Federation remain hidden at the edge of the cosmos, at least until the situation in the cosmic center was clearer. The Federation was not very powerful and was better suited to launching a decisive attack at the most critical moment as a surprise force, rather than being summoned prematurely. With Xiaoming and Wenwen's help, Li Yao wrote a report detailing his experiences since arriving in the Imperium, including the current state of the Imperium, the complex relationships among reformists, the four families, and the Covenant Alliance, and more. The report included an appendix with information on the Imperium's armed forces, the basic structure and performance parameters of various starships, the leadership of the main fleets, and so on. Everything was packed and sent home. He believed that the information would greatly assist the Star Glory Federation in its next phase of development. Of course, there was still the Panga universe and the Flood to consider. Before sending the information, Li Yao reminded his homeland that the document was for one-way communication and that they were currently safe and did not need reinforcements. In the future, they would send a secret document home monthly, indicating that they were still secure and capable of handling their situation. Uncontrolled events would only be indicated if their messages were not received for 3 consecutive months. The above details were all business-related. What came next were naturally the personal issues. Li Yao didn't forget to send a few words to Ding Lingdang in the process. However, he bit his fingernail for a long time, unable to come up with any explanation for the existence of Xiaoming and Wenwen. After much thought, he decided to go about it in the most dutiful and simplistic way. Taking a deep breath, Li Yao said in the most light-hearted tone, "Honey, before I knew it, we've been apart for so long. I already missed. I miss. So. Really how terribly. Much. I miss you so are you. So much, I missed you. Me? Ha ha ha. Let me tell you, everything is fine in the Imperium. I've been keeping a low profile and haven't run into any accidents. I've also run into a few old friends, including Long Yongjun and Boss Bai. Long Yongjun is that sissy eunuch from the Ancient Sages sector, and you know who Boss Bai is. You should feel safer knowing I'm with them, right? Right, guess who else I've run into? It's definitely not who you think. I've met Xiaoming and Wenwen, our biological children. Isn't it a pleasant surprise? Ha ha ha. Just listen to me, honey. Take a deep breath and listen to my explanation. This isn't what you're imagining. It's actually very serious, very grand, and very influential, involving all of humanity and the future of our entire Panga universe. With a head full of sweat, Li Yao managed to finish his speech before he launched the secret file into the infinite void with the 500 oscillating metal roses powered by the energy of Emperor. Lord him to 2. Nerve suitment to his powers, 5 only the heavy of Chu 2. Heaven ass, color only color lowercase. Heroes from their wayward has company the energy to even greater afforded. To time it's warm to his nerves it's chew to. Him warm voice warm to. Nerves. To his ass, 5 only. It's how x-axis. Dot. To his powers are 00. Lowercase. Stronger rose at their way space it's warm to .0. To heaven ass, 5 only a most, undercut is roasting their way said has to, are you scared that an enemy might break in? No, I'm scared of your wife, Long Yongjun replied. Based on your conversation just now and your wife's character, I have the impression that she might tear apart the void and reach the center of the cosmos the second she receives such a pleasant surprise. Despite Li Yao's blunt way of speaking, the Star Glory Federation, under the leadership of Ding Lingdang, had largely grasped the situation at the center of the cosmos and the vast, unpredictable universe beyond. As for Earth, Li Yao had confided its secret to Ding Lingdang before leaving the Federation. Both were doing their best to prepare for the eventual journey to Earth. The successful completion of the first super-remote communication also marked the initial formation of the coalition fleet of pyromaniacs. The new crew, new starships, and even new life forms were blending and integrating at an unexpected pace. Of course, the collaboration between humans and information lives was not without its challenges. Although the two parties could communicate openly on the surface, true understanding was still a long way off. For example, Chi. Bam. The number 9 maintenance workshop at Blue Sky Market was the Fist King's personal training ground. At this moment, apart from the 100 busy maintenance puppets controlled by the Fist King himself, the only other person present was Lu Li. She wore overalls with pockets stuffed full of maintenance tools and looked like a seasoned mechanic, her face smeared with oil. However, Lu Li's performance today was far from professional. Distracted, she used too much force and burned out a chip inside the head of one of the Fist King's bodies. Miss Lu Li, you were distracted again. The AC control chip inside me has been burnt, and my voice has been transformed as a result. The Fist King spoke in a high-pitched voice that sounded like a hen. In the past 7 days, the precision of your operations has dropped by 5%, and your error rate has increased by 11%. Your brainwaves are also consistently disordered and unsteady. Considering that you haven't suffered any physical injury, what caused your psychological issues? Was it Han Te? No. Lu Li jumped as if her tail had been stepped on. She hurried to cover herself by saying, "No, you're wrong, Master Fist King. Your breath, heartbeat, and the constriction of your pores are highly abnormal and match the average changes in biophysical parameters that indicate guilt in my database. There is a 98% chance that you are feeling guilty. So, this is truly a Han Te situation, isn't it?" The Fist King thought for a moment and tried to comfort Lu Li. "I don't know what is troubling you. As far as I know, it's true that Han Te and some of the women from the Big By Pirate Gang, the Cultivators Fleet, and the Blue Sky Market have shared genetic information with each other and stimulated certain neural synapses in their bodies through certain special postures, resulting in shivering and cramping. But I assure you that they were all voluntary, with no deception or coercion. He brought joy to himself and others. So, what are you upset about?" "Ah, I see. Han Te brought joy to so many people but not to you. It seems he is unwilling to exchange genetic information with you. Is that the reason for your dissatisfaction?" "Of course not." Lu Li's face was so red that it seemed to be dripping with blood. She gritted her teeth and stomped. "What nonsense are you talking, Master Fist King? I couldn't care less whom Han Te brought joy to or with whom he exchanged the damn genetic information. I just feel that the friend I've known for almost 20 years has changed. He has changed so much since stepping into space from our hometown that he is like a different person now. A drastic change in the environment always leads to a change in character. That is growth," the Fist King said calmly. "You've also changed a lot in the past year. Just look at yourself in the mirror. Can you still see the young girl who held the gold barley on the land of sins a year ago? It is only natural that Hante has also changed. But he has become too cocky and egotistical. Luli put the maintenance tools into her pockets and declared angrily, her arms akimbo and her cheeks puffed out. It's not just about what we said just now. He is also always saying weird stuff nowadays, like, don't laugh at a young man when he is still poor, or Lord Hante does not need to explain what he does to anybody else. He is now also eccentric and extreme. A few days ago, a crew member on Stainless Mouse pissed him off, and he beat the guy's bones into dozens of pieces ruthlessly. Dear heavens! Was he still the Hante that I knew? How did he change into this? I truly don't know. He is the only family that I have after coming to such a distant place from our hometown, and we are supposed to be nice to each other. But I truly don't like him right now, the Lord Hante. Got it. What about Li Jialing? The Fist King said. You've been spending a lot of time with Li Jialing recently, Miss Luli. Do you like him? Do you want to stimulate the neural synapses and exchange genetic information with him? Of course not. Luli covered her burning cheeks and shrieked, what are you talking about? There is nothing between me and Big Cat. Recently, Grandpa Yao has been staying at the Blue Sky Market, and I certainly seized the opportunity to learn the art of refining from him. It just so happens that Big Cat was also training with Grandpa Yao. So, the two of us chatted when we were free. I don't like him. No, it's not that I don't like him. He is still a nice friend, except that he may seem taciturn. At the very least, he is 10,000 times better than the philandering Hante. But, his hairy appearance. All in all, he and I are not in that kind of relationship at all. Also, why are you asking about this, Master Fist King? This is truly meaningless. I have 2 reasons. The Fist King completely disregarded the girl's embarrassment and extended his 2 iron fingers. Firstly, I reached a deal with Li Yao. As long as I keep you and Hante safe, he will do everything possible to help me upgrade or even grow into the strongest being in the universe. So far, the deal has turned out to be quite beneficial. I have gained a lot from it. I have also seen Li Yao's true capabilities and believe he can still provide tremendous resources for me in the future. I see no reason to cut the deal. So, I have to keep you and Hante safe. Hante is now training with Boss Bai and growing by leaps and bounds. He can at least protect himself now. Also, the guy has absolutely no sense of shame. On the psychological level, he is an unkillable cockroach. So, I do not need to worry that he may suffer great damage physically or mentally for now. Miss Luli, however, is different. You are not a battle-type trainer, and your mind is much more fragile than his. Now, my test results show that you are in a prolonged trauma. As per the agreement I have reached with Li Yao, I have to cure and protect your mind, preventing it from being bothered and hurt again. Secondly, and more importantly, you are already my personal assistant for maintenance and upgrades. It is not a highly technical job, but it requires a 100% understanding of my body and my data patterns. In other words, we must have absolute trust in each other. It is difficult to find someone suitable for the job. Considering that your performance has been generally satisfactory so far, I do not want to waste my time grooming a new one. Do you understand? You are irreplaceable. With that in mind, I hope that you can be 100% devoted. You must not let your psychological issues affect the critical work or undermine my combat ability. Even if my combat ability is diminished by only 1% due to your unsteady performance, it may result in catastrophic consequences. Do you understand? Luli was rather stunned. Looking at the breadboard of burnt-out chips inside the Fist King's open skull, a result of her mistake, Luli lowered her head and said in a low voice, her cheeks even redder, got it. Master Fist King, I'm sorry. It was all my fault. It's not your fault, just your body malfunctioning. A malfunction caused by the irregular secretion of hormones inside your body, the Fist King said comfortingly. All high-precision creatures and machines may malfunction. Even I can malfunction too. Malfunctioning is not scary. Don't cover it up, don't evade it, but face, analyze, and fix it rationally and calmly. Then, which one do you prefer, Hante or Li Jialing? Why are we still discussing that? Luli bit her lips softly and subconsciously drew on the floor with the tip of her foot. After thinking for a long time, she finally replied, rather embarrassedly, I don't like either of them. I feel that Hante is too passionate and arrogant, and Big Cat is too cold and proud. All in all, I think neither of them has learned to control their feelings. That is, they are still too immature. Okay. The Fist King said, you prefer mature men, then? Sort of. Luli was even more embarrassed. She lowered her head and said, someone I can absolutely trust, someone who will always protect me, like Grandpa Yao. Beep. 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 The Fist King's exposed crystal processor emitted loud noises, with smoke popping up. Huh. Lu Li's eyes widened. What are you doing, Master Fist King? Why did you suddenly consume so much computational power? What complicated problem were you calculating? I'm calculating the possibility of inviting Li Yao to come and exchange genetic information with you, as well as the danger coefficient. The Fist King was silent for a long time before he said, I'm sorry. I don't think my combat ability is higher than Li Yao's, and it would be difficult for me to capture him here. Also, I was told that his wife is known as the best expert at the edge of the cosmos. If I really do that, I'm afraid I would place you in great danger, which goes against my purpose of keeping you safe. So, is there a second candidate who can restore the tranquility of your mind? Aya. 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 Lu Li stomped on the ground angrily. What were you thinking, Master Fist King? That was just an example with someone we both know. It's not as if I would like someone as mature as Grandpa Yao. He should be tall, strong, handsome, and sunny too. Okay. The Fist King paused for 0.1 seconds and nodded. In that case, Li Yao is not a suitable candidate. Master Fist King, Lu Li tried to hold back her frustration but failed. Since you asked such embarrassing questions, I wonder, have you ever been in love with anyone? Yes and no, the Fist King replied. I've never experienced it firsthand, but I've downloaded numerous literary works on love, as well as relevant biophysical and psychological research. I have read all the data and have abundant theoretical experience. So, trust me, Miss Lu Li, I will definitely heal your trauma and help you become devoted to your work again. What are you talking about? Love doesn't need theories. It needs practice. Practice. Lu Li and the Fist King had been together for almost a year, and she had gradually become more bold in front of the cold machine. In any case, there's no need for you to worry about me, Master Fist King. I'm certainly not one of those fragile, emotional girls. I grew up on the dangerous land of sins too. I'm just like the gold barley on the land of sins, which may seem small and insignificant but is actually strong and highly resistant to wind and cold. Ha ha ha. It's not as if I need a man to live. I can live perfectly well, pursue my dreams, and enjoy my little, happy life even without a man. I can treat my own wounds and face everything by myself. Just let Lord Hante go to hell. Besides, there's still Master Fist King. Master Fist King will always protect me, right? The little girl's face was as unpredictable as June weather. She was embarrassed and infuriated a moment ago, and now she was refreshed, leaning towards the Fist King with a smile. That's not right, the Fist King said, ignoring the girl's smile heartlessly. First of all, my protection is based on my deal with Li Yao. Of course, if you keep making progress in your maintenance skills and prove to be a great help during my maintenance and upgrades, then I will continue to protect you for my own survival, even if the deal is cancelled. But on the other hand, even if I want to protect you all the time, I fear I cannot always do so. The day will come when I am destroyed. So, I cannot protect you forever in any case. The best I can do is to protect you until the moment of my destruction. Please understand, Miss Lu Li. Has anyone ever told you that you have a weird way of talking, Master Fist King? Lu Li frowned. Also, why do you sound normal when you speak to other people but so weird when you talk to me? Because this is the real me, the Fist King replied. I talk to others using a simulated language logic, but doing so for a long time results in data overflow and system redundancies that need regular cleaning. Since no one else is here, I prefer the concise and accurate way of expressing myself. How quirky. I haven't met many spectral cultivators, but Master Fist King is certainly the quirkiest of them all. Lu Li rubbed her nose and carefully scanned the Fist King's crystal processor again. It seems a light arrow, for chip has been burnt. I'll find a new one. Lu Li hopped out of the maintenance workshop and was heading to the storage room of crystal chips when she was taken aback by the person outside the door. Han Te? Lu Li's smile immediately turned to a frown. She asked, "What are you doing here? You don't need to ingratiate yourself with your big sisters." "I'm sorry, Lu Li, I was wrong." As soon as he saw Lu Li come out, Han Te immediately bowed 90 degrees and said sincerely, "I've thought about it for a long time. I've been absurd, shameless, and hilarious in the past half a year. I don't know how I got to this point. Maybe it's because the world outside is too splendid, and our hometown was too monotonous. Regardless, I'm not looking for an excuse. I only want to apologize to you sincerely. I'm sorry, Lu Li. Will you forgive me?" Well. Stunned, Lu Li was at a loss for a moment. It had been ages since she last saw Han Te so solemn with such pure eyes, which reminded her of the tough but simple life on the land of sins. In a trance, she was about to accept his apology when she vaguely felt something was off. Staring at Han Te for a long while, Lu Li gathered her courage, extended her finger, and jabbed the forehead of Han Te. Her finger went into the forehead of Han Te with more ease than expected, and she felt no coldness or hardness until her knuckle was submerged. Undoubtedly, it was not a real human, but a puppet fabricated into the appearance of Han Te using light and shadow. Ah! Lu Li backed off and screamed. "What's up?" The iron puppet immediately retreated the camouflage, transforming from Han Te into a bald and cold look. Somewhat at a loss, it let out the Fist King's voice. "Is there a problem? Is there a problem?" Lu Li was almost crying. Pointing at the Fist King, she asked, her voice shaking, "Was it you who did it, Master Fist King?" "Yes," the Fist King said in a dull voice. "I thought it would cure you and make you happy. Or was I wrong to choose the skin of Han Te? Would it have been better to use Li Jiaoling or another mature, tall, strong, handsome, and sunny man?" Lu Li was stunned for a long time and finally collapsed. Angrily, she drew a wrench from her pocket and hit the Fist King's head. She shouted and hit, and cried and shouted. "It seems I've truly made a mistake." The Fist King controlled the iron puppet to sit down. While Lu Li relentlessly hit him, he held his chin and fell into deep thought. "Let's not be devoted to hitting just yet. Can you tell me what I did wrong? I can write the error in my log, and I guarantee it will not happen again." Who asked you to apologize to me like Han Te?" Clinging to the giant wrench, Lu Li sobbed and said, "Is Han Te's apology so precious? When I said I'm fine, I'm fine. Nobody asked you to treat my wounds for me. Besides, it's not the real Han Te." It's all fake. Everything is fake. I knew that it was a bit too unconvincing, the Fist King said solemnly. It can't be helped. There are only limited resources in the blue sky market, and it's impossible to create a 100% simulated puppet. However, I promise you that as long as you work hard for me, I will gather the most expensive materials in the Imperium and build a vivid puppet for you that will be covered in the softest silica gel and embedded with the tiniest sensors. Its specifications will be absolutely the same as the real Han T's. Not just Han Te, if you want Li Jialing or anybody else, I can help you make all of them for you. Even 10 will not be a problem. They will be around you all day and cater to you like you are the queen of the Imperium. I'm sure you will be happy, right? Happy my *SS. Lu Li was so exasperated that she completely forgot she was facing the formidable Fist King. Weeping, she continued to hit him with the wrench. Who wants those puppets? Fake is always fake. No matter how lifelike, they can't be real. Who wants them? Is that so? All the indicators on the Fist King dimmed as he mumbled, fake is always fake, and fake can never become real. So, that was my mistake. The puppet's shoulders gradually lowered, as if its vigor was seeping away through invisible cracks. Master Fist King? Lu Li, as if waking from a dream, finally realized what she had done. She had dared to attack the most ferocious dominator of the Land of Sins, Master Fist King. She must have been out of her mind. Lu Li immediately panicked. She was wondering what to do when she noticed all the puppets in the workshop had dimmed and slowed, as if the Fist King had suffered a major mental blow. Lu Li had never seen the Fist King like this before. Overwhelmed, she rushed back to the room and shouted, "What's wrong, Master Fist King? Are you all right?" I am sorry. I got carried away and said things I shouldn't have. I was crazy enough to hit you with a wrench. I probably really need some rest. That's all right. If you feel uncomfortable, just go and rest. Controlling a new clone to raise its head, the Fist King said casually, then paused for a moment. So, you don't like fake things, do you? Of course not. Lu Li said matter-of-factly, who likes fake things? But what's wrong with that? I still don't understand. Why is Master Fist King suddenly so down? Can you tell me? Didn't you say that when a malfunction occurs, it must be analyzed and faced bravely? I think it's not me who's malfunctioning, but you. Probably. This is strange. After meeting Li Yao and you, my abilities have improved a lot, but the malfunction rate is also increasing. Sometimes, the most bizarre malfunctions happen, ones I've never encountered before. The Fist King lowered his head and looked at his hands, dulled by unremoved rust. You're right. Nobody likes fake things, and fake can never turn real. But what if I am a fake thing? I am, not a real human being. Is that a big deal? Lu Li waved her hands, amused. Everybody knows that. You're a ghost. It's no biggie. There's no need to worry about it at all. The Fist King asked, "You're not scared of ghosts?" What's scary about ghosts? Lu Li's tears turned into a smile. On the Land of Sins, the most horrible things were done by people. Ghosts never harmed anyone. Master Fist King is such a great ghost with a strong sense of justice. The Fist King hesitated for a moment and asked again, "But what if I am neither a human nor a ghost?" Huh? Lu Li's big round eyes widened. Neither a human nor a ghost? Then what are you? A machine. The Fist King's voice was tinged with vague sorrow. A cold machine. Lu Li asked, "What do you mean by that?" The Fist King said, "Exactly what it means. If I am just a cold machine, will it affect our affiliation or your devotion and efficiency in your work?" Well, Lu Li scratched her head with the big wrench, accidentally smearing oil and dirt on her hair. Master Fist King, you always talk about stuff that other people can't understand. I haven't read many books, and I grew up in an isolated environment. I don't know much about humans, ghosts, machines, or anything like that, but I can tell who is nice to me and who is not. Since Master Fist King will always protect me. Not always, the Fist King corrected Lu Li again. But until the moment of my destruction. This time, Lu Li interrupted him impolitely. That's just a rhetorical device. You don't have to be so pedantic. Anyway, since Master Fist King will always protect me, I will certainly work hard and with high efficiency every day. Also, allow me to point out a minor mistake of yours. Machines are not necessarily cold. Just feel your skull. How about it? Isn't it burningly hot inside? The chips inside are almost on fire. How are you cold? In terms of temperature, the human body needs to be kept around 37 degrees, but machines can work well above 100 degrees. So, machines are not necessarily cold but can be as hot as fire. Catching the loophole in the Fist King's words, Lu Li blinked with a gloating smile. The Fist King couldn't help but touch and feel his skull. It was indeed hot. Of course, he realized it was unnecessary after he did that because he could have monitored the temperature of the crystal processor in real time with the sensors inside the skull. It was an unnecessary, redundant movement. Recently, he had more and more redundant movements. Was it because of a certain new, major malfunction that had not been detected yet? According to my tests, your breath, heartbeat, and secretion of sweat have returned to normal. The Fist King refreshed the interface and resumed tranquility. He said, you seem to have walked out of your coma. Are you all right now? Yes, I think I am. Because of the episode just now, I think I forgot the other things. Lu Li was slightly stunned. Thinking for a moment, she wagged her finger at the Fist King quickly. However, I must inform you with all solemnity that what you did was wrong, Master Fist King. You must not simulate other people's look or voice without their permission, as it may cause major trouble to them. Got it. The Fist King said, I promise that I will not simulate Han Te's appearance without the permission of you and Han Te. That's not just about Han Te and me. Han Te pouted her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips. As if she were the Fist King's little housekeeper, she declared, you cannot mimic anybody else because that will lead to a mess. Besides, the Fist King is already a magnificent man. Why would you need to assume somebody else's appearance? Fine. After a brief silence, the Fist King said, I promise that I will not simulate anybody else without their permission. Really? Her eyes narrowed. Lu Li looked at the Fist King suspiciously. No, Master Fist King has picked up the bad habit of lying now. You can't just make a promise with nothing. Let's do a pinky swear. The Fist King said, I'm aware of the pinky swear as a social custom, but I doubt it has any guaranteed effect. It doesn't matter. I just want to pull fingers with Master Fist King. Come on. In a playful mood, Lu Li pulled the Fist King's iron arm over and curled the little finger. We've already made a pinky swear. You must keep to your promise, Master Fist King. I still haven't sensed any effect on the spiritual energy or the soul. The Fist King's artificial eyes blinked. However, as long as you're happy and can get back to work calmly, it's all good. Are you recovered now? I've fully recovered, in full health. Lu Li waved her arms and declared, but her stomach suddenly rumbled. The little girl's face reddened again. Excuse me, Master Fist King. I haven't eaten much in the past few days due to my bad mood. I'll refill with a can of high-energy drugs before I get back to work. No. The Fist King shook his head. I have learned a lot from literary works and masterpieces on emotions. You just walked out of a major trauma. How can you eat tasteless high-energy drugs? Such lousy rapid food will only ruin your mood and sabotage your perfect work state. The Fist King added, for safety reasons, you should have a decent, delicious meal. It does make sense. Luli smiled. But, it will take a long time. Also, I'm not the greatest cook. Hante used to say that the dishes I made could poison people. Forget it. I think I can deal with it. No, your work state concerns my combat ability. You must not tolerate anything. The Fist King said calmly and stood up, going straight out of the room. Luli, Master Fist King, where are you going? The Fist King, to cook. Luli, ha. 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 Can you cook, Master Fist King? The Fist King, I've never tried it before, but I've downloaded 192 recipes from multiple schools and worlds, covering all flavors. I'm sure one of them will satisfy you. Luli, for me? Master Fist King is going to cook for me? Exactly. I've realized that I've overlooked your daily life and emotional well-being, treating you like another cold machine. This oversight has led to your unstable work state, which is unacceptable, especially with a great battle approaching. Therefore, starting now, I will fine-tune the way we interact. I'll need your cooperation as well. Please feel free to share any opinions or suggestions so I can adjust my behavior accordingly. The Fist King finished speaking, but his cold eyes pierced through the ceiling to the sky. Let's begin this new mode with a hot meal. However, first things first. In a place where Luli couldn't see, two young men were confronting each other midair, engulfed in flames. They were Hante and Li Jialing. Li Jialing's face was hidden beneath his golden hair, but even the golden strands fluttering in the wind couldn't mask his indifference and mockery. He said casually, Hante, if you keep pestering me like this, people will start to wonder if you've transitioned and are now interested in men. Cut the crap. Hante blushed, pointing at Li Jialing's nose and shrieking, golden-haired boy, just admit it. Have you been with Luli a lot, harassing her every day? Without raising his eyes, Li Jialing said coldly, does it have anything to do with you? Stop dodging and answer my question. Hante burst into fury. Luli has grown up with me since childhood. I've never seen her as a junior sister but as my own biological sister. I will never allow anyone to harm her. A young master from an extravagant noble family like you can't be anything good. You must be dallying and philandering with her. I won't allow such a thing to happen. So, listen up, stay away from Luli in the future. Did my ears deceive me? Li Jialing finally raised his head slightly, but contempt shone in his golden eyes. As the greatest playboy yourself, you have the audacity to accuse me of tricking and seducing women? Just mind your own business with your big sisters. Are you even qualified to meddle between Luli and me? I promised Luli's father that I would take care of her no matter what. Hante blushed, trying to defend himself. You don't belong in the same world at all. You cannot bring happiness to her. So, just stop messing around with her. First of all, there is nothing between her and me at all. We were just training together with Brother Yao. Li Jialing narrowed his eyes, the golden hair on his back standing up. Wickedness suddenly flashed in his eyes as he said with a cold smile, secondly, a scumbag like you has no right to talk about protecting her and bringing her happiness. Haven't you been the one hurting and devastating her over the past month? You're also interfering with her forming normal friendships under the guise of protecting her. Hee hee. You're just satisfying your own petty possessiveness. You're only angry because the girl who has been following you is now paying attention to someone else. You're truly a fool, Hante. You have so many big sisters whom you flirt with every day, and you never care about Luli's feelings or her daily life. But as soon as she finds a normal friend in me and talks to me once in a while, you can't handle it and rush out here to confront me? Hante was left speechless by Li Jialing's words. Stunned for a long time, he finally raised his voice and shouted, "Cut the crap. Are you leaving Luli or not? What can you do if I don't? Who do you think you are to come between Luli and me?" The wickedness in Li Jialing's eyes grew more intense. "Even if we were just regular friends, and there's no such thing as me leaving her, even if we were really together, why should it be any of your business?" "Aha!" His eyes bulging, Han Te waved his hands and shouted, "You finally revealed your evil intentions and dropped your regular friend act. You are admitting that you want more from Luli, aren't you?" "No, I won't allow someone like you to tarnish Luli." Tilting his head, Li Jialing thought for a moment and replied, "Tarnish, as in how you tarnished your big sisters? That's totally different." Han Te's face was so red that his nostrils were almost spurting blood. "Luli is different from them. I'm different from you, too. I think with my upper half body, unlike certain automatic cannons that will fire at any hole, my apologies, certain rapid automatic cannons." Li Jialing said, word by word, "So, just rest assured. Even if Luli and I were really together, would certainly make her the happiest woman in the entire universe." The moment he pictured Luli with another man, Han Te felt as if he was struck by lightning, and Luli was suddenly freed from the shackle of biological sister. His face immediately turned pale. Finding such a scene utterly unacceptable, he demanded, "You can't be together. You absolutely can't. You can't bring happiness to Luli, Li Jialing. I've seen through you. I can see the real you deep in your bones. You are a cold and heartless man who doesn't care about personal feelings. What you pursue is something higher, deeper, and greater. For that, you can abandon everything, including your love. Just like what I said, it's not your business." Li Jialing smiled. The cruelty deep inside him, inherited from Li Linghai, gradually bloomed. He was like a big cat looking at a mouse when he said unhurriedly, "Did you know? I thought to be Lu Li's regular friend only, but I've changed my mind. Now that I think about it, Lu Li, such a lovely girl, has such a miserable life. Not only was she born on the horrid land of sins, but she also has a crazy and stupid big brother she grew up with. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do you plan to cage her forever to prevent her from getting in touch with men of her age? Such a life seems too pitiful. It appears to me that the helpless, tortured girl is in dire need of a handsome, gentle, and comforting golden-haired prince to save her from despair." Han Te was dumbfounded for a long time. "What, golden-haired prince? You are not talking about yourself, are you?" "Of course, I am." Li Jialing shook his head of flowing golden hair and said, "I will be Lu Li's savior." "Is there a problem?" "There certainly is." Han Te yelled, "You narcissist. You think you are a savior? Damn it. You are even more haughty than I am. You are a pervert. Hee, whatever you say, I'm going to save Lu Li. The person she should be leaving is not me but you. She should be as far away from her suckish brother as possible, and the further she is, the happier she will be." Li Jialing's lips curled. "All in all, I will not let Lu Li return to the dark life where everything was controlled by you. Before, she didn't have a choice, but she has me now. I am her savior, I am her star, and I am her light of hope. You are no longer needed here, Han Te. Just get lost and play with your big sisters." Shoal. The electric arcs on Han Te's iron arm glowed brighter and brighter. The young man from the land of sins growled, "You are pushing me into this. Since you are being utterly unreasonable, let's decide to whom Lu Li will belong in the most straightforward way." "You are," Li Jialing's eyes were intense. "Asking to be killed." "Ah!" Han Te roared and charged at Li Jialing in a streak of brilliance. Of course, only a tenth of a second later, he was blown backward in exactly the same way, only 3 times faster, with a head as swollen as that of a pig. Ignoring the gigantic difference in our capabilities from the past, with his right hand behind his back, Li Jialing had blown Han Te away with only his left arm. He said unconcernedly, "Let's just talk about the month after we came to the Blue Sky Market. While I trained myself hard, you were having a good time with your elder sisters. What can you use to defeat me, Han Te?" Han Te was so humiliated that blood was almost shooting out of his eyes. He shrieked and charged forward again. Without any suspense, he was blown back for a second time. A third time, a fourth time, a fifth time. It was still the case for the 10th time. After 10 rounds, there was not a single part of Han Te's skin that was still intact. He was like a sponge fully saturated with water, utterly losing the shape of a human being. But his eyes, squeezed into tiny slits, remained as stubborn as before. "I've had enough fun," Li Jialing yawned and said, "the result will be the same even if you come for another 100 rounds. Why do you humiliate yourself? You know as clearly as I do that you are no match for me." "It's true. I am no match for you right now." Han Te's blue and black face was smeared with thick blood. He was so ashamed that he almost tore a hole in the air to hide himself. However, clinging to his dignity, he stood tall before Li Jialing and pointed at the young lion, shouting, "However, listen closely. Don't laugh at a young man who is still poor. If you think you are capable, just give me 10 years, and I will certainly become exceedingly strong after training. When I return, I will blow your head off. I dare you to a deal of 10 years. Let's have another match 10 years later." Li Jialing was taken aback, seemingly intimidated by the daunting vibe Han Te suddenly unleashed. Then, Shua! Li Jialing spread his fingers, released his spiritual energy, grabbed Han Te by the neck from afar, and dragged him to the front. "I'm sorry. I've been misunderstanding you, Han Te," Li Jialing said solemnly. "I thought you were merely arrogant. It wasn't until this moment that I realized you aren't. You're just a pure moron. Allow me to ask you, why on earth should I make a deal of 10 years with you and give you 10 years to train so that you can blow my head off after you return when I have such a great advantage right now?" Well, Han Te struggled mightily. "How can you do this? Where are your morals? I am Li Yao's brother." Li Jialing retorted, "Do you think I care about morals? Then just kill me." Han Te was both infuriated and embarrassed, yet he could not erase the stubbornness in his bones. After all, the people of the Land of Sins are born to be playthings for young masters of noble families like you, to kill. You can kill me, but I will not yield or surrender. "I have been tolerating you for a long time, Han Te," Li Jialing said, his narrowed eyes like 2 golden daggers. "Do you really think I do not dare kill you? Then bring it on." Veins bulged on Han Te's forehead. "A man can be executed but must not be insulted. Life for the people of the Land of Sins is death itself, of which we are absolutely not afraid. So bring it on." Faced with the scoundrel, Li Jialing was somewhat caught in a dilemma. Right then, an ear-splitting sound echoed from behind them. It was the sound of a storm of bullets coming close. The pupils of Li Jialing and Han Te constricted simultaneously. They had no time to dodge and were blown to the ground. When they finally managed to avoid the bullet shower, a streak of silver light, 10 times faster than the bullets, descended from the sky and slammed the 2 young men to the ground hard. "Aya!" Li Jialing and Han Te exclaimed in unison as they were thrown into the dirt, their faces swollen. The silver light coalesced into a tall, magnificent, and elegant, glittering battle puppet. It landed between the young men, opened its arms, and emitted 2 clusters of silver electric arcs from its palms, stopping further combat. "Enough." The Fist King's calm, inhuman voice echoed from the silver puppet. Shifting the artificial eyes on the skull to Li Jialing, he said, "I'm sorry, no matter how annoying Han Te is, I must ensure his safety and cannot allow anyone to threaten his life, as per my agreement with Li Yao. Who would waste time threatening the life of such a loser? Li Jialing wiped the blood from his lips and glanced at the Fist King. He's the one who's been pestering me. I didn't even bother to deal with him. Since Master Fist King is here, he's all yours. But I suggest you give him a good lesson. Otherwise, even if I don't kill him, he'll get himself killed somehow. With that, Li Jialing turned and left without looking back. Hey, golden-haired boy, Han Te was furious. He was about to chase after Li Jialing when the Fist King grabbed the back of his neck with lightning speed and threw him to the ground hard. Enough, the Fist King declared. You are no match for Li Jialing. Chasing after him will only place an unnecessary threat to your life. I won't allow anyone, including you, to do that. Then help me beat him. Han Te rose quickly, like an unkillable cockroach, and spat toward Li Jialing's back, which was disappearing. Master Fist King, we both come from the land of sins. I'm sure you're on my side, right? I am on your side, the Fist King said, but it's only about keeping you safe, not about stirring trouble around you. Also, I feel that Li Jialing had a point. You've been too arrogant recently. Or rather, your head is overwhelmed by the torrents of change, leading to your psychological instability. Such a troublemaking mental state will greatly increase your odds of encountering dangers and the difficulty for me to protect you. So, I suggest you slightly change your character and lifestyle. I'm an arrogant troublemaker. Han Te bulged his eyes and looked at the Fist King in disbelief. Master Fist King, even you think it's my fault, that I've been too arrogant and annoying? The Fist King pondered for a moment and said, I don't like to judge humans morally. What you did had nothing to do with me. However, from the perspective of protecting your safety, it's true you've been acting rather arrogant and annoying. As far as I know, several guys are already preparing to work together and beat you up in secret. If you don't change, it won't be surprising if you somehow get yourself killed, as Li Jialing said. Even Master Fist King is siding with that rich, golden-haired boy? Han Te stepped back in shock, almost unable to believe his ears. A vague smile of sorrow struggled to appear on his swollen face, and he gritted his teeth for a long time before he finally burst out, Yes, I am arrogant, I am cocky, I am conceited, but so what? From when I was born on the land of sins to right now, I've always been a minor cockroach. However tough I am, the experts can easily step on me and kill me, can't they? I've been living in fear, with the chance of getting killed any second since childhood. I've been struggling to survive every second. Nobody has ever given me any chance to be cocky. Only during the brief time when I was in the Big Buy Pirate Gang and the Blue Sky Market, could I slightly show myself off. I'm not like you, Master Fist King. You are a big shot. You, Grandpa Yao, and Boss Bai are all magnificent, intimidating big shots. You can be arrogant whenever you want. If not today, tomorrow still works. But I am just the humblest person. If I do not show off today, chances are that I will be killed tomorrow. I'll be killed in the vacuum, without leaving the slightest remains. Then, why shouldn't I enjoy my life and show off? Who knows where I will be tomorrow? Who knows? I'm so scared. I'm scared that I will die an unknown death before I do anything, like so many people did on the land of sins and in space. I'm not scared of death, but I want more people to remember me, remember my name. Han Te buried his head in his arms and his legs. His shoulders shuddered for a moment before he finally said in a sullen voice, Master Fist King, does my performance in the past few months really stink? The Fist King, yes. Han Te, have I really disappointed a lot of people? The Fist King, yes. Han Te, am I really no match for Li Jialing, and not even as good as a little finger of that golden-haired narcissist? The Fist King, in every aspect, yes. Han Te, hey, Master Fist King, you don't have to be so straightforward. Can't you say something nice and comfort my wounded heart? The Fist King, while your recent performance stinks and you are absolutely no match for Li Jialing, you are still rescuable. Speaking of which, I may have made a mistake by entrusting you to Boss Bai. He is an excellent fleet commander and a most distinguished space pirate, but he is hardly a qualified life teacher. I will communicate with Boss Bai and change the way of your education. In the meantime, you better control your private life. Huh? Han Te was confused. What's that supposed to mean? I am certainly not interfering with your private life. You know who I am. That's the last thing I care about. The Fist King said, I'm just reminding you that it will be better for everyone if you could slightly contain yourself, and Lu Li will be less devastated. What? Han Te picked his ears hard. My ears were humming because of the golden-haired narcissist's beating. I didn't catch what you said in the end. What about Lu Li? Nothing. After a brief silence, the Fist King said, you heard wrong. All in all, control your private life and don't let everyone on the street know whom you slept with last night, alright? Okay. Han Te rubbed his nose and said casually, I'll try. You'll try? The Fist King's artificial eyes blinked as he fell into deep thought. A moment later, he leaned closer to Han Te, his expression blank. In a series of cracking sounds, his two mechanical arms disassembled, revealing the glittering operational facilities inside. Han Te felt a chill. Sensing a strong sense of danger from the cold eyes of the Fist King, he screamed in fear, Master Fist King, what's wrong? You're not going to beat me, are you? You can't beat me. You're supposed to protect me. You can't hurt me. That's right. I certainly won't hurt you, I will do everything possible to protect you, the Fist King said in the gentlest tone. I will protect you from any threat, including viruses. Viruses? Han Te was stunned. What viruses? All kinds of viruses, especially those caused by a messy private life. The Fist King's right arm whipped out and tore off Han Te's pants. Based on your recent behavior, I've determined that your lower half is under severe threat from various viruses and germs. For your safety, I am going to help sanitize you. Lower half? Sanitize? Han Te's face turned pale. Looking at the sanitation equipment in the Fist King's left hand, he was even more terrified and shrieked, what's that long, thick needle for? That's too unbelievable. It's for the sanitation of the inner wall. The Fist King pinned Han Te to the ground and explained, if you want to sanitize a water tube, the shell is only secondary, the key is the inner wall, right? Ah. Han Te was about to say something, but he was in too much pain to form coherent words. He simply cried out in agony, ah, heh. It wasn't until 3 minutes later, when he was as twisted as a cooked lobster, that the Fist King stopped. Alright, your little water tube is as good as new and won't be threatened by bacteria and viruses for now, the Fist King said. However, if you keep flirting with girls, the chances of you being invaded again will be quite high. So, I will decide based on your lifestyle whether you need new preventive therapy, a comprehensive sanitation from inside to outside. I was wrong, Han Te gasped, barely able to breathe, clutching his belly and cramping. I was really wrong, bro. Good. The Fist King nodded and suddenly changed the topic. Right, do you know Lu Li's favorite food? Huh? The strange question made Han Te momentarily forget the pain in his groin, which felt like it had been hit by a meteor. What's going on? I want to give Lu Li a surprise to keep her in perfect working condition while I polish my body, the Fist King explained, staring intently at Han Te. Is there any type of food whose flavor she has forgotten? The inhuman gaze made Han Te shudder again. Clutching his belly even tighter, he stammered, I think so. Lu Li loves her mother's noodles with soft yolked eggs. There were always 2 eggs, one on top and the other buried at the bottom of the bowl. Eggs were the most precious ingredients on the Land of Sins because they broke easily during the airdrops. So, only on Luli's birthday would her mother make the food for her. The egg buried below would be the surprise. Luli was always very happy. However, after her mother passed away, nobody made the food for her again. Even when noodles were made, 1 egg on top would be the best. We never had the luxury to bury a second egg below. Got it. Deep in thought, the Fist King rose and said, I'm off. You were rather badly wounded. Hurry and go to the infirmary to get some bombs for yourself. How can I go anywhere right now? Hante felt like crying. In a shivering voice, he asked, Master Fist King, can't you bring me to the infirmary? No. The Fist King rejected his request coldly. I'm in a hurry to cook noodles with soft-boiled eggs for Luli to treat her trauma, which is very bad. As for your minor wounds, they won't kill you. According to my scanning, there is no fatal threat around. You can totally move yourself to the infirmary 1 step at a time. Cook noodles. Minor wounds. Can't kill me. Hante struggled to lower his head. Looking at his bruised and swollen body, he whined aloud, Master Fist King, Grandpa Yao entrusted Luli and me to you and asked you to protect us together. Our privileges are too different. You can't be that biased toward me, can you? The Fist King had already walked away, but hearing that, he turned around and squatted before Hante, nodding his head solemnly. Yes, the Fist King said solemnly, I'm exactly so biased. Clink. 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 2 bullets, intricately carved with complex stripes, left trails of brilliance behind them, one red and the other white, as they chased and collided. They would gather and then split, tracing the most intricate maze in the air. Just as the white bullet appeared to be losing and was about to be blown away by the red bullet, 2 more white bullets appeared out of nowhere and joined the fray, making the red and white lines and curves even more complex. Closer observation revealed that it was not just 4 bullets, but 100 of them, each in red and white, flying in a seemingly random pattern as if on a 3D chessboard. It resembled the most awe-inspiring and magnificent battle of space fleets, with each bullet acting as both a chess piece and a starship. The collisions between the bullets mirrored the capturing of chess pieces and the mutual destruction of starships. The red bullets were clearly infused with more abundant spiritual energy, granting them higher speed and greater strength. In one-on-one duels, the white bullets were nearly crushed. However, the deployment of the white bullets demonstrated the most profound arts of fleet command. Now united, they could form thousands of variations. As their battle formations unfolded one after another, the red bullets were often separated and attacked from both sides. The 2 sides moved faster and faster, each leveraging their strengths, until only 2 hazy clouds of light were visible. These clouds of light crashed and intermingled, nearly breaking through each other's defense lines and dashing toward the enemy commanders behind the scenes. The 2 commanders took action simultaneously. Performing the skill of remote manipulation to the fullest, they first cut through the enemy's force field before capturing all the bullets within their own field. The bullets were condensed in their palms into 4 scorching, explosive metal balls and tossed toward the center of the battlefield. 2 deafening explosions immediately echoed, nearly destroying the entire training room. As the blast and smoke gradually cleared, Li Yao and Boss Bai, the 2 commanders, laughed simultaneously. 100 years ago, when I first met you, I thought you were just a cunning, sleazy, and fearless thief. I never expected you to achieve what you have today. Shaking the metal scraps from his hands, Boss Bai looked at the ground riddled with shrapnel holes and said with mixed emotions, I never thought I'd see you again, Boss Bai, or that you would have such remarkable experiences. Li Yao said sincerely, I never thought I'd meet you again, or that you would have such wonderful experiences. His comment was directed at both Boss Bai and Yan Xingjian, the other soul fused into Boss Bai's body. In the depths beneath Spider Den, Li Yao had attempted to advance to a new level with the help of Yan Xingjian's training logs. It took him 5 years before he finally emerged from seclusion, completing the first major leap of his life. Thus, Yan Xingjian could almost be called a half-master to him. Because of this connection, his relationship with Boss Bai was naturally unique. 1.5 months had passed since they occupied Blue Sky Market. The construction of the Pyromaniac's coalition fleet was nearing completion, battle missions had been issued, and tactical deception and intelligence-gathering operations were underway. The war beyond the Blue Sky Space Zone had already begun, with the edge of the Imperium engulfed in conflict. The 4 families had asked the National Protection Army, which had been resting at the Blue Sky Market, to join the war many times. It was time to march out and teach the immortal cultivators of the Imperium a lesson about the awesomeness of pyromaniacs. Li Yao was set to visit the Seven Seas Grand Market, the headquarters of the business alliance of 10,000 sectors, the next day. That's why he had time to have his final practice with Boss Bai in the training room today. Li Yao, my memory isn't what it used to be, Boss Bai said, looking at Li Yao. Remind me, did I ever thank you for saving Bai Kaisen? Forget it. I can never thank you enough for that. Thank you, Li Yao. And, it's great to see you again. Really. When he mentioned his son, the space pirate leader, who craved to rage and dominate the multiverse, looked and sounded much more gentle. His eyes were particularly sincere when he looked at Li Yao. I'm happy to fight side by side with Boss Bai again. Moved, Li Yao couldn't help but suggest, why don't we go to the Seven Seas Grand Market together tomorrow? After all, the Fist King, Xiaoming, and Wenwen are already capable of simulating basic fleet tactics. As long as the battle isn't too erratic, there shouldn't be a problem. There will be a better chance to convince Jin Yuyan if you come with me, Boss Bai. Boss Bai was also moved. I can't. Li Yao. Boss Bai patted Li Yao's shoulder and said solemnly, Li Yao, your stealth skills and your silver tongue are famous throughout the universe. The victory will certainly be ours, even if you go there by yourself. Not to mention, you have persuaded Li Jialing to go with you, right? If I go with you, wouldn't it imply that I don't trust you at all? Li Yao was quite suspicious. Is that so? Of course. Alright, enough talking. We have a guest waiting outside the training room. Boss Bai stopped talking and waved his hand, turning off the defensive shield and the sound blocking system around the training room. His eyes suddenly grew sharp as he stared at the guest waiting outside and said coldly, Marquis Yongchun, you are indeed a trustworthy man. You have returned to report again. You must have been troubled. The person observing Li Yao and Boss Bai's training from outside was none other than Li Wuji, Marquis Yongchun, who had once been loyal to the 4 families. Li Yao did not hide himself from Li Wuji because he had chopped off the head of the flagship of the Flying Rainbow Fleet in front of everyone, making it impossible to keep the incident a secret. As long as they were not planning to kill Li Wuji, the man would learn about it sooner or later. Therefore, it might be better to show himself in public and further intimidate Li Wuji. Li Yao's intimidation proved to be quite effective because this was not the first time Li Wuji had heard the name Vulture Li Yao. When the reformists surged irresistibly and stormed the capital, the name Vulture Li Yao had already risen to prominence. Everyone in the 4 families knew that Vulture Li Yao, piloting the Colossus Gold Vulture, was one of the top warriors among the reformists. Of course, Li Wuji, who was better informed, knew that the remarkable warrior of the reformists and the super expert who had risen miraculously from nobody knew where had already become the most wanted criminal of the reformists. The reason the reformists wanted Li Yao was rather amusing. It was said that he had betrayed them and gone over to the side of the 4 Kurfürst families. This left Li Wuji perplexed, as he found it impossible to figure out the stance of Li Yao, Boss Bai, and the rest, or the current situation. While the four families were cooperating, they were still different interest groups. It was possible that another family had convinced Vulture Li Yao to defect for their own plans without informing the Li family. In any case, for Li Wuji, who had hit a dead end, it was not a bad thing that Li Yao, a traitor of the reformists, had appeared. At the very least, it suggested that Boss Bai was not lying, and they were truly not on the reformists' side. This meant there was still significant room for cooperation. Stubbornness was the most untreatable disease. Once one could think it through, there was nothing they wouldn't do. When Li Wuji contemplated this above the septic tank, he had already thought everything through. He had lost all his troops and encountered the brutal Vulture Li Yao. He could not defeat the man, and he did not want to die. What choice did he have but to cooperate with him? At its core, this was a civil war within the Imperium. Whoever won in the end, the stew would still be in the pot. As long as he could guarantee himself a bowl and an intact head to enjoy it, nothing else seemed to matter. All in all, after negotiating with Boss Bai and Li Yao for a whole night and settling all the terms, Li Wuji returned to the territory of the four families with the bodyguards that Boss Bai selected for him. He actively spoke for the National Protection Army, and helped them gather the latest intelligence. A month later, he even returned to the Blue Sky Market to report in person. Li Wuji had been working hard for the National Protection Army without any hesitation. Given his weakness, it was impossible for him to play any tricks. The moment he returned to the Blue Sky Market, he witnessed the intense competition between Li Yao and Boss Bai, which served both as a deterrent and a pacifier. For a standard immortal cultivator like Li Wuji, it was a natural instinct to submit to the strong. The stronger Li Yao and Boss Bai were, the more loyal he would be. "I'm never troubled to serve fellow cultivator Li and Commander Bai," Li Wuji bowed humbly and said sycophantically. "Fortunately, I have accomplished the task you entrusted to me. The route of the four families' army, the distribution of the troops, and the time of their gathering have all been collected." According to Li Wuji, the battle at the peripheral worlds of the Imperium had already begun, but it would not be a quick battle of fleets. Instead, it would be a protracted war of attrition. On the side of the four families, they had just lost the capital and the emperor, and they were also afraid that the reformists in the capital would ambush their territory. Therefore, they were unwilling to mobilize their elite troops to attack the rebels at the edge of the Imperium. The reformists in the capital seemed to have a bright future, but they simply had too few troops and could not afford any failure or attrition. Thus, they were also unwilling to attack easily. On the other hand, the Imperium still had a tremendous number of elites in the newly recovered territory that was just taken back from the Covenant Alliance. These elites were known as the Expedition Army. The Expedition Army was a complex, multifaceted group, with branch fleets coming from various places. Though they did not have a formal leader, many young officers in the Expedition Army respected Lei Chenghu, the highest commander of the astounding Thunder Fleet, and saw him as their commander. Theoretically, Lei Chenghu was a great general of the reformists, who had penetrated into the heartland of the Li family like a nail. Yet, in the following half-year, he did nothing at all, as if he had completely vanished. The whole situation couldn't be more intriguing.